Hello everyone and welcome back to Terrifying Tales. I know many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you drift off, I'd love it if you could leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from around the world. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Story 1. The day had started off like any other, with the usual morning routine of coffee and a brisk walk through the neighborhood. I was eager to return to the comfort of my home, which had become a sanctuary from the chaos of work and daily life. As I approached my front door, I noticed something unusual, a faint, uncomfortable draft. My heart skipped a beat when I saw that the door was ajar. I immediately quickened my pace, my mind racing with thoughts of what could be inside. The lock, usually so reliable, was broken. The once secure barrier had been forced open, leaving the door slightly swinging on its hinges. I froze for a moment, my breath catching in my throat. The sense of violation was immediate and overwhelming. I took out my phone and dialed 911, my hands trembling as I tried to stay calm. The dispatcher assured me that help was on the way and advised me to stay outside until the police arrived. As I waited on the porch, my mind swirled with anxiety. Who could have done this? Why would someone break into my home? The questions were endless, but the answers eluded me. The wait seemed eternal, though it was only a few minutes before the flashing lights of the police car illuminated the street. The officers conducted a thorough search of the premises, carefully inspecting each room and corner. They took note of the broken lock and the forced entry, and they collected fingerprints and other potential evidence. Despite their meticulous efforts, they found no one inside. There were no signs of forced entry beyond the broken lock, no apparent damage to the interior, and no one hiding in the house. As the police conducted their investigation, I began to walk through the house, trying to gauge the extent of the intrusion. It was then that I noticed the unsettling changes. Small, personal items had been moved or tampered with. My heart sank as I saw that the photographs that once adorned the walls were now askew, some even missing from their frames. In the bedroom, my jewelry box had been rifled through. The delicate pieces of jewelry that had been neatly arranged were now scattered, some missing entirely. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as I realized that someone had been going through my most personal possessions, exploring the intimate details of my life. I checked the kitchen next, where I noticed that the contents of the drawers and cabinets had been disarrayed. The usually orderly kitchen was now a mess, with utensils and dishes misplaced. Even my pantry had been disturbed, with food items out of place and some seemingly inspected. The living room was no better. My bookshelves were in disarray, with books pulled out and stacked haphazardly. The television remote and other small electronics had been moved from their usual spots. It was as if someone had systematically gone through every room, making a point to touch and examine everything. The police officers reconvened with me, discussing their findings and reassuring me that they would continue their investigation. They advised me to make a list of any missing items and to review the security footage if I had a camera system. I nodded, but the reassurance felt hollow against the backdrop of the violation I had just experienced. As the officers left, I was left alone with the lingering sense of dread and the aftermath of the intrusion. I meticulously cataloged the missing items and took stock of the disarray. Each moved object felt like a personal affront, a reminder that someone had breached my private space and tampered with my life. The emotional impact was profound. The comfort of home had turned into a place of anxiety and fear. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, of an unseen presence that had invaded my sanctuary. The intrusion into my personal space was not just physical but psychological, leaving a lingering sense of vulnerability. In the days that followed, I tried to restore some sense of normalcy. I repaired the broken lock and had a new security system installed, hoping to regain a semblance of control and safety. I was more cautious than ever, locking doors and windows with obsessive care and avoiding any patterns that might make me a target. Despite these efforts, the sense of violation remained. I found myself constantly checking and rechecking locks, scrutinizing every noise or disturbance with heightened anxiety. The intrusion had shattered my sense of security, and the physical repairs could not mend the emotional damage. The police continued their investigation, but without more concrete evidence or leads, progress was slow. I was left to grapple with the aftermath, trying to rebuild my sense of safety and reclaim the comfort of my home. Each day was a struggle to find peace amidst the lingering shadows of the intrusion, a reminder that my personal sanctuary had been breached by an unknown and unsettling presence. The experience had changed me in ways I hadn't anticipated. The intrusion into my personal space had left a mark on my psyche, a constant reminder of the fragility of safety and the impact of having one's most intimate spaces violated. It was a stark lesson in the vulnerability we face in our most private moments, a reminder that security is never as absolute as we might hope. Story 2. The park across from my apartment had always been a place of solace. I would often walk there in the evenings, enjoying the calm and the view of the city lights reflecting off the pond. It was my escape from the hustle and bustle of everyday life, a place where I could clear my mind and unwind. But everything changed one evening when I noticed a man sitting on a park bench directly across from my apartment. At first, I didn't think much of it. He was an older man, dressed in a simple gray coat, with a fedora tilted at an angle. He seemed like any other park goer, lost in his own world. But over time, I began to realize that he was always there, sitting on that same bench at the same time every evening. It became a part of my routine to see him as I left my apartment and walked to the park. What made the situation unsettling was not just his constant presence, but the way he seemed to watch me. It was as if his gaze was fixed on me, tracking my movements with a precision that felt invasive. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was observing me closely, even though we never interacted. His eyes, hidden beneath the brim of his fedora, seemed to follow me wherever I went within the park. One chilly autumn evening, I decided to confront him. I was tired of the creeping sense of paranoia and decided it was time to address it directly. I approached the bench where he sat, his gaze still fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to my approach. As I stood before him, he slowly turned his head to meet my eyes. "Excuse me," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've noticed you sitting here every day. It feels like you're watching me. Is there a reason for that?" He looked at me with an expression that was both calm and enigmatic. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. "I'm just watching over you," he said in a voice that was soft and measured. "Sometimes people need a guardian, even if they don't know it." His response sent a chill down my spine. The idea of someone claiming to watch over me, particularly when it felt so intrusive, was deeply unsettling. I wanted to ask more, to demand answers, but the intensity of his gaze made me hesitate. His demeanor was unnervingly serene, as though he was entirely comfortable with the discomfort he caused. I decided not to press further. I mumbled something about needing to go and walked away, feeling a wave of relief mixed with anxiety. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me, even though he was no longer there. I felt an overwhelming urge to escape the situation, to find a place where I could feel safe and unobserved. The following day, I began to make arrangements to move to a new apartment. I didn't share my reasons with anyone, fearing that my friends and family would think I was overreacting. I simply told them that I wanted a change of scenery. The process of packing and organizing was a distraction, but the thought of leaving the unsettling presence behind gave me a sense of urgency. The move was exhausting but exhilarating. I found a new place in a different part of the city, far from the park and a man who had intruded on my sense of security. I hoped that a fresh start would help me shed the lingering feeling of being watched. The first few nights in the new apartment were peaceful. I settled in, enjoyed the new surroundings, and began to relax. But despite the change in environment, the sense of unease never fully dissipated. I still felt like someone was watching me, even though there was no one around. The anxiety that had plagued me in the old apartment seemed to follow me, like a shadow that refused to leave. I tried to rationalize it. Perhaps it was the result of the paranoia that had built up over the months. I had been so on edge, so attuned to the idea of being observed, that the feeling had become a persistent companion. I started to question whether the man had been real or just a figment of my imagination, a manifestation of my fears. As the weeks went by, the sensation of being watched began to wane, but it never entirely disappeared. I found myself double-checking locks and curtains, constantly aware of every sound and movement in my new apartment. The experience had left me more cautious and less trusting of the world around me. I avoided returning to the old park, and I rarely ventured out in the evenings, opting instead to stay indoors where I felt safe. The man on the bench became a ghost of my past, a reminder of the unsettling experience that had driven me to seek a new beginning. Despite the new apartment and the change of scenery, I couldn't shake the feeling that the man's presence had left a mark on me. The idea of someone watching me, even with the guise of being a guardian, had altered my perception of safety and trust. I realized that the feeling of being watched was no longer tied to a specific location or person, but had become a part of my psyche. In the end, I had moved away from the park and the mysterious man, but the emotional residue of that experience stayed with me. It had taught me to be more aware of my surroundings and to question the nature of security and privacy. The man's unsettling smile and cryptic words remained a haunting reminder of how deeply unsettling it can be to feel observed, even by someone who claims to be watching over you. Story 3. The first time I heard it, I dismissed it as a trick of the mind. I had recently moved into a charming but old house on the outskirts of town. The place had character, with creaky wooden floors and high ceilings that made it feel spacious and somewhat grand. I was living alone, a decision I had made to enjoy some solitude and peace after a particularly stressful period at work. That first night, as I settled into my new home, I was surprised by how quiet it was. The usual hum of the city seemed miles away, and the only sounds were the occasional creak of the house settling. But just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I heard a faint, rhythmic sound coming from somewhere in the house. It was so subtle at first that I thought it might be the old pipes or a draft playing tricks on me. Over the next few nights, however, the sound grew more distinct. It started as soft, muffled footsteps that seemed to echo through the empty rooms. The footsteps would appear sporadically, and each time I would get up and check the house, finding nothing out of the ordinary. The windows and doors were securely locked, and the house was as empty as I had left it. As the days turned into weeks, the footsteps became more persistent. It was no longer just a faint sound. It felt like someone was walking through every room of the house, pacing back and forth. The sound seemed to follow a pattern. Sometimes it would start in the hallway, move to the kitchen, and then to the bedrooms. I began to dread the nights, knowing that I would be kept awake by the constant, eerie sound. One particularly unsettling evening, as I was watching television in the living room, the footsteps began. They started softly, but soon became louder and more pronounced. I could hear them coming closer and closer, making their way through the house. I paused the TV and listened intently, the anxiety tightening in my chest. The footsteps continued, moving through the house with a deliberate, almost purposeful rhythm. Determined to find the source of the noise, I grabbed a flashlight and made my way through the house. I checked every room, every closet, and every nook and cranny, but found nothing out of place. The house was as empty as ever. I checked the windows and doors again, convinced that there must be some rational explanation, but everything was secure, and there were no signs of intrusion. The sound continued to haunt me. It became a nightly ritual to check the house before going to bed, and I even installed a few additional locks on the doors, thinking that perhaps they would provide some sense of security. Despite my efforts, the footsteps persisted, always just out of sight but never quite disappearing. My friends and family were sympathetic but skeptical when I told them about the noises. They suggested that it might be the house settling or perhaps my imagination playing tricks on me. I wanted to believe that it was just a figment of my imagination, but the sounds were too consistent, too real, to be dismissed so easily. One night, I decided to stay up and document the sounds. I set up a voice recorder in the hallway where the footsteps seemed to be most prominent and waited. As the hours passed, I could hear the footsteps on the recording, clear and distinct. The recording also captured a faint whispering, though it was too indistinct to make out any specific words. Listening to the playback only heightened my sense of dread, confirming that the sounds were not just in my head. Desperate for answers, I contacted a local paranormal investigation group. They came to the house with their equipment, setting up cameras and recording devices throughout the property. They spent a night in the house documenting the sounds and conducting their investigation. Their findings were inconclusive, with the equipment picking up only the usual creaks and groans of an old house. The investigators left without any definitive answers, but their visit only deepened my unease. The footsteps continued, and the house became a place of constant anxiety. I started leaving lights on throughout the house, hoping that the presence of light might dispel whatever was causing the noises. I even considered moving, but the thought of packing up and leaving felt overwhelming. One particularly tense night, I was awoken by the sound of footsteps right outside my bedroom door. My heart raced as I lay frozen under the covers, listening to the rhythmic pacing. I finally mustered the courage to open the door and peek into the hallway. The house was empty, but the sound of footsteps seemed to be right there, echoing through the hallway. I decided to confront the sound head-on. I stood in the hallway and called out. "Is someone there?" My voice echoed in the empty space, but there was no response. The footsteps stopped, and for a moment, the house was silent. The silence was almost more unnerving than the footsteps. Despite my attempts to rationalize the situation, the anxiety continued to grip me. The feeling of being watched, of having an unseen presence in the house, was inescapable. I grew more cautious, avoiding the darker areas of the house and spending as little time alone as possible. One evening, while browsing through old records in the attic, I came across an old journal hidden among the boxes. It belonged to the previous owner of the house, and as I read through it, I discovered that they had experienced similar disturbances. The journal described hearing footsteps and feeling a constant sense of unease, though it never mentioned any specific cause. The last entry ended abruptly, with a cryptic note about the echoes of the past. The discovery of the journal offered some solace, knowing that I wasn't alone in my experiences. It didn't provide answers, but it connected me to the previous occupant in a way that made me feel less isolated. The footsteps gradually faded, though the house never felt entirely quiet again. Living in the house had taught me to appreciate the boundaries between reality and fear, and the echoes of those footsteps served as a reminder of the mysteries that can linger in old, creaky spaces. The experience had left an indelible mark, a constant reminder of the thin line between the known and the unknown. Story 4. The first sign that something was wrong came when I noticed the silence. My cat, Whiskers, was usually the first to greet me when I came home. Her purring and playful antics were a comforting part of my daily routine. But on that particular day, as I walked through the door, the house felt eerily quiet. I called out for her, but there was no response. I searched the house thoroughly, checking all her favorite spots, but Whiskers was nowhere to be found. My initial worry quickly turned into panic. I scoured every corner of the house, checked under furniture, and even peered into the closets, hoping she was hiding. I then ventured outside, calling her name and shaking her treat bag, but there was no sign of her. After hours of searching with no results, I began to post flyers around the neighborhood. The flyer depicted a photo of Whiskers with a brief description and my contact information. I handed out copies to local businesses and spoke with my neighbors, pleading for any information about her whereabouts. Days turned into a week, and my anxiety grew with each passing day. I received occasional tips from neighbors and kind strangers, but none led to any concrete information. The absence of Whiskers weighed heavily on me. I could not understand why she had disappeared or where she might have gone. I continued to hope for her safe return, clinging to the thought that someone might find her and bring her back home. Then, one evening, just as I was starting to lose hope, I heard a faint, familiar meow from outside. My heart leaped as I rushed to the door. There, sitting on the front step, was Whiskers, but the sight of her filled me with a mix of relief and horror. She was clearly injured. Her fur was matted and dirty, and she walked with a noticeable limp. Her eyes, usually bright and inquisitive, were now dull and frightened. I immediately scooped her up and took her inside, carefully examining her injuries. I cleaned her wounds and gave her some food and water, but her condition was worrisome. She was skittish and avoided eye contact, further confirming my fear that she had experienced something traumatic. Despite my care and affection, she remained withdrawn and seemed to flinch at sudden movements. As I gently examined her collar, I noticed a small, folded note attached to it. My hands trembled as I unfolded it. The note was written in a neat but unfamiliar handwriting, and it read she was ours for a while. The message sent a shiver down my spine. It was cryptic and unsettling, suggesting that someone had intentionally kept her from me. The implications of the note were terrifying. It meant that Whiskers had been in someone else's possession, and the condition in which she returned hinted at possible mistreatment. My mind raced with questions: who could have taken her? Why did they keep her? And what had they done to her during that week? I contacted the local authorities and showed them the note and Whiskers' injuries. They took down the details but seemed unsure of how to proceed with the case, given the lack of evidence and the cryptic nature of the note. They advised me to take Whiskers to a vet for a thorough examination and to monitor her behavior for any signs of ongoing distress. The vet's examination revealed that Whiskers had multiple bruises and a few minor cuts. The vet couldn't determine the exact cause of her injuries, but assured me that she would recover with time and proper care. The trauma she had endured was evident in her behavior, and the vet recommended a calm and supportive environment to help her adjust. As days went by, I noticed small improvements in Whiskers' demeanor. She began to explore her surroundings more and gradually returned to her playful self, though she remained cautious and easily startled. Despite the progress, the mystery of her disappearance and the ominous note haunted me. I felt a profound sense of violation, knowing that someone had taken her and held her against her will. I continued to investigate on my own, reaching out to local animal shelters and rescue groups to see if they had any information about missing pets or unusual reports. I even started to ask around in nearby neighborhoods, hoping to gather any leads. But as time passed, the case seemed to grow colder, and no new information surfaced. The note became a constant reminder of the unknown threat that had intruded into our lives. I tried to move on and focus on Whisker's recovery, but the sense of unease never completely left me. I installed additional security measures around my home and made sure that all windows and doors were securely locked. The experience had left me with a heightened sense of vigilance and a lingering fear that something could happen again. Despite the trauma, Whisker slowly began to reclaim her place in my life. Her playful antics and affectionate purrs gradually returned, bringing a sense of normalcy back to our home. I showered her with love and attention, determined to help her heal from the physical and emotional wounds she had endured. Though the mystery of her disappearance remained unsolved, the experience had taught me the value of vigilance and the importance of cherishing the ones we love. The note that once held such power over my thoughts became a symbol of resilience and a reminder of the strength found in the bonds we share with our pets. Whisker's return was a bittersweet reminder of the unknown dangers that lurk in the world, but it also reaffirmed the strength of our connection and the importance of never giving up hope. As she nestled into her favorite spot on the couch, I felt a profound sense of gratitude and a renewed commitment to keeping her safe. The mystery of her disappearance may never be fully resolved, but the love and care I provided her would always be a constant, unwavering presence in her life. Story 5. It was an ordinary Saturday morning when I accidentally knocked over my bathroom mirror. It shattered into 1,000 tiny pieces, scattering across the tile floor with a cacophony of tinkling glass. I stood in stunned silence, the sharp fragments glittering like cruel confetti. The mirror had been a fixture in the small, dimly lit bathroom for years, and its sudden destruction left me feeling unsettled. Cleaning up the mess was a tedious task. I carefully gathered the shards, mindful of the potential for injury, and disposed of them. Once the room was free of glass, I turned my attention to replacing the mirror. It was an inconvenience, but it seemed like a simple fix. I ordered a new mirror online, choosing a sleek, modern design that would fit the space perfectly. Days passed, and the new mirror arrived. I was relieved to see the delivery man carrying it up to my door. He handed me the package with a terse smile and disappeared quickly, as if eager to be done with the delivery. I tore open the box, revealing the pristine mirror encased in protective padding. Along with the mirror was a note from the delivery service: "Hope this one doesn't crack." The note, with its casual yet ominous tone, sent a shiver down my spine. I dismissed it as a strange joke or a coincidence, the kind of dark humor you sometimes encounter in unexpected places. I hung the new mirror on the wall, admiring its clean, reflective surface. The bathroom felt brighter and more open with the new addition. For the first few days, everything seemed normal. But as time went on, I began to experience an unsettling feeling whenever I looked into the mirror. It was as if the reflective surface was hiding something just beyond my sight. Each time I caught my own reflection, a chill would run down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from the other side. I tried to rationalize this sensation. Perhaps it was merely a psychological effect, the result of having been so recently shaken by the old mirror's breakage. But the discomfort persisted. I found myself avoiding the bathroom, and when I did enter, I would quickly avert my gaze from the mirror. The feeling of being watched grew stronger each day. The cracks from the old mirror had not been completely cleaned up, and despite my efforts to sweep away the broken glass, I knew some shards had probably been missed. I wondered if these remnants were causing the uneasy feeling, or if there was something more to the note and the new mirror. One evening, after a particularly unsettling day, I decided to investigate further. I carefully examined the area around the old mirror's former location. The tile floor was clean, but I noticed a small, dark spot near the corner of the room. I hadn't seen it before, and it seemed to be a remnant of the shattered glass. I picked up a flashlight and scrutinized the spot, but it appeared to be just a smudge. Determined to find a logical explanation, I decided to clean the area thoroughly. I used a vacuum cleaner with a nozzle attachment, making sure to get into every crevice. I also checked the wall behind where the old mirror had been, but it was solid and undisturbed. As I worked, my mind kept returning to the note that had come with the new mirror. It seemed so innocuous yet oddly foreboding. I couldn't help but feel that there was something more behind it. Was it a veiled threat or simply a prank? I couldn't shake the feeling that it was connected to the strange sensations I had been experiencing. That night, as I lay in bed, I was haunted by vivid dreams. I dreamed of shadows moving behind the mirror, of eyes peering out from the glass. I awoke in a cold sweat, the discomfort from the dreams spilling over into my waking life. I decided to seek help, reaching out to friends and family, but they all dismissed my fears as the overactive imagination of someone who had recently experienced a minor trauma. Feeling desperate, I reached out to a local paranormal investigator. I explained the situation, including the note, the strange feeling, and the persistent unease. The investigator agreed to visit and take a look, intrigued by the unusual circumstances. When the investigator arrived, they conducted a thorough examination of the bathroom and the new mirror. They used various tools and techniques to check for any anomalies, including electromagnetic readings and thermal scans. To my relief, they found no evidence of anything supernatural or unusual. The mirror was simply a mirror, devoid of any hidden threats or malevolent forces. Despite the investigators' findings, the sense of unease did not fully dissipate. I continued to feel as though I was being watched whenever I looked into the mirror. The investigator suggested that the psychological impact of the incident, combined with the unsettling note, might be contributing to my ongoing discomfort. I took their advice to heart and tried to focus on moving past the experience. I made a conscious effort to use the bathroom more regularly and to avoid letting the mirror's presence affect me. I also tried to engage in activities that would help distract me from the lingering feelings of unease. Over time, the intensity of the fear gradually lessened, though it never completely disappeared. The new mirror remained a source of discomfort, but I learned to manage my anxiety and face the mirror with more confidence. I kept the note and the remnants of the old mirror in a box, a reminder of the strange and unsettling experience. The incident taught me about the power of suggestion and the ways in which our fears can shape our perceptions. While the mirror itself was not sinister, the combination of a broken past and an ominous message had created an environment ripe for anxiety. I learned to confront my fears and to recognize that sometimes the most unsettling things are those that exist solely in our minds. Story 6. Inheriting the old house from a distant relative was a curious twist of fate. The house, a sprawling Victorian mansion nestled at the edge of a quiet town, had been in the family for generations, though I had never visited it before. The estate was passed down to me after my great-uncle's passing, and I decided to take a break from my hectic life to explore and possibly restore the old place. The mansion had a charm that was both grand and forlorn. Its creaking wooden floors and ornate, dusty furnishings spoke of a bygone era. As I began to sort through the house, I found myself fascinated by its history, and the stories it might hold. One day I ventured into the attic, A vast, dimly lit space filled with forgotten relics and cobwebs. Amidst the clutter, I discovered a door, barely noticeable behind a stack of old trunks and faded drapes. The door was peculiar. Unlike the other doors in the house, it was unusually solid and appeared to be reinforced with heavy bolts. The bolting mechanism was on the inside, suggesting that the room had been secured from within. My curiosity was piqued. What secrets or treasures could lie behind such an impenetrable barrier? Determined to uncover the mystery, I tried to pry open the door using various tools I had on hand. My efforts proved fruitless. The bolts were stubborn, and no amount of force seemed to budge them. Frustrated, I decided to call a locksmith, hoping their expertise would unlock the secrets hidden behind the door. When the locksmith arrived, I led him to the attic and showed him the locked door. He examined the bolting mechanism with a professional's eye and began working on it with a set of tools that clinked and whirred with a practiced rhythm. As he worked, he made small talk, but my mind was preoccupied with the possibilities of what lay beyond the door. I could feel a mix of excitement and unease as I awaited the moment when the door would finally open. After an hour of meticulous work, the locksmith stepped back and wiped his brow. "All right," he said. "Let's see what's inside." With a turn of the handle and a gentle push, the door creaked open, revealing the room beyond. To my astonishment, the room was completely empty. There was no furniture, no boxes, not even dust. The space was as barren as the day it was built. The walls and floor were bare, and the emptiness of the room was almost unsettling. The locksmith looked around, puzzled. "That's strange," he remarked. "It's as if nothing was ever stored here." I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that settled over me. The absence of anything in the room felt wrong, like a void that held a presence of its own. I stood there for a moment, absorbing the eerie silence that seemed to echo off the empty walls. The mystery of why the room had been locked away, and what had prompted someone to secure it so tightly, weighed heavily on me. The locksmith, sensing my discomfort, packed up his tools and left. I remained in the attic, staring into the empty room. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the cold draft from the attic's open windows. The emptiness was palpable, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something crucial. As the days went by, I became increasingly obsessed with the room. I scoured the house for any clues that might explain why it had been locked away. I searched through old papers and dusty boxes, hoping to find a journal or letter that might shed light on the mystery. But all my efforts proved fruitless. The house seemed to hold its secrets tightly, revealing nothing more than its aging furnishings and cobweb-covered corners. I began to experience strange occurrences. At night, I would hear creaks and groans from the attic, as though something was shifting or moving within the empty room. I would wake up to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house, only to find nothing when I investigated. The sense of being watched grew stronger, and I could no longer ignore the feeling that something was profoundly wrong. Determined to get to the bottom of the mystery, I decided to investigate the history of the house. I visited the local historical society and spoke with the town's oldest residents, hoping to find any information about my great-uncle or the house's past. The more I learned, the more I became aware of the house's reputation. Whispers of previous occupants who had vanished under strange circumstances and stories of unexplained phenomena only added to my growing unease. One evening, while exploring the attic again, I noticed something unusual. The floorboards in front of the locked room seemed slightly disturbed, as though they had been recently moved. I carefully pried up a few boards and discovered a hidden compartment beneath. Inside were old leather-bound books and yellowed papers, all meticulously organized. The documents included correspondence and legal papers, but none provided any clear answers about the room or its purpose. The more I delved into these documents, the more I felt a sense of foreboding. The records detailed legal disputes, mysterious transactions, and references to individuals whose names were unfamiliar. There were no direct mentions of the locked room, but the overall sense of secrecy and hidden motives was unmistakable. The empty room, the strange occurrences, and the enigmatic documents created a tapestry of dread and confusion. I found myself trapped in a web of mystery, where the answers remained just out of reach. The room, though physically empty, seemed to hold a significant and unsettling presence. It became a symbol of the unknown, a reminder that some secrets were meant to remain hidden, no matter how hard one tries to uncover them. As I prepared to leave the house for good, the locked room remained a haunting enigma. The sense of dread that had accompanied me throughout my investigation lingered. The house, with all its history and hidden corners, would continue to hold its secrets, and the empty room would remain a chilling reminder of the mysteries that lay behind closed doors. Story 7. It began with a simple phone call. I was lounging in my living room on a quiet Tuesday night when my phone rang. The number was unfamiliar, and I hesitated before answering. It was past midnight, and the call seemed odd, but I figured it might be a wrong number or a late-night scam. "Hello," I said, my voice echoing in the stillness of the room. There was only silence on the other end, punctuated by the occasional static noise. I waited, but no one spoke. After a few moments, the call ended, leaving me with an unsettling feeling. The next night, at precisely midnight, the same number appeared on my phone. I answered again, and once more there was only silence. I listened carefully, but there was nothing but the faint crackle of static. I hung up, feeling a shiver run down my spine. I dismissed it as a prank or an automated call from a telemarketer. The calls continued for several nights, always at the same time. Each time I would answer, only to be greeted by silence. My growing anxiety made it difficult to sleep. The calls seemed like a sinister game, and I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more behind them. One night, as I answered the call, a soft, almost whisper-like voice finally broke the silence. "I know where you are," it said. The words were chilling, and they sent a jolt of fear through me. My heart pounded as the call abruptly ended. I tried to steady my breathing, but the message lingered in my mind. I immediately attempted to trace the number, hoping to find some clue about who was calling. The number appeared to be untraceable, no information could be found, and there were no records of the call being logged by my phone provider. The frustration added to my anxiety. How could I protect myself if I didn't even know who was behind these disturbing calls? The next few nights, I grew increasingly paranoid. I tried to stay awake, hoping to catch the caller in the act, but exhaustion would eventually overtake me. The calls came with clockwork regularity, always at midnight. The eerie message, "I know where you are," seemed to echo in my mind, making it difficult to focus on anything else. I considered changing my phone number, but I was concerned that the caller might find other ways to reach me. I began to take extra precautions, locking all my doors and windows, installing additional security measures, and even checking my surroundings every time I left or returned home. I was constantly on edge, feeling like I was being watched. One particularly sleepless night, as the hour approached midnight, I sat in the dimly lit living room, clutching my phone. The minutes ticked by slowly, and as the clock struck midnight, the phone rang. My heart raced as I answered. The silence on the other end was deafening. But then, the whisper came again, "I know where you are." This time I heard something else, a faint background noise, like the murmur of voices or the rustling of papers. I tried to discern any details, but the noise was too faint and distorted. The call ended abruptly, leaving me more unsettled than ever. Desperate for answers, I reached out to the police. I explained the situation, providing them with details of the calls and the unsettling message. They took my report seriously and assured me they would look into it. They advised me to document any further calls and to remain vigilant. Their reassurance did little to ease my anxiety, as the feeling of being stalked and observed lingered. The calls continued for several more nights, but then, almost as abruptly as they had started, they stopped. The midnight ring ceased, and the silence was both a relief and a source of new anxiety. I no longer had the unsettling messages, but the fear of someone knowing my every move remained. The lingering sense of paranoia made it difficult to feel safe in my own home. I continued to take precautions, though the calls had stopped. I remained cautious and aware of my surroundings, always feeling like someone might be watching me. The experience had left a lasting impact, a reminder of how easily our sense of security can be shattered. Looking back, I often wondered about the identity and motive of the caller. What did they want? Why did they choose to contact me in such a disturbing manner? The unanswered questions only added to the unease that had taken hold of me. The fear of being watched or followed became a constant part of my life, a lingering shadow that I couldn't quite shake off. In the end, the midnight caller's identity remained a mystery. Though the calls stopped, the psychological impact of the experience continued to influence my behavior. I had learned to be more cautious and aware, but the memory of those unsettling messages "I know where you are" remained a haunting reminder of how vulnerable we can be to the unknown. Story 8. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. I first noticed my elderly neighbor, Mr. Thompson, casting occasional glances towards my windows. He lived in the house next to mine, a quaint, weathered home that had seen better days. I would see him standing by his window or tending to his garden, his gaze drifting toward my house with an intensity that unsettled me. At first, I tried to dismiss it as a harmless quirk of his aging mind. After all, it was not uncommon for people to be curious about their neighbors. But over time, his behavior grew increasingly noticeable. Whenever I caught him staring through my windows, his reaction was always the same. He would quickly avert his eyes, pretending to be engrossed in some task. The pretense was transparent, and his furtive glances made me uneasy. One evening, as I was relaxing in my living room, I caught him peering through the small gap in my partially opened blinds. My heart raced as I saw him standing just outside his front door, his eyes fixed on my window. I had to confront him. I marched over to his porch, my nerves frayed and my heart pounding. "Mr. Thompson," I called out as I approached. He looked up with a start, a mixture of surprise and guilt etched on his face. "Is there something I can help you with? I've noticed you've been looking into my windows quite a bit lately." His initial response was a flurry of apologies. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry if I've made you uncomfortable. I didn't mean to intrude or make you feel uneasy." I tried to gauge his sincerity. "Then why have you been watching my house? It feels like you're monitoring me." He shuffled his feet and glanced away, his demeanor shifting from apologetic to defensive. "I assure you it's nothing like that. I've been just a little worried about you. I see you're home alone a lot, and with all the recent news about break-ins and such, I wanted to make sure you were safe." His explanation seemed implausible, especially given his habit of peeking through the windows. I wanted to believe him, but the feeling of being constantly observed had already taken root. His reassurances did little to quell my anxiety. Over the next few days, his behavior did not change. Whenever I glanced outside, I would often catch him in his yard or near his window, his eyes flickering toward my house. His pretense of gardening or fixing things around his home seemed calculated to give him a reason to be outside, where he could continue his surveillance. The situation was beginning to affect my sense of security. I started to feel self-conscious in my own home. Simple activities, like lounging on the couch or preparing a meal, felt exposed. I found myself checking the windows more frequently, peeking through the blinds to see if he was watching. The constant vigilance made me feel trapped in my own space. I decided to install heavier blinds and curtains in my living room and bedrooms, hoping to create a barrier between myself and Mr. Thompson's prying eyes. But despite these efforts, the feeling of being watched lingered. I even considered moving to a different part of the house, but the sense of invasion was pervasive, creeping into every corner of my life. One afternoon, I decided to confront Mr. Thompson again. I approached his house with a mixture of resolve and trepidation. As I knocked on his door, he answered with a wary expression. "I wanted to talk to you again," I began, my voice steady despite my nerves. "I'm still feeling very uncomfortable with how often you seem to be looking into my windows. It's not just about my safety, it's about my privacy." Mr. Thompson looked genuinely distressed. "I truly am sorry. I didn't realize I was making you feel this way. It's just that I've seen so many things happen in this neighborhood over the years. I suppose I've become overly cautious." His words, though well-intentioned, did little to ease my discomfort. I felt trapped between his genuine concern and the invasive nature of his actions. I needed to protect my own sense of security and privacy. "I appreciate your concern," I said, "but I need you to respect my space and privacy. Please refrain from looking into my windows. It's making me very uncomfortable." He nodded solemnly, and I hoped that would be the end of it. Yet, despite his assurances, the feeling of being observed did not entirely dissipate. I couldn't shake the unease that had settled into my daily life. I decided to take additional steps to ensure my privacy and security. I started to keep a detailed log of any unusual occurrences and any signs of Mr. Thompson's presence near my home. I also spoke with other neighbors to see if they had noticed anything unusual. Their feedback was mixed. Some had noticed Mr. Thompson's peculiar behavior, while others hadn't paid much attention. Feeling that I needed to further address the situation, I sought advice from a local community support group. They provided me with guidance on dealing with invasive neighbors and suggested documenting everything to build a clearer picture of the situation. They also advised me to maintain open communication with local law enforcement if necessary. Months went by, and while Mr. Thompson's behavior became less intrusive, I remained on edge. The sense of being watched was an unsettling reminder of the delicate balance between neighborly concern and personal privacy. I continued to be vigilant, always aware of the thin line between genuine care and unwelcome intrusion. In the end, the experience taught me a valuable lesson about personal boundaries and the importance of standing up for one's own sense of security. It also highlighted the complexities of human interactions and the ways in which well-meaning actions can sometimes cross into discomforting territory. Despite the resolution, the echoes of that unsettling feeling lingered, a reminder of how deeply personal privacy can impact our sense of well-being. Story 9. It began subtly, almost imperceptibly. I first noticed the issue with my home security system one evening while checking the live feed on my phone. The usual clear, crisp images of my home were replaced with odd, distorted visuals. The cameras seemed to flicker between different angles, showing bizarre, overlapping scenes of rooms and hallways. At first I chalked it up to a temporary glitch or a minor technical hiccup, but as days passed, the problem persisted, growing more unnerving with each passing hour. I called the security company, and a technician arrived promptly to inspect the system. He spent several hours checking the wiring, recalibrating the cameras, and updating the software. He assured me that everything was in order and that the issue should be resolved. I felt a sense of relief, albeit short-lived. The next day, as I reviewed the footage from the previous night, my sense of unease returned. The recording showed scenes from my home, but with an unsettling twist. The images were distorted, as if viewed through a warped lens. Objects and furniture appeared strangely out of place, and shadows seemed to move in unnatural ways. The most disturbing aspect was that the footage showed what appeared to be someone moving around my home while I was away. I replayed the footage multiple times, trying to make sense of the eerie scenes. There were moments when the figure was barely visible, just a fleeting shadow or a blurry shape, but there were also clearer instances where I could make out a vague silhouette. The figure moved deliberately, exploring my living room, kitchen, and even my bedroom. My heart raced as I realized that someone had been inside my home, intruding into my private space. I called the security company again, describing the new problems in the unsettling footage. They sent another technician, who seemed puzzled by the ongoing issues. He replaced some of the hardware and ran more diagnostics, but couldn't find a definitive cause for the malfunction. He assured me that he had fixed the problem, but the strange images continued to appear, and the system never fully returned to normal functionality. Feeling increasingly anxious, I decided to hire an independent security consultant to investigate further. The consultant examined the system with a fine-toothed comb, searching for any signs of tampering or interference. He found nothing conclusive, but suggested that the problem could be due to interference from a third-party device or a sophisticated hacking attempt. The thought that someone might have access to my system from outside my home was chilling. Despite the consultant's efforts, the issues with the security system persisted. The distorted footage and strange images continued to appear, making it difficult to trust the system. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking and rechecking the cameras, but the feeling of being watched never fully dissipated. The malfunctioning system had a profound impact on my sense of security. I found myself jumping at every little noise and scrutinizing every shadow. The idea that someone might have been inside my home, viewing my private moments, was deeply unsettling. I began to question whether I was being targeted or if there was something more sinister at play. In an attempt to regain control, I installed additional locks and security measures around the house. I even started carrying a personal alarm and taking extra precautions whenever I left or returned home. Despite these efforts, the psychological toll of the malfunctioning security system weighed heavily on me. The once reliable security system had become a source of anxiety rather than reassurance. I was haunted by the distorted images and the unsettling thought that someone had been monitoring my every move. The feeling of being watched persisted, casting a shadow over my daily life. As time went on, I tried to adapt to my new reality. I kept the security system operational but remained skeptical of its reliability. I focused on maintaining a heightened sense of awareness and took steps to safeguard my home as best as I could. The psychological impact of the intrusion and the malfunctioning system became a constant backdrop to my life. Eventually, the security company offered to replace the entire system, but the damage had already been done. The feeling of vulnerability and the lingering fear of being watched persisted long after the hardware was replaced. I had learned to live with the unease, accepting it as a part of my daily life. The malfunctioning security system remained a reminder of the fragility of personal security and the unsettling reality that even the most advanced technology could be compromised. The distorted images and mysterious footage served as a stark reminder that safety is never guaranteed, and the specter of being monitored lingered like a shadow in the corners of my mind. In the end, The experience taught me the importance of remaining vigilant and proactive in safeguarding my home. While the physical security measures were restored, the psychological impact of the intrusion left a lasting impression. The distorted footage and malfunctioning system had revealed the hidden vulnerabilities that exist in our seemingly secure lives, reminding me to always be aware and prepared for the unexpected. Story 10. The doorbell rang unexpectedly one afternoon, jolting me from my work. I wasn't expecting any deliveries, and the absence of a scheduled package made the sudden sound more alarming than usual. I opened the door to find a small, plain package resting on the doormat. It was wrapped in brown paper and tied with simple twine, but there was no return address or sender information. My heart raced with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension as I picked up the package. It felt unusually light, and the lack of identifying details only added to my unease. I took it inside, setting it down on the kitchen counter. The silence of the house seemed to amplify my growing sense of dread. With a trembling hand, I untied the twine and peeled away the wrapping. Inside the package, I found a collection of photographs, neatly stacked and secured with a rubber band. The images were all of my house, taken from various angles and at different times of the day. Some photos were taken from the front yard, others from the street, and a few from behind the house. Each photograph was clear and detailed, capturing not just the exterior but the intimate details of my property, my garden, the layout of the front porch, and even the small shed in the backyard. My pulse quickened as I flipped through the photographs. The more I examined them, the more I realized that these images were not just random snapshots. They were taken with a deliberate, almost voyeuristic intent. It was clear that whoever took these photos had been observing my home for an extended period. The realization sent a shiver down my spine. At the bottom of the package was a handwritten note, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic script. It read, "You should have been more careful." The message was cryptic and menacing, and its brevity only added to the unease. There were no explanations, no further context, just a chilling statement that left me questioning the sender's motives. I tried to make sense of the situation. Who could have sent this package, and why? My mind raced through a list of possibilities: an unhappy acquaintance, a prankster, or something far more sinister. But no matter how I tried to rationalize it, the feeling of being watched and scrutinized persisted. I immediately contacted the local police, hoping they could trace the package or offer some insight into its origins. The officers arrived and took the package and photographs for further examination. They dusted for fingerprints and checked for any other identifying information, but found nothing conclusive. The lack of return address or any other identifying marks made it difficult to trace the sender. The police assured me they would keep an eye out for any similar incidents, but cautioned me that tracking down the sender might be challenging. They advised me to be vigilant and to report any further suspicious activity. As they left, I felt a profound sense of helplessness. The package had confirmed my fears that someone was indeed watching me, but it had offered no answers or solutions. As the days passed, I couldn't shake the feeling of paranoia that had settled over me. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking to make sure my doors were locked and my windows secure. I found myself jumping at every unexpected sound, my nerves frayed by the knowledge that someone had been observing my home so closely. The photographs became a constant source of anxiety. I pinned them up on a corkboard, hoping that examining them more closely might reveal some clue about the sender or their intentions. I scrutinized each image, looking for patterns or details that might offer insight into who had taken them and why. But the more I analyzed them, the more I realized that they revealed nothing more than the ordinary details of my home. In an attempt to regain some sense of normalcy, I tried to focus on my daily routines. I I resumed my work and social activities, though the constant feeling of being watched made it difficult to relax. Every time I ventured outside, I felt as though I was being observed from a distance, my every move scrutinized by an unseen observer. One night, as I was preparing for bed, I noticed a shadow moving outside my window. It was fleeting and indistinct, but it made me freeze in place. My heart pounded as I peered through the window, but there was no one in sight. I scanned the area around my house, looking for any sign of an intruder, but the night was quiet and still. The unsettling feeling of being watched continued to gnaw at me. I started receiving anonymous phone calls, each one silent and brief. The calls always came at odd hours and ended as soon as I answered. The pattern of these calls matched the eerie nature of the package: silent, intrusive, and deeply unsettling. I began to question my own sanity, wondering if my fear and paranoia were playing tricks on me. I sought the help of a therapist, hoping that talking about my experiences might help me make sense of the situation and regain a sense of control. My therapist listened attentively and offered reassurance, but the fear and anxiety remained. Despite the passing weeks, the package and its cryptic message continued to haunt me. I felt as though I was living in a state of constant vigilance, unable to escape the feeling that someone was always watching, always waiting. The lack of answers and the persistent feeling of being observed created a psychological weight that I struggled to bear. One day I received a letter in the mail from the police, informing me that they had been unable to make any progress in the investigation. The letter was polite but disappointing, offering no new leads or information. The words seemed to echo my own feelings of frustration and helplessness. As time went on, the intense fear gradually subsided, though the sense of unease lingered. The package and its contents had left an indelible mark on my life, reminding me that even in the safety of my own home, the specter of being watched could intrude. Though I tried to move on and reclaim a sense of normalcy, the shadow of that package remained, a haunting reminder of a breach of privacy that had forever altered my sense of security. Story 11. For weeks, a strange ritual had unfolded outside my front door. Each night at exactly 3 a.m., a persistent knocking would echo through the stillness of my home. The sound was a rhythmic and unnervingly consistent rapping, like an insistent, ghostly visitor with no intention of leaving. The pattern never varied: 3 sharp knocks, a pause, then another 3 knocks. It was as if some unseen entity was bound by a precise schedule. At first, I tried to dismiss it as a product of my overactive imagination. The knocks always came at the same time, disrupting my sleep and leaving me restless. I told myself it was probably just a neighbor playing a prank or some animal tapping at the door. Yet, each night, the sound pierced through the quiet, growing increasingly unnerving. One particularly cold night, as the knocks reverberated through my home, I could no longer ignore the noise. Summoning the last remnants of courage, I crept out of bed and made my way to the front door. My heart pounded as I peered through the peephole, but there was no one there. I hesitated, then cautiously opened the door. The only thing I found was the cold night air and the empty porch, bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp. I stepped outside, scanning the area for any signs of movement. The porch light cast eerie shadows, and the quiet of the street seemed almost oppressive. I checked the front yard and the surrounding bushes, but there were no footprints or signs of tampering. The door was undamaged, and nothing appeared to be out of place. Despite the lack of evidence, the knocking continued each night. I grew increasingly anxious, my nerves frayed by the relentless disturbance. I began to wonder if someone was intentionally trying to unsettle me. I took precautions, adding an extra lock to the door and installing a security camera. I hoped that if there was someone out there, the camera would capture them, and the added security might offer some peace of mind. But each night, when the clock struck 3 a.m., the knocking would resume. I reviewed the footage daily, but the camera showed nothing unusual, just the empty porch and the darkness of the night. It was as if the knocking was a malevolent force that knew exactly how to elude capture, a presence that defied logic and reason. My sleep deprivation began to take its toll. I grew irritable and on edge, haunted by the relentless knocking. I tried to find solace in the daytime, but the fear of the nightly disturbance loomed over me like a dark cloud. I became increasingly isolated, avoiding social interactions and focusing solely on the fear that had gripped me. After weeks of enduring the torment, I reached a breaking point. The knocking was not just an inconvenience, it was a psychological assault that had left me feeling violated and unsafe in my own home. The once comforting sanctuary had become a prison of anxiety, and I realized that I could no longer tolerate the intrusion. With a heavy heart and a sense of resignation, I made the decision to move. The prospect of starting over in a new place seemed like the only way to escape the haunting rhythm that had consumed my life. I packed my belongings and left the house, hoping that a change of scenery would bring relief and a sense of normalcy. As I drove away from the house, I glanced back one last time, feeling a mixture of relief and apprehension. The thought of leaving behind the oppressive presence that had haunted me was a small comfort, but the fear of being stalked stayed with me. The unsettling memories of the knocking were not easily forgotten, and the experience had left an indelible mark on my psyche. In the weeks that followed, I settled into my new home, trying to rebuild my life and regain a sense of security. The nightly knocks had ceased, replaced by the quiet hum of a new environment. Despite the physical distance from the old house, the psychological impact remained. I found myself wary of the dark, the quiet, and the rhythm of nighttime disturbances. The experience had changed me in ways I hadn't anticipated. I became more vigilant, more anxious about the unknown. The knocking had been more than just a physical disturbance, it was a psychological invasion that had left me feeling vulnerable and exposed. Each night, as I lay in bed, I found myself listening for any sign of an intruder, any hint of the familiar rhythm that had once plagued my life. The fear of being stalked lingered, a shadow of unease that followed me even in my new home. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, constantly checking and rechecking locks and avoiding patterns that might make me a target. The once simple act of closing my eyes at night became fraught with anxiety, a reminder of the darkness that had once intruded upon my life. Though I tried to move on and find solace in my new surroundings, the haunting rhythm of the knocking remained a part of me. It was a constant reminder of the fragility of safety and the psychological toll that such disturbances can inflict. The experience had left me forever changed, a stark lesson in the impact of unseen forces and the deep-seated fear they can evoke. Story 12. The office was a second home to me, a place where I spent long hours immersed in work. I prided myself on being dedicated and meticulous, often staying late to ensure everything was perfect. The building was typically quiet after hours, with only a few scattered employees lingering to finish tasks. The janitor, a middle-aged man named Gary, was usually the only other person around during those late hours. At first, I had no reason to think anything was amiss. He was polite and professional, and I appreciated that the office was always clean and well-maintained. However, as time went on, I began to notice a pattern that unsettled me. Gary seemed unusually interested in my work schedule and personal life. He would often make comments about how late I was staying, or ask probing questions about the projects I was working on. His questions were oddly specific, and his remarks seemed to go beyond the casual small talk one might expect from a janitor. One evening, As I was working late to prepare for an important presentation, Gary made his usual rounds through the office. He stopped by my desk and struck up a conversation, which started innocuously enough. But then he commented on the late hour and remarked, "I see you're working on that big project again. It must be stressful." I nodded, trying to keep the conversation brief. "Yes, it's been a lot of work, but I'm almost done." Gary's eyes lingered on me for a moment longer than necessary. "You know, it's important to take breaks. I've seen how hard you work, and it can't be good to be here so late." His comment struck me as intrusive. It wasn't the first time he had made remarks about my work habits or my personal life. He seemed to know more than he should, given our limited interactions. I brushed it off as a peculiar personality quirk, but the feeling of discomfort lingered. The following week, I stayed late again to finalize some details for a major project. As the hours ticked by, I noticed that Gary's usual rounds were taking longer. He seemed to be spending more time around my floor, and I began to feel increasingly uneasy. The office was empty except for us, and the quiet hum of the fluorescent lights only heightened my sense of isolation. Around midnight, I decided to take a break and stepped out of my office to grab a coffee from the kitchen. As I walked down the hall, I noticed Gary standing near the door to my office, seemingly fiddling with the lock. My heart raced as I watched him through the glass window in the door. It was clear that he was trying to gain access to my office, and the sight made my blood run cold. I quickly stepped back and called security, explaining the situation with a trembling voice. By the time security arrived, Gary was gone, and the door to my office was untouched. I felt a mix of relief and anxiety as the security team reviewed the footage and questioned the janitor. Gary claimed he was simply checking on the office, and that his actions were a misunderstanding. However, the explanation didn't sit right with me. The next day, I reported the incident to HR. I explained the situation and expressed my concerns about Gary's behavior. HR took the matter seriously and assured me that an investigation would be conducted. Gary was subsequently fired, and the company implemented stricter access controls to prevent unauthorized entry into offices after hours. Even though the situation was resolved and Gary was no longer employed at the company, the incident left a lasting impact on me. The feeling of invasion and the knowledge that someone had been trying to access my office without permission made me deeply uneasy. It was clear that Gary's interest in my personal life had crossed a line, and his actions had breached my sense of security. The aftermath of the incident was unsettling. I found it difficult to shake off the feeling of being watched, and I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. Every time I worked late, I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder, worried that someone else might be lurking in the shadows. The incident had eroded my sense of safety and trust within the workplace. In the weeks that followed, I tried to regain a sense of normalcy. I adjusted to the new security measures and took extra precautions to ensure that my office remained secure. The company provided support and counseling for employees who had been affected by the incident, and I attended sessions to help process my feelings and regain my sense of security. Despite these efforts, the memory of Gary's intrusion lingered. The once comfortable office had become a place where I felt vulnerable and exposed. The trust I had in the workplace environment had been shaken, and I remained vigilant, always aware of the potential for another breach of privacy. In the end, the experience served as a stark reminder of how quickly one's sense of safety can be compromised. It highlighted the importance of maintaining boundaries and ensuring that personal and professional spaces remain secure. While I eventually learned to manage my anxiety and rebuild my trust in the workplace, the incident remained a haunting reminder of the delicate balance between professional interactions and personal privacy. Story 13. Moving into a new apartment was supposed to be a fresh start, a chance to escape the hectic pace of my old life and enjoy some tranquility. The apartment complex was a mid-century building with character-exposed brick walls, tall windows, and a cozy layout that felt like a perfect fit. My new apartment was on the second floor, and my only neighbor was the unit next door, which had been empty since I moved in. At first, everything was quiet. I enjoyed the solitude, the peace that came with having a space to myself. But as the days turned into weeks, I began to notice something unsettling. It started with faint noises, barely perceptible at first. Footsteps echoing from the empty unit next door, soft whispers that seemed to float through the walls, and the occasional sound of furniture being moved around. I tried to ignore it, attributing the noises to the quirks of old buildings' creaky floors, shifting pipes, and settling structures. But as the sounds persisted, they grew louder and more distinct. I found myself lying awake at night, straining to hear over the rhythmic ticking of my clock. The whispers became clearer, almost as if they were just on the other side of the wall. The footsteps were no longer subtle but deliberate, as if someone was pacing back and forth. The disturbances were relentless. The sounds would begin around midnight and continue well into the early hours of the morning. I would often wake up startled, my heart racing as I listened to the unsettling noises. I would get out of bed, walk over to the wall, and press my ear against it, trying to discern what was happening. Each time I found nothing but the quiet of my own apartment and the echoes of my own fear. Desperate for relief, I approached the landlord. I described the noises and expressed my growing concern. The landlord, a middle-aged man with a perpetually furrowed brow, assured me that he would look into it. He explained that the neighboring unit had been vacant for a while and promised to investigate. Despite his assurances, nothing seemed to change. The noises continued, and my sleep became more fragmented and troubled. I decided to document the disturbances, hoping that a record of the sounds might help my case. I set up a voice recorder in my bedroom and left it running overnight. When I reviewed the recordings, I was struck by the clarity of the sounds. The footsteps were unmistakable, along with the whispered conversations that seemed to drift through the walls. It was both a confirmation of my experiences and a source of deepening dread. I approached the landlord again, presenting the recordings and pleading for him to address the issue. He listened attentively but remained unconvinced that there was a problem. He suggested that the noises could be attributed to the building's age, or perhaps even to the echoing effects of sound travel in old structures. His dismissive attitude left me feeling frustrated and helpless. As the weeks went on, the disturbances only worsened. The noises grew more intense, with loud thumps and dragging sounds that made it impossible for me to sleep. I began to feel as if I were living in a constant state of paranoia, unable to relax or feel safe in my own home. I would lie awake at night, clutching my blankets, listening to the relentless noises that seemed to be closing in on me. One particularly eerie night, the noises reached a crescendo. It was as if a full-blown commotion was taking place next door. The sounds of furniture scraping against the floor, heavy footsteps, and muffled shouting filled the air. I could hear the distinct sound of something being dragged across the floor, and the whispers had turned into urgent, frantic voices. Unable to endure the tension any longer, I decided to confront the issue head-on. I went to the landlord's office the next morning, my anxiety reaching its peak. I demanded that he take immediate action to investigate the source of the noises. The landlord, now visibly perturbed by my insistence, agreed to take more serious measures. He arranged for a maintenance worker to enter the vacant unit and inspect it. The worker, armed with a set of keys and a flashlight, ventured into the empty apartment. After an hour of thorough searching, the worker returned with a blank expression, stating that he had found nothing out of the ordinary. The unit was as empty and quiet as it had always been. Despite the maintenance workers' report, the noises continued unabated. I began to feel a sense of dread that pervaded every corner of my life. My once peaceful apartment had become a place of anxiety and fear. I found myself avoiding being alone, staying at friends' houses whenever I could, and constantly on edge when I was at home. Eventually, I started to research the history of the building, hoping to find some clue about the origins of the disturbances. I discovered that the apartment complex had been built in the 1920s and had housed various tenants over the years. There were rumors of past residents experiencing strange occurrences, but nothing concrete. As I delved deeper, I learned that the building had once been the site of a tragic event of fire that had claimed the lives of several people. The stories I uncovered were chilling, and I couldn't help but wonder if there was a connection between the fire and the noises I was hearing. The idea that I might be living among the echoes of the past only deepened my sense of unease. The persistent disturbances and my growing fear eventually led me to make the difficult decision to move out of the apartment. I packed my belongings and left, hoping to find a place where I could regain a sense of normalcy and peace. As I closed the door to my old apartment for the last time, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving behind something more than just a space. It was as if I was escaping from the very shadows that had haunted my nights. The new apartment was quiet and calm, a stark contrast to the turmoil I had experienced. I felt a sense of relief as I settled into my new home, but the memories of the disturbances next door lingered. The echoes of footsteps and whispers had left an indelible mark on my psyche, a reminder of the thin boundary between the living and the unknown. The experience had taught me that sometimes the most unsettling disturbances come not from within but from the echoes of the past that linger just out of reach. Story 14. The day started like any other. I was in the middle of organizing my study, sorting through piles of old paperwork and discarded items, when the doorbell rang. I opened the door to find a delivery person with a large, nondescript crate. It was an odd sight, no identifying labels, no company name, and no accompanying paperwork. The crate was plain, made of sturdy wood with metal reinforcements at the corners, and bore a heavy, locked lid. "Do you know who this is from?" I asked the delivery person, my curiosity piqued. The delivery person shook his head. "No idea. It was left at our loading dock with no return address. It's marked for you, though." I thanked him and carefully carried the crate inside. The lack of any identifying marks or notes only fueled my curiosity and apprehension. I placed the crate on the living room floor and stared at it, trying to remember if I had ordered anything recently or if I was expecting a package. Nothing came to mind. With a sense of both anticipation and unease, I pried open the crate. The lid creaked as I lifted it, and I was met with a jumble of items that were both familiar and haunting. Inside, I found a collection of personal belongings, old letters, photographs, keepsakes, and other trinkets that I had long forgotten. There were items that I had lost years ago, as well as things that I thought had been discarded. One of the first things I pulled out was an old leather-bound journal. The journal had belonged to me during my teenage years, filled with entries from a time when my life seemed simpler. I flipped through the pages, and the words of my younger self brought back a flood of memories, some pleasant, others bittersweet. The journal had been missing for over a decade, and seeing it again stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease. Next, I found a box of old photographs. There were pictures of my family, friends, and me from various stages of my life. Among them were snapshots of moments I had completely forgotten, like birthday parties, family gatherings, and vacations. Some of the photos had been damaged over time, with faded colors and frayed edges, making them all the more poignant. It was as if someone had gone out of their way to collect pieces of my past and present them to me in this eerie fashion. Among the items were also several handwritten letters, notes from friends, family, and even a few romantic letters from past relationships. They were all neatly folded and tied with ribbon, as if they had been preserved for this very moment. Reading through them was both heartwarming and unsettling. It was like being forced to revisit moments I had intentionally left behind, reliving feelings and experiences that I had moved on from. As I continued to sift through the crate, I found a small jewelry box containing a few pieces of jewelry I had lost years ago: a silver locket, a pair of earrings, and an old family heirloom ring. These items were precious to me, and their return was both a relief and a source of anxiety. Why were they here, and who had returned them? There was no note or explanation in the crate, no hint as to who might have sent it or why they had gathered these items. The mystery of the crate grew more unsettling with each item I unearthed. It was clear that someone had gone to great lengths to collect and return these personal belongings, but the lack of context made the gesture feel ominous. I searched the crate for any clues or hidden messages, but it was empty. The crate itself had no markings or inscriptions that might provide insight into its origins. The absence of any identifying information made the entire situation more disconcerting. I felt like I was being watched or manipulated, but I couldn't figure out the motive or the identity of the sender. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. The crate and its contents had a way of invading my thoughts, making me feel uneasy in my own home. I found myself revisiting the items, trying to find meaning or patterns in the assortment of my personal history. Each time I looked at the items, I felt a sense of violation, as though someone had been rummaging through my past without my consent. I considered reporting the crate to the authorities, but the lack of evidence and the fact that nothing seemed to be missing or damaged made me hesitant. What would I even tell them? That someone had returned my old belongings with no explanation. It sounded implausible and would likely lead to little actionable information. Instead, I decided to keep the items in a secure place and try to move on with my life. I was determined not to let the crate dominate my thoughts or disrupt my daily routine. However, the sense of intrusion lingered. Every time I looked at the crate or the items, I was reminded of the unsettling experience. In an effort to reclaim a sense of normalcy, I focused on organizing and cataloging the items in the crate. I took the opportunity to sort through old letters and photographs, creating new albums and organizing my memories in a more deliberate way. This process helped me come to terms with the past and regain a sense of control over my own history. The crate eventually became a part of my life's landscape, a strange reminder of the mysteries that sometimes lurk in our everyday existence. While the identity of the sender remained unknown and the purpose of their actions remained a mystery, the experience had a profound impact on me. It made me more aware of the fragility of privacy and the ways in which our personal histories can be unexpectedly revisited. As time went on, the initial shock of the crate faded, but the lesson remained. The experience taught me to appreciate the present and to treasure the moments I had with loved ones, all while remaining vigilant about the boundaries of my personal space. The crate may have been a disturbing reminder of my past, but it also reinforced my resolve to live in the moment and to cherish the memories that truly mattered. Story 15. It was a crisp autumn night when I discovered my car had been stolen. The realization came as a jolt when I stepped outside to head to work, only to find an empty parking space where my vehicle had been. The sense of violation was immediate and overwhelming. I called the police, filed a report, and began the process of dealing with the loss. The days that followed were filled with frustration. I had to arrange alternative transportation, juggle appointments, and manage the inconvenience of being without my car. It was a waiting game, hoping that my vehicle would be recovered. The police were diligent, but their updates were sparse and unpromising. Then, just as abruptly as it had vanished, my car was returned. I received a call from the police informing me that my vehicle had been found, and they had returned it to the exact spot where I had originally parked it. The news was a relief, but it was tinged with a lingering sense of unease. How could my car have been recovered so perfectly? It was almost too convenient. When I got my car back, I conducted a thorough inspection. To my relief, it was undamaged. There were no signs of forced entry or physical harm. Everything seemed normal, except for one small detail: a hidden recording device nestled under the driver's seat. The discovery came as a shock. I had initially overlooked the device during my inspection, but as I sat in the driver's seat and prepared to drive, something caught my eye. It was a small, inconspicuous black box, barely noticeable. I gingerly retrieved it, my heart pounding with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. It was about the size of a matchbook, with a single blinking red light on its surface. I turned the device over in my hands, unsure of what to do. The implications of its presence were chilling. Had someone been listening to my conversations? Had they been tracking my movements? I carefully removed the device and took it inside, my mind racing with questions. Once inside, I connected the device to my computer. The process was simple but tense. The device was designed to be user-friendly, and within moments I had accessed the files stored on it. The recordings began to play, each one a snapshot of my daily life over the past week. The first recording was of a casual conversation I had with a friend at a coffee shop. The next few were snippets from phone calls and meetings, mundane and ordinary. As I continued to listen, my sense of violation deepened. The recordings captured not just conversations, but also the ambient sounds of my daily life: the clinking of dishes, the hum of traffic, the rustle of papers. They were fragments of my private world, pieced together without my consent. My mind raced with possibilities. Who could have done this? Why? Was it a targeted surveillance or a random act of intrusion? I felt an overwhelming sense of paranoia. The idea that someone had been so close, so intimately involved in my life, was profoundly unsettling. I immediately contacted the police and reported the discovery of the recording device. They took it for analysis, but their investigation yielded no new leads. The device itself was untraceable, with no identifying marks or connections to a known entity. They advised me to remain cautious and increase my personal security measures, but their guidance felt insufficient. In the following days, I became increasingly paranoid. I scrutinized every unfamiliar face, every odd occurrence. I began to question the intentions of those around me, convinced that I was being watched or followed. The recordings had left me with a sense of vulnerability that I couldn't shake. I installed additional security cameras around my home and car. I began to vary my routines, taking different routes to work and avoiding predictable patterns. I also became hyper-vigilant about my surroundings, trying to identify any potential threats. Despite these efforts, the fear of being constantly observed lingered. The invasion of privacy had left me feeling isolated and on edge. I struggled to trust others, even those close to me. The recordings had revealed too much, and the knowledge that someone had been monitoring me was a heavy burden. I found myself questioning my own sanity at times, wondering if my heightened paranoia was a result of the intrusion, or if there was a genuine threat I was failing to recognize. In an effort to regain a sense of control, I sought support from a therapist. The sessions helped me process the emotional impact of the incident and provided strategies for managing anxiety and paranoia. Through therapy, I learned to differentiate between rational fears and irrational ones, and I worked on rebuilding my sense of security. Months passed, and while the immediate fear began to wane, the incident remained a haunting reminder of the fragility of privacy. The recording device and its implications had profoundly affected my life. I had taken steps to protect myself, but the psychological scars of the experience persisted. I never learned who was behind the surveillance or why they targeted me. The case remained unsolved, and the recordings were never used against me, but the sense of violation and the paranoia that followed left an indelible mark on my life. The incident served as a stark reminder of the invasive potential of modern technology and the importance of safeguarding one's privacy in an increasingly connected world. In the end, I learned to live with the lingering unease, accepting it as a part of my experience. I remained vigilant and cautious, but I also worked on finding a balance between security and normalcy. The incident had reshaped my perspective on privacy and personal safety, leaving me more aware of the hidden threats that can lurk in the shadows of our everyday lives. Story 16. It was supposed to be a relaxing getaway, just a week-long break from the stress of daily life. When I found a charming rental property online, it seemed perfect, a secluded cottage nestled in the woods, away from the hustle and bustle of the city. The reviews were glowing, and the photos promised a serene retreat. I booked it immediately, eager for a change of scenery and a chance to unwind. Upon arrival, the cottage lived up to its promise. It was quaint and cozy, with a crackling fireplace and picturesque views of the surrounding forest. The living room was spacious and inviting, adorned with antique furniture and old-fashioned charm. I spent my days exploring the nearby trails and my evenings curled up with a good book in front of the fire. It was idyllic until the discovery that shattered the illusion of tranquility. One afternoon, while dusting off some shelves in the living room, I noticed a faint glint behind the smoke detector on the ceiling. Curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to investigate. With a step ladder and a screwdriver, I carefully removed the smoke detector. To my shock, I found a small, concealed camera embedded within the device. The camera was wired and connected to a thin cable that disappeared into the wall. My heart raced as I followed the cable's path. It led to a closet in the hallway which I hadn't noticed before. Inside, I found a recording device neatly tucked away behind a stack of old blankets. The sight of the hidden camera and its recording equipment made my stomach churn. The realization that I had been secretly filmed, potentially in every moment of my stay, left me feeling violated and deeply unsettled. I took pictures of the camera and the recording device as evidence, my hands trembling with a mixture of fear and anger. I immediately contacted the property owner, hoping for an explanation. I dialed the number listed on the rental agreement, and when the landlord answered, I tried to keep my voice calm. "I've just discovered a hidden camera in the smoke detector and a recording device in the closet," I said. "Can you explain what's going on?" The landlord's response was a mix of denial and defensiveness. "I don't know anything about that," he said, his voice sounding strained. "It must be some sort of misunderstanding. I'll come over right away to check it out." When he arrived, he appeared visibly flustered. He inspected the camera and the recording device with a forced calmness. "I assure you, this isn't supposed to be here," he said, though his words did little to ease my anxiety. "I'll have this sorted out immediately." Despite his assurances, the sense of safety I had hoped for was shattered. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me, invading my privacy in a place I had trusted. I couldn't continue staying in the cottage, so I decided to leave early, feeling a growing sense of urgency to escape the unsettling situation. Before leaving, I made sure to secure all my belongings and lock up the cottage. I left the hidden camera and recording device where I had found them, hoping that the landlord would follow through on his promise to address the issue. I took one last look around the cottage, my mind racing with questions and fears. What had motivated someone to install such invasive equipment? Was this a one-time occurrence, or was there a larger pattern at play? As I drove away from the cottage, I couldn't help but replay the events in my mind. The more I thought about it, the more I felt a deep sense of violation. The thought of being watched in my most private moments was profoundly disturbing. I made a mental note to contact local authorities and file a formal complaint. It was essential to ensure that this issue was investigated thoroughly and that others were warned about the potential breach of privacy. Once I returned home, I followed through with my plan. I reported the incident to the police and provided them with the evidence I had collected. They took my statement and assured me they would look into the matter. I also contacted the rental platform to report the property and ensure that no one else would have to experience such an invasion of privacy. The aftermath of the incident left me feeling on edge. The cottage, which had initially promised peace and relaxation, had become a source of anxiety and distress. I found it difficult to shake off the feeling of being watched, even in the comfort of my own home. I couldn't help but wonder about the motivations behind the hidden camera and recording device. Were they part of a larger scheme, or was this an isolated incident? Despite the unsettling experience, I tried to focus on moving forward. I took extra precautions to protect my privacy and remain vigilant. The incident served as a stark reminder of the importance of safeguarding one's personal space and being cautious when staying in unfamiliar places. In the end, the hidden camera incident became a haunting memory, a reminder of how easily trust can be broken and how essential it is to be aware of one's surroundings. The cottage, once a symbol of escape, now stood as a cautionary tale of invasion and violation. The experience had taught me to be more vigilant and to trust my instincts when something felt off. The memory of that hidden camera would linger, a constant reminder of the importance of privacy and the need to protect oneself from unseen threats. Story 17. It began subtly, with innocuous messages appearing in my social media inbox. At first, they seemed like harmless spam or automated messages. They were from an anonymous account, and the content was generic comments on my recent posts, questions about my day. I barely paid them any mind, assuming they were just the usual online noise. But then the messages took a more personal turn. The first one that caught my attention was a comment about a dinner I'd had with a friend, a dinner I hadn't mentioned on social media. The message was vague but unnerving. I hope dinner with Alex went well. You seem to have a good time. I was startled. I had not shared any details about this dinner online. The message was unsettling, but I brushed it off as a strange coincidence. I changed my social media passwords, hoping to ward off any potential intruders. It seemed like a reasonable step, and I hoped that would be the end of it. But the messages kept coming. They grew more specific and intrusive. They started mentioning my daily routines and private interactions that I hadn't posted or shared online. One message read, "I saw you at the coffee shop yesterday. You were reading that new book you love." I hadn't mentioned my coffee shop visit or the book to anyone, let alone online. It felt like someone was watching my every move, and the invasion of privacy was deeply disturbing. The anonymity of the messages made them even more unnerving. The account that sent them had no profile picture, no real information, just a blank slate. I reported the messages to the social media platform, hoping that removing the account would put an end to the intrusion. But despite the reports and password changes, the messages continued. The next set of messages were even more invasive. They detailed conversations I'd had with friends and family, events I had attended, and even private thoughts I had shared in conversations. The sender seemed to know things about me that I hadn't posted or discussed publicly. One message read, "I'm glad you and Lisa were able to resolve that argument. You seemed much happier after your talk." Feeling increasingly vulnerable, I reached out to my close friends and family, asking if anyone had shared personal information about me. No one had. Everyone was puzzled and concerned, but no one had any answers. The messages had reached a new level of psychological intimidation, and my sense of safety was rapidly eroding. I consulted with a cybersecurity expert who examined my devices for any signs of hacking or malware. They found no evidence of a breach, which was both a relief and a source of further anxiety. If my devices weren't compromised, it meant that the stalker had access to my life in ways I couldn't understand. It was a chilling realization. In my growing paranoia, I began to alter my routines and avoid places I frequented. I stopped sharing any details about my life online, hoping to make it harder for the stalker to gather information. Despite these precautions, the messages continued, often referencing recent events I hadn't mentioned anywhere. One particularly disturbing message read, "I noticed you've been avoiding the gym lately. I hope you're okay. Maybe you're just taking a break." I hadn't shared my gym schedule or my reasons for changing it with anyone, let alone online. The level of detail in these messages was suffocating, making me feel trapped in a constant state of surveillance. The anxiety of being watched took a toll on my mental health. I struggled to maintain a semblance of normalcy in my daily life, but the constant fear of being observed was overwhelming. I felt like I was living in a glass box, with every action and thought potentially scrutinized by an unseen observer. The situation escalated when the messages began to include threats. One night I received a message saying, "I know where you live. I'll be watching you." The threat was explicit, and it sent me into a panic. I immediately contacted local law enforcement, providing them with the details of the messages and the anonymous account. They began an investigation but found little to go on. The anonymity of the messages made it challenging to trace the source. Despite the police's efforts and my attempts to safeguard my personal information, the messages persisted. They became more menacing, and the feeling of being stalked became a constant presence in my life. I had installed additional security measures in my home and started to take extra precautions when leaving or arriving. Yet the sense of being constantly watched never faded. As the months passed, the messages gradually stopped. The anonymous account disappeared, and the intrusive communications ceased. I was left with a lingering sense of unease and a heightened awareness of my surroundings. The experience had left a mark on me, and the psychological impact of being observed and threatened took time to overcome. I never discovered who was behind the messages or what their motives were. The anonymity of the stalker added to the sense of dread, leaving me with unanswered questions and a profound sense of vulnerability. The incident had taught me the importance of vigilance and the limits of online privacy, and it served as a stark reminder of the unsettling ways in which technology can be used to invade personal space. The experience had changed me, and though I tried to move on, the feeling of being watched remained a haunting echo in my life. It was a constant reminder of how fragile our sense of security can be, and how the unseen can have a profound impact on our well-being. Story 18. It was a crisp autumn morning when I discovered the first letter in my mailbox. It was an unremarkable envelope yellowed with age and addressed to someone named John Doe. I didn't think much of it at first. After all, mail often ended up in the wrong box by mistake. However, when I noticed that the letter had been placed in my mailbox without any postage or return address, my curiosity was piqued. I opened the envelope and pulled out a single sheet of paper. The letter was written in neat, block letters. As I began to read, a chill ran down my spine. The letter contained a detailed description of my previous day's activities, my morning jog through the park, the coffee shop I visited, and even the brief conversation I had with the barista. The letter concluded with a sentence that left me feeling unsettled. "I hope you enjoyed your day." My initial reaction was confusion. How could someone know so much about my day? I chalked it up to an elaborate prank or a mix-up with someone's personal notes. Still, the letter left me with an uneasy feeling. Over the next week, I received 3 more letters, each more disturbing than the last. One described in vivid detail my evening spent reading a book on my porch. Another letter described my interactions with a delivery person who had come to my house, including specific details about our brief conversation. The latest letter described a private moment in my home, how I had rearranged the furniture, and a comment I had made aloud about wanting to redecorate. Each letter was unsettling, but the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. It was as if someone had been shadowing me, documenting every move I made. I grew increasingly paranoid and began to scrutinize every detail of my daily routine, searching for clues or patterns that might explain the surveillance. Desperate for answers, I contacted the Postal Service. I explained the situation and showed them the letters. Their response was a mix of concern and confusion. They checked their records and assured me that there was no information about who might have sent the letters. They were unable to trace any origins, given the absence of postage and return addresses. The lack of concrete answers left me feeling more vulnerable and anxious. With no resolution from the Postal Service, I decided to take further action. I installed security cameras around my home, hoping they might capture some evidence of the person responsible. I also began keeping a detailed log of any unusual occurrences or individuals who might have been acting suspiciously near my house. The days turned into weeks, and the letters continued to arrive. They became more detailed and personal, describing not just my activities but my thoughts and feelings. One letter even included a drawing of my house from a vantage point that suggested someone had been watching from across the street. The letters were becoming increasingly invasive, and my anxiety grew with each new arrival. I reached out to the local police department, presenting the evidence I had gathered. The officers were sympathetic and took the situation seriously, but without concrete evidence or a clear suspect, their investigation was limited. They advised me to be cautious and to continue documenting any suspicious activity. Despite their efforts, the police were unable to find any leads. The feeling of being observed persisted, and the letters continued to arrive. I felt trapped in a nightmare of my own making, unable to escape the constant scrutiny that had become a part of my daily life. My home, once a place of comfort, now felt like a prison. One particularly unsettling letter arrived on a rainy afternoon. It detailed an intimate conversation I had had with a close friend, including private details that made me feel violated. I became convinced that someone was using hidden cameras or some other means to invade my privacy. The thought of being watched through hidden lenses made me feel constantly on edge. In a desperate attempt to regain control, I decided to take a different approach. I began to alter my routines, changing my daily schedule and avoiding places I had previously frequented. I hoped that by making my activities less predictable, I could throw off the person who was monitoring me. I also increased the security measures around my home, installing motion sensor lights and reinforcing my door locks. Despite my efforts, the letters continued to arrive, and the sense of being watched never fully dissipated. I began to question my own sanity, wondering if I was overreacting, or if there was a legitimate threat. The psychological toll of the situation was immense, and I found it increasingly difficult to relax or feel safe in my own home. Eventually, the letters stopped arriving. The sudden silence was both a relief and a new source of anxiety. I couldn't shake the feeling that the person behind the letters might be watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike again. The sense of being observed had left a lasting impact on my life, making me wary of my surroundings and suspicious of those around me. In the end, the experience taught me a profound lesson about the fragility of personal privacy and the invasive power of unseen observers. The letters, with their detailed descriptions and unsettling insights, had exposed a vulnerability I hadn't fully understood before. Although the physical evidence of the surveillance was gone, the psychological scars remained, a constant reminder of the time when my sense of safety and normalcy was shattered by an unknown, ever-watchful presence. Story 19. It was one of those quiet, still nights when the world seemed to slow down and the only sounds were the hum of my car and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. I had been out visiting friends and was heading home well past midnight. The road was deserted, the street lights casting long, eerie shadows on the asphalt. I enjoyed the solitude of late-night drives. It was a time for reflection, a chance to clear my mind after a long day. As I drove through the winding country roads leading to my house, I noticed a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror. At first, I dismissed it as just another car on the road, but as the miles passed and the headlights remained fixed behind me, I started to feel uneasy. I checked the rearview mirror again, and there was the same set of headlights, keeping a steady distance from me, neither gaining nor falling behind. I tried to shake off the growing sense of discomfort. I accelerated slightly, hoping to put some distance between me and the car, but the headlights remained locked onto me. I slowed down, and the car followed suit. A knot tightened in my stomach. The road was deserted, and the only thing that broke the silence was the rhythmic thrum of my tires on the pavement. I made a sharp turn onto a less traveled road, hoping to lose the car in the maze of twisting lanes. But when I glanced in the rearview mirror, the headlights were still there, seemingly undeterred by the detour. My heart raced, and I could feel the sweat forming on the back of my neck. I had heard stories about people being followed, but I never imagined I'd be in such a situation. As the tension mounted, I decided to test the situation further. I took a series of unpredictable turns, changing speed frequently, hoping to shake off the persistent tail. The car's headlights followed each maneuver with eerie precision. It was as if the car had a will of its own, a relentless determination to keep its distance but never fall out of sight. The feeling of being pursued grew more intense with each passing minute. My mind raced with possibilities. Was this someone playing a cruel game? Or was there a more sinister reason behind the persistent headlights? The isolation of the road only heightened my sense of vulnerability. There were no houses, no streetlights, and no signs of civilization. Just me, my car, and the ever-present headlights behind me. I decided to make one final, dramatic move. I pulled into a small, gravel lot that was barely visible from the road. I turned off my headlights and engine, hoping to conceal my presence and see if the car would pass by. I sat in the darkness, straining my ears for any sign of movement. For a moment there was silence. I held my breath, my heart pounding in my chest. After what felt like an eternity, I saw the headlights of the car slowly approach the lot. They stopped just outside, and for a few agonizing moments, it seemed like the car was scanning the area. The silence was deafening, and I could almost feel the weight of the situation pressing down on me. I watched in trepidation as the headlights slowly moved away, disappearing down the road. I waited for several more minutes, making sure the car had truly left before I dared to start my engine again. When I finally pulled back onto the road, my pulse was still racing, and my hands were gripping the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see the headlights reappear. The rest of the drive home was nerve-wracking. Every car that came into view felt like a potential threat, and I was hyper-aware of every passing vehicle. When I finally pulled into my driveway and shut the garage door behind me, a wave of relief washed over me, but the anxiety lingered. The eerie feeling of being pursued stayed with me long after I was safely inside my house. In the following days, I remained wary whenever I drove. Every set of headlights in my rearview mirror made my heart skip a beat. I found myself avoiding late-night drives, opting for safer, more populated routes whenever possible. The sense of being watched or followed had left a lasting impact on me. I reported the incident to the local police, but without concrete evidence or a description of the vehicle, there was little they could do. They advised me to stay alert and to report any further suspicious activity, but their reassurances did little to ease my unease. The experience had taught me a harsh lesson about vulnerability and the unsettling reality of being followed. I had always taken the safety of my nighttime drives for granted, but now I knew how quickly things could take a turn for the worse. The headlights in my rearview mirror had become a haunting reminder of the unpredictability of the world, a constant shadow in my mind that made me question the safety of the roads I once felt so comfortable on. Though the car never reappeared and the feeling of being pursued eventually faded, the impact of that night stayed with me. The once peaceful solitude of my late-night drives was now tinged with a sense of caution, a reminder of the darkness that can lurk even in the most familiar places. Story 20. It started as an occasional nuisance and unexplained ringing of the doorbell at odd hours. At first, it was easy to brush off. I'd been in the middle of late-night work or a quiet evening at home when the chime echoed through the house. I would rush to the door, expecting to find a visitor or perhaps a delivery, only to find an empty porch. No one was ever there. The first few times it happened, I tried to convince myself it was just a prank or a random malfunction. I checked the doorbell system, ensured the wiring was intact, and even replaced the batteries. Everything seemed in order. Still, the ringing persisted, always at strange hours late at night, in the early morning, or even just as I was about to fall asleep. The frequency of these occurrences increased. It wasn't long before the doorbell rang almost nightly, disturbing my peace and sleep. Each time I would answer the door with a mix of irritation and anxiety, only to be greeted by the cold, empty night. I began to dread the sound of the doorbell, which had once been a benign, even reassuring noise. Determined to put an end to the disturbance, I decided to upgrade my doorbell system. I installed a new, state-of-the-art doorbell with a video camera, hoping that the advanced technology might help catch whoever or whatever was behind the mysterious ringing. I also made sure to install new wiring and a fresh set of batteries, ensuring that every component was in top condition. For a brief moment, I thought the problem had been resolved. The new doorbell system was quiet for a few nights, and I began to relax, thinking that the issue was merely a result of the old system's malfunction. However, it wasn't long before the ringing started again. I woke one night to the familiar chime of the new doorbell. Disoriented, I stumbled out of bed and checked the video feed on my phone. The camera captured nothing but a dark, empty porch. There were no figures, no signs of movement, just the stillness of the night. I checked the timestamps, noting that the ringing had occurred exactly at 2:37 a.m., just as it had with the old system. As the nights went on, the unexplained ringing became a nightly occurrence. Each time I checked the video feed, I saw the same empty porch. The sound of the doorbell ringing without any apparent cause began to weigh heavily on my mind. The sense of being disturbed without reason was unsettling, and my once comfortable home now felt like a source of anxiety. The situation became increasingly frustrating. I started to consider various explanations. Perhaps a neighbor was playing a prank. or there was an issue with the new system that I hadn't yet identified. I contacted the doorbell manufacturer for support, but their technicians found nothing wrong with the system. They ran diagnostic tests and even replaced some components, but the problem persisted. As the weeks went by, the constant ringing took a toll on my mental well-being. I found myself becoming more anxious and irritable, unable to enjoy the peace of my own home. The nightly disturbances disrupted my sleep, leaving me exhausted and on edge. The doorbell, once a simple convenience, had become a symbol of intrusion and unease. One particularly unsettling night, I was awoken by the doorbell ringing repeatedly. The persistent sound shattered the stillness of the house, and I knew something was different this time. I checked the video feed and saw a brief glimpse of a shadow moving across the porch, but it was too fleeting to make out any details. My heart raced as I replayed the footage, hoping for more clarity, but the shadow remained elusive. In my desperation, I decided to install additional security measures. I placed motion-activated lights around the porch and added cameras to other areas of the house, hoping that these new measures might catch something the doorbell system had missed. I also set up an alarm system, programming it to alert me if anyone approached the door. Despite these efforts, the ringing continued. It was as if whatever was causing the disturbances had adapted to my attempts to catch it. The sense of being monitored and disturbed without cause grew stronger, and the situation began to consume my thoughts. I felt as though I was living in a perpetual state of vigilance, unable to escape the constant unease. One night, as I sat in the living room reviewing the footage from my new security cameras, I noticed something strange. In one of the video clips, the doorbell seemed to ring without any apparent trigger. The footage showed the doorbell lighting up and emitting its chime, even though no one was visible on the porch and no motion sensors had been triggered. I contacted a local paranormal investigator, hoping that they might offer some insight into the situation. They conducted a thorough investigation, including checking for any electromagnetic interference or environmental factors that might explain the ringing. However, their findings were inconclusive, and they could not identify any clear cause for the disturbances. The investigator suggested that the doorbell ringing could be a manifestation of residual energy or a haunting, though I was skeptical. The idea that something supernatural might be at play was unsettling, but it seemed as plausible as any other explanation. The investigator's visit left me with more questions than answers, and the eerie feeling of being watched persisted. Over time, the frequency of the doorbell ringing began to diminish, though it never entirely stopped. The nights remained unpredictable, and the unsettling sense of disturbance lingered. My home had been invaded by an invisible presence, and the feeling of being constantly watched had become a part of my daily life. Despite the passing of time, the doorbell ringing remained a haunting reminder of the invasion of privacy and the unsettling nature of being disturbed without cause. The once simple chime of the doorbell had become a symbol of intrusion, a constant reminder of the unexplained and the unsettling unknown. Story 21. I woke up to an empty apartment, the kind of silence that seems too loud. The usual clamor of the coffee machine and the faint rustle of my roommate moving around in the kitchen were conspicuously absent. I called out his name, but the only response was the echo of my voice. Puzzled, I ventured out of my room. The apartment was eerily still, and a quick glance around confirmed my roommate, Dave, was nowhere to be found. His bedroom door was slightly ajar, which wasn't unusual. He was a pretty laid-back guy about personal space. I knocked lightly, then opened it fully. The room was immaculate, but something felt off. I turned back to the kitchen, where I noticed that Dave's belongings were gone. His favorite mug, the one with the coffee stains and the worn handle, was nowhere to be found. His laptop, which he always left on the kitchen counter, was gone. I shrugged it off as perhaps he'd gone out for an early appointment or something. As I began making coffee, something caught my eye, a note pinned to the fridge. It was scribbled in a hurried scrawl. "Trust is a fragile thing." I stared at the note, my heart beginning to race. Dave had never left cryptic messages before. I brushed it off as a prank or maybe a piece of misplaced paper. Yet, an uneasy feeling settled in my stomach. The apartment's living room was next on my checklist. As I walked in, I noticed another strange thing. The cushions on the couch had been rearranged meticulously. Underneath one of them was another note, this one folded neatly. "Always watching, always waiting." Now my unease was turning into something more serious. I decided to investigate further, starting with the small study area Dave had. I rifled through his desk drawers trying to find anything that could explain his sudden disappearance. Instead, I found a stack of photographs, a collection of candid shots of me, taken from various angles, some with me in public places and others inside our apartment. Each photograph was labeled with a date and time, showing he had been documenting my every move. I felt my pulse quicken. Was Dave involved in something dangerous? I picked up my phone to call him but stopped midway, noticing a third note on the desk. "Some things are better left unknown." My hands trembled as I tried to make sense of everything. Dave had been living a double life, one that involved not only secretly observing me but also keeping meticulous records of his observations. The realization was chilling. I needed to know more, so I started to go through his personal belongings. His closet revealed nothing but the usual clothes, though I did find an empty safe behind a hidden panel in the wall. My curiosity was piqued, but I had no idea what could have been inside it or where it might be now. As I continued my search, I found another note, this time in the bathroom. "Everyone has secrets." I tried to shake off the creeping paranoia. Dave was always the type to have quirks, but this went beyond anything I could have imagined. I needed to understand why he had done this and where he had gone. Feeling increasingly desperate, I decided to check his car, hoping to find some clue about his whereabouts. Outside, the car was parked in its usual spot. The driver's side door was slightly ajar, and inside I discovered a final note on the dashboard. "Your turn to uncover the truth." With the final note in hand, I felt a mix of fear and determination. I couldn't stay in the apartment any longer. I needed to find out where Dave had gone and what his intentions were. I decided to visit places I knew he frequented, hoping to piece together his whereabouts. I started with his workplace, a small firm not far from our apartment. At the office, I asked his colleagues if they had seen him recently. They looked puzzled and informed me that Dave had taken an unplanned leave without any prior notice. His supervisor was concerned but didn't have any further information. I left the office feeling more confused but determined to continue my search. I spent the rest of the day tracking down every lead, checking local spots Dave used to visit, and even reaching out to friends of his who were just as perplexed as I was. With each passing hour, the weight of the situation grew heavier. By evening, I had exhausted most of my options and felt a growing sense of dread. Returning to the apartment, I made a decision. I couldn't stay there alone with the knowledge that Dave had been stalking me. I called the police to report him missing and to share my concerns about his behavior and the disturbing notes I had found. The next few days were a whirlwind. The police conducted their investigation and the apartment was thoroughly examined. They found no further evidence of wrongdoing, but my statements about the notes and photographs were taken seriously. Dave's sudden disappearance remained a mystery, with no clear answers emerging. As days turned into weeks, the unsettling feeling of being watched never quite left me. The notes Dave had left became a constant reminder of the violation of trust and privacy I had endured. I tried to return to my routine, but the memories lingered, casting a long shadow over my daily life. Eventually, the police concluded their investigation without finding Dave or any concrete clues. Life slowly resumed its normal pace, though the impact of Dave's double life remained an unsettling chapter in my story. The apartment was never quite the same, and I was left grappling with the echoes of a past that had revealed more than I had ever expected. Story 22. When my neighbor vanished without a trace, I was initially concerned but not overly alarmed. It wasn't until weeks later, when the absence of activity from his apartment became unnervingly conspicuous, that I began to worry. It was unlike Robert to disappear without a word, and the police's casual dismissal of his disappearance as a possible voluntary absence did little to reassure me. I had known Robert for years, his quirky habits, his unfailingly polite nods in the hallway, and his peculiar collection of antique clocks that ticked harmoniously through the thin walls of our shared building. As I watched the situation unfold, a gnawing curiosity began to creep into my thoughts. What if Robert's disappearance wasn't as innocent as it seemed? Robert had always been a bit of a mystery. He kept to himself, rarely mingling with the other tenants, but when he did, it was with an air of gentility that made him likable despite his reticence. The building's management had a standard procedure for such absences: a few notices, some phone calls, and then a decision to change the locks if necessary. But Robert's apartment remained untouched, and the stillness that filled the air was heavy with unspoken questions. My own curiosity turned into an obsession. I began to investigate Robert's life more deeply, though I approached it with caution, careful not to alert anyone to my activities. I started by exploring his apartment building, an old but charming structure with a tangled history. Robert had always seemed like the kind of person who lived in the past, and perhaps that was why he had chosen this building. It felt as if he had chosen it for its nostalgic allure, an aura of days gone by. I visited his apartment, using the excuse of wanting to leave a note for him about his missed rent payments. The apartment was eerily silent when I opened the door with the spare key the management had given me. Inside, everything was meticulously arranged, furniture covered in dust sheets, antique clocks still ticking away, and books neatly shelved as if waiting for someone to pick them up. What struck me most was a desk in the corner, cluttered with a stack of letters, old newspapers, and a few photographs. I hesitated for a moment before sifting through the pile, hoping for some clue about Robert's disappearance. As I flipped through the documents, something peculiar caught my eye. There was a letter yellowed with age, with my name on it addressed to me in Robert's elegant script. My heart raced as I carefully unfolded the letter. It read, "Dear neighbor, if you are reading this, it means I have not been able to deliver this message in person. There are things you should know, things that you might not want to know. You see, I have been following a trail that leads to you. It may seem strange, but there are shadows in your past that you might not be aware of. I've learned things about you that are disturbing. You have always been curious, but sometimes curiosity leads to uncovering truths best left hidden. If you find this letter, tread carefully. The search for answers might reveal more than you expect. Regards, Robert." My hands trembled as I finished reading. What could Robert have discovered about me that warranted such a cryptic message? The idea that he might have known something sinister about my life was both chilling and baffling. I had led a rather ordinary existence: an office job, a modest apartment, and a quiet routine. What shadows could possibly lurk in my past that would compel Robert to leave such a foreboding note? Determined to uncover the truth, I delved into my own history, something I had never given much thought to. I began by revisiting old documents, photographs, and even reaching out to old acquaintances. Nothing seemed amiss at first glance, but the more I dug, the more I unearthed oddities. There were gaps in my past, people who had vanished from my life without explanation, and incidents I couldn't quite remember clearly. One particular memory that stood out was a time I had moved to a new city years ago. I had left behind a group of friends, and there were a few who had seemed particularly interested in my departure. Could they have been connected to Robert's discovery? I began to track down these old friends, but each time I encountered silence or vague responses. It was as if they were deliberately avoiding any discussion about those years. As weeks turned into months, my obsession with the case grew. I revisited Robert's apartment several times, each visit revealing more of his peculiar world, his meticulously organized collection of artifacts, his diary filled with cryptic notes, and his obsessive research about the occult and secret societies. It was clear that Robert had been investigating something far beyond the ordinary, but how it related to me was still a mystery. One evening, while I was examining the diary, I noticed a pattern in Robert's notes, a connection between his research and a series of unsolved disappearances. The dates and locations aligned with my own life in unsettling ways. It seemed Robert had been piecing together a puzzle that involved not only his own investigation, but also something deeply entwined with my existence. As the days passed, I realized that my search for answers was leading me to a point of no return. The deeper I dug, the more I felt like I was being watched, shadowed by unseen eyes. The sinister feeling that had accompanied Robert's disappearance now loomed over my own life, and the once curious investigation had become a harrowing journey into the unknown. My own disappearance began to seem like a real possibility. In chasing Robert's shadows, I had uncovered a darkness that seemed intent on consuming me. I was left with a choice to continue unraveling the tangled threads of Robert's investigation, or to retreat from the abyss I had stumbled into. The truth was, some mysteries were never meant to be solved, some secrets were best left buried, hidden in the silence of vanished lives. Story 23. I came home to an unsettling sight that would forever alter my perception of safety. The front door, usually a steadfast guardian of my private life, stood ajar. My heart raced as I pushed it open, the familiar creak of the hinges sounding more ominous than ever before. The scent of stale air hit me like a wall, mingling with the faint, metallic tang of fear. The house, my sanctuary, had been invaded. Every drawer, every cabinet, and every surface had been rifled through. Papers were scattered, cushions tossed aside, and personal belongings strewn across the floor. The once orderly space was now a chaotic reflection of the violation that had transpired. My mind struggled to process the scene before me, and the weight of reality slowly began to settle in. The initial panic gave way to a numb disbelief as I stepped further into the disarray. It wasn't just the physical mess that was disturbing, it was the pervasive sense that something profoundly personal had been taken from me. And then it hit me, my identity had been stolen. I had been completely and utterly breached. The realization came crashing down like a tidal wave. I fumbled for my phone and quickly dialed my bank, hoping against hope that it was all a misunderstanding. The automated response was cold and impersonal, directing me through a labyrinth of options until I finally reached a representative. "Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I think my identity has been stolen. My front door was left open, and now my house is in disarray. I need to know if there have been any unauthorized transactions on my account," I said, my voice trembling. The representative's voice was calm and professional, but it did little to soothe my frayed nerves. As I answered her questions and verified my identity, I was informed that my worst fears were true. Several large transactions had been made from my accounts in the past week. My heart sank further as the representative assured me that they were already investigating the matter, but recovery would be a lengthy process. I hung up, my thoughts swirling with anxiety and confusion. The gravity of the situation continued to deepen as I began to make calls to the other institutions where my personal information might have been compromised. Each call was met with a similar grim response: accounts frozen, new fraudulent activities reported, and an endless list of steps to follow to secure my identity. The weeks that followed were a blur of legal battles and bureaucratic red tape. I spent countless hours on the phone with banks, credit bureaus, and law enforcement agencies. My life had become a series of transactions and paperwork, each more daunting than the last. The feeling of being violated was omnipresent, a constant reminder of the breach of my most intimate details. Every day I would receive a new alert about a suspicious activity or a new account opened in my name. It was as if someone had taken over my entire existence, making decisions and living a life that I should have been living. It was maddening to realize that my identity had been manipulated to such an extent. I would receive calls from creditors demanding payment for debts I had never incurred, and I found myself caught in a nightmarish loop of proving my innocence and trying to reclaim what was rightfully mine. Through it all, there was an eerie sense that my life had been taken over by an imposter who was living it more effectively than I ever could. The stolen aspects of my identity seemed to be curated with a precision that bordered on personal. My preferences, my hobbies, even my social circles seemed to be used against me. It wasn't just about the financial loss, it was about the emotional toll of having my personal life so thoroughly invaded. The stolen sense of control was perhaps the hardest part to grapple with. The knowledge that someone else was using my name, my social security number, and my reputation to forge a new identity was profoundly unsettling. It felt like I was no longer the person I had been before the invasion. As the months dragged on, I began to piece my life back together. I had to adopt new security measures, change passwords, and monitor my financial accounts with a vigilance that bordered on paranoia. But no amount of precaution could erase the emotional scars left by the experience. In the end, the process of recovery was more than just about reclaiming my identity, it was about reclaiming my peace of mind. The thief had taken more than just my personal information, they had taken a piece of my sense of security and trust. Slowly, as I rebuilt and redefined my boundaries, I began to find solace in the small victories, restoring my credit, receiving apologies from institutions, and finding some semblance of normalcy in my day-to-day life. Yet the memory of that day when I walked into my house and discovered the violation remains a haunting reminder. It's a reminder that the boundaries of privacy are fragile and that someone, somewhere, had lived my life with a precision and intimacy that left me feeling like a stranger in my own existence. Story 24. It began on an unremarkable Tuesday. The sun had barely risen, and I was groggily reaching for my phone when I noticed a missed call from an unknown number. No voicemail was left, which only piqued my curiosity. I shrugged it off, thinking it was likely a wrong number or some kind of telemarketer. Life went on. The next day, the same number called again. This time I answered, hoping to clear up whatever mistake had been made. The line was silent, an unnerving void that stretched for a few seconds before I hung up. I felt a shiver run down my spine but dismissed it as paranoia. I told myself it was probably just a malfunctioning phone or a prankster who had lost interest. As the days passed, the calls became more frequent, coming at odd hours. I noticed a pattern whenever the caller did speak. It was always at inconvenient times, like during an important meeting or while I was deep in a project. The intrusion was subtle yet unsettling. I grew increasingly apprehensive, and my once peaceful routine was disrupted by the anticipation of the next call. Then, one evening as I was preparing dinner, the phone rang again. I almost didn't pick up, but curiosity got the better of me. When I answered, a voice, calm and detached, began to recite details about my day. "I see you're cooking pasta tonight. Remember to stir it occasionally, or it might stick to the bottom." I froze, holding the phone tightly, my mind racing. How did this person know what I was cooking? My hands trembled as I ended the call and stared at my kitchen counter, my pasta forgotten. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone had overheard me talking to a friend about dinner plans. But the voice had been too specific, too accurate. The next day, the caller was back, and this time they had a new piece of information. "I noticed you had a long day at work. The client meeting must have been exhausting. Don't forget to relax tonight, maybe watch that movie you've been talking about." The familiarity in their words was chilling. I had indeed had a rough day and had mentioned to a coworker in passing that I planned to watch a movie. The caller's knowledge seemed to be inching closer to an invasion of my personal life. I began to worry about my safety. I tried to trace the number, but it led to a dead end, and my calls to my phone provider yielded no useful information. My anxiety escalated as the calls continued, each one more invasive than the last. The caller began to recount specific details. "I see you're meeting friends for coffee tomorrow morning. Don't forget to ask about Jamie's new job." It was as though they were shadowing me, taking notes on every aspect of my life. I felt as if I were living in a nightmare where my every move was being monitored. I decided to take action. I spoke with the police, but they needed more substantial evidence to take any steps. I installed security cameras around my apartment and became hyper-vigilant about my surroundings. I even started documenting each call meticulously, hoping that any pattern might reveal something useful. Days turned into weeks, and the calls persisted. My sense of security was eroding, and I started feeling paranoid. I even began changing my daily routines, but it seemed that no matter what I did, the caller was always one step ahead. The relentless nature of the intrusion began to take its toll on my mental health. I felt trapped in my own life, unable to escape the constant surveillance. One night, after receiving another call during dinner, I finally snapped. I answered, my voice shaky but determined. "Who are you? How do you know so much about me?" The voice on the other end was eerily calm. "I've been following you because I care about you. You need to understand that." The statement was as confusing as it was terrifying. I demanded to know why, but the caller simply hung up. I was left in a state of fear and confusion, questioning the caller's intentions and my own sanity. Desperate for help, I reached out to a private investigator. I shared everything I had: call logs, recordings, and security footage. The investigator assured me they would do their best, but warned that it could take time. The feeling of helplessness was overwhelming, but there was a glimmer of hope in having someone dedicated to finding answers. Weeks turned into months, and the calls grew less frequent. The private investigator discovered that the number was linked to a tech-savvy individual who had used advanced methods to gather information about me. While the exact motivations remained unclear, it was apparent that the caller had an unhealthy obsession rather than any intent to harm. With the investigation closing in, the calls eventually ceased. I slowly began to reclaim my life, but the experience had left an indelible mark. I was more cautious and aware of my surroundings, and the sense of being watched lingered in the back of my mind. In the end, the ordeal taught me a harsh lesson about privacy and the lengths to which some people might go. It took time to regain a sense of normalcy, but the experience had changed me forever. The calls had ended, but their impact remained a haunting reminder of the thin line between our personal lives and the encroaching shadows of those who lurk just beyond our perception. Story 25. The attic was always a place of mystery and discovery. Dusty trunks and old boxes were stacked haphazardly, filled with relics from a bygone era. I was sorting through them one rainy afternoon, driven by an impulse to declutter and find something interesting. Among the forgotten artifacts, a small leather-bound diary caught my eye. It was weathered and worn, the gold embossed initials barely legible. Curiosity piqued. I wiped off the dust and carefully opened it. The diary was filled with neat, flowing handwriting, the ink having faded to a soft sepia tone. Each entry was dated, chronicling what seemed to be the life of a man from a time long before my own. His observations were insightful, his prose reflective. The entries ranged from mundane daily occurrences to profound musings on life and love. I was enthralled as I read through the pages, slowly piecing together the life of this mysterious diarist. His name was Henry Lawson, and his entries spanned several decades. He wrote about his work as a carpenter, his love for his family, and his dreams of traveling. His words painted a vivid picture of a man living in the early 20th century, a time so different from my own. As I reached the last entry, I expected to find a conclusion that matched the tone of the diary, perhaps a farewell or a reflection on a life well lived. Instead, I found something more unsettling. The final entry was dated just a few days before his death. It detailed an event I had experienced recently. In fact, it was an event so specific that it couldn't have been a coincidence. Henry wrote about an afternoon spent in a quaint little cafe in the city. He described the same cafe I had visited only a few weeks ago. The details were uncanny: the blue ceramic teapot, the red and white checkered tablecloth, the way the sunlight filtered through the window. He even mentioned a conversation with a young woman who had come in wearing a blue dress exactly like the one I wore that day. My heart raced as I read further. Henry wrote about my recent visit in such precise detail that it was as though he had been there, sitting across from me. He described my actions, my thoughts, and even my emotions with a level of accuracy that was impossible to ignore. The entry ended with a cryptic note: "I feel as though the threads of time have woven my life into yours. I hope you understand what I mean." The sense of unease grew as I flipped through the remaining pages of the diary, searching for any hint that could explain this anomaly. Henry had passed away in 1945, and I was born decades later. How could his experiences align so perfectly with mine? Was it possible that someone else had written these entries, blending their life with mine, but the handwriting, the ink, and the style were unmistakably his? Desperate for answers, I decided to investigate Henry's life further. I visited the local historical society and uncovered some of his personal records. Henry had indeed lived in the early 20th century and had passed away in 1945. He had no known descendants or direct heirs, which meant his diary had remained untouched for decades. The historian I spoke with offered no clear explanations, only suggesting that sometimes the inexplicable happens, and our understanding of time might not be as linear as we believe. I was left grappling with the idea that the boundaries between past and present might be more fluid than I had ever imagined. The diary's final entry haunted me. I found myself unable to shake the feeling that Henry's words had bridged a gap between our lives. I returned to the attic, determined to understand more about the man whose experiences had somehow intertwined with mine. In the trunk where I had found the diary, I discovered an old photograph of Henry, a man with a kind, thoughtful face. I stared at it, wondering if there was some deeper connection, some hidden link between us. As I pondered these questions, I felt a strange sense of peace. Despite the confusion, The diary had offered me a glimpse into a past life that I would never have known otherwise. It was as though Henry's story and mine were part of a larger tapestry, one that defied conventional understanding of time and space. Months passed, and I continued to reflect on the diary's impact on my life. It had prompted me to explore my own existence with a new perspective, appreciating the intricate ways in which our lives intersect, even across time. I kept the diary in a special place, treating it as a treasured artifact from a distant yet intimately connected past. In the end, the diary had done more than recount a life long gone. It had enriched my own, revealing the mysterious ways in which our paths can unexpectedly cross. The final entry remained a poignant reminder of the enigmatic threads that bind us across the ages, a testament to the enduring nature of human experience. Story 26. Late one evening, as the last rays of sunlight dwindled behind the horizon, Sarah found herself restless in her suburban home. She had always felt a sense of safety within these walls, but tonight was different. The tension she felt was almost palpable, like a shadow hanging over her peaceful routine. As she prepared for bed, an unexpected discovery would unravel her sense of security and thrust her into a nightmare she never imagined. It all began when Sarah noticed a small, unfamiliar device nestled among her kitchen appliances. It was a tiny black camera, sleek and unassuming, perched inconspicuously on top of the microwave. She froze, her mind racing with confusion and a tinge of fear. She was certain it hadn't been there before. The little camera's lens seemed to stare back at her, and she quickly turned it off, her hands trembling. Feeling unsettled, Sarah went to her bedroom, hoping to calm her nerves with a good night's sleep. But as she entered her room, another cold shock awaited her. A second camera was fixed in the corner of the ceiling, nearly invisible against the neutral paint. The realization hit her with a jolt. There were cameras in her home that she hadn't installed. Her mind spun with questions: who put them there? Why? How long had they been recording? Sarah's anxiety mounted as she pondered the implications. She grabbed her phone and began searching for solutions, her fingers flying over the screen as she looked up ways to detect hidden cameras. The fear of being watched was overwhelming. It wasn't just the thought of surveillance, it was the idea that someone had been privy to her most intimate moments. As the night deepened, Sarah decided to check the footage from the discovered cameras. She connected her phone to the cameras, finding that they were equipped with memory cards. Her heart raced as she accessed the footage, praying for a benign explanation. But as the videos played, her worst fears came to life. The footage revealed images from various locations in her home. In one video, Sarah was in the kitchen, preparing a late-night snack in her pajamas, completely unaware of the camera's presence. Another clip showed her in the living room, engrossed in a book, her concentration unbroken by the hidden lens. The cameras had captured her in moments of vulnerability, when she thought she was alone, when she let her guard down. Most disturbing were the videos from her bedroom. The footage showed Sarah as she undressed, changed, and prepared for bed, moments that should have been private, now exposed for an unknown viewer. The sight of herself so intimately recorded filled her with a profound sense of violation. Her home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a stage for someone else's voyeuristic pleasure. Panic surged through Sarah. She contacted the police immediately, reporting the discovery. An officer arrived quickly, examining the cameras and the footage. They took the devices into evidence, promising to investigate further. Sarah's hands shook as she explained her concerns, feeling a wave of relief mingled with fear. The authorities reassured her that they would do everything they could to find the culprit, but Sarah's trust in her home had been shattered. Days turned into weeks as Sarah waited for answers. She lived in a state of constant anxiety, her home no longer feeling like a refuge but a potential trap. The police updates were scarce, and she felt helpless as she tried to resume her normal life. Every creak of the floorboards and every unfamiliar noise made her jump. The once cozy corners of her house now seemed sinister and alien. One evening, while checking her mail, Sarah received a letter with no return address. Inside, she found a single sheet of paper with the chilling message, "I know you're scared. You should be. I see everything." The note was unsigned, but the message was clear. The sender knew her fear, knew her vulnerability, and was taunting her with it. This letter only deepened Sarah's terror. She began taking extra precautions, installing additional security measures and changing her daily routines to avoid predictable patterns. Her sense of safety was irrevocably altered. The haunting presence of the unknown watcher lingered over her every moment, turning her home into a constant reminder of her invasion. Months passed, and the police investigation yielded few leads. Despite their best efforts, the identity of the person responsible remained a mystery. Sarah was left grappling with the uncertainty and the profound sense of intrusion that had upended her life. She continued to live in her home, but it was no longer the place of comfort and relaxation it once was. It was now a battleground of fear and vigilance. The cameras were gone, but the psychological scars remained. Sarah struggled to reclaim her sense of privacy and security, navigating a world where her trust had been irrevocably fractured. The ordeal had taught her a harsh lesson about the fragility of safety and the eerie potential for betrayal in the most familiar places. As she adjusted to her new reality, Sarah found solace in small victories, reconnecting with friends, reestablishing a semblance of normalcy, and reclaiming her personal space. Yet, the shadow of that night, the night her private moments were stolen and exposed, continued to loom, a haunting reminder of the invisible threats that can shatter even the most secure of lives. Story 27. When I woke up, the world was a muffled blur. A thick, nauseating fog of disorientation clung to my senses, making it hard to tell where I was or what had happened. My wrists were bound tightly behind my back, and a rough, coarse fabric obscured my vision. Panic began to creep in, but I forced myself to stay calm. I needed to assess the situation before I could think of a way out. The blindfold was a dark, heavy material that pressed down on my eyes, blocking out all light. As my breathing steadied, I became more aware of my surroundings. The air was stale, tinged with the faint, acrid scent of something industrial. My skin felt the hard surface beneath me, cold and unyielding. I shifted slightly and realized I was lying on something hard, perhaps a wooden floor. Then, I heard a rustle. It was the faintest of sounds, but it was enough to spark a glimmer of hope. I wasn't alone. Someone had been in this room with me recently. Summoning every ounce of courage, I tried to wriggle around, hoping to find some clue to my predicament. After a few minutes of awkward shifting and straining, my fingers brushed against something smooth and solid. The surface was a bit dusty, and as I explored with my bound hands, I could make out the shape of a book. It was a journal, its leather cover cool and stiff against my fingertips. My heart raced as I recalled the note I had glimpsed before the blindfold was fully in place. With effort, I maneuvered the journal closer to my face, feeling for any sort of opening or latch. A few seconds later, I managed to pry it open, guided more by touch than sight. The pages crackled softly, and I began to read, guided only by the dim light that leaked through the edges of the blindfold. The first entry was terse and chilling. If you are reading this, it means you have chosen to survive. Follow the instructions carefully if you wish to leave this place. Your time starts now. The words were accompanied by a series of cryptic symbols and a rough drawing of the room, with several marked locations. The instructions were sparse but clear in their urgency. You must find the key hidden within the room. To do so, you must solve the puzzles outlined in the journal. Each puzzle will guide you to the next clue. Fail, and your chances of survival diminish. I glanced around again, trying to picture the layout of the room based on the sketch. There were a few notable features: a large, heavy wooden door, a rickety old table, and several scattered objects. The only source of light came from a small, high window near the ceiling. My hands shook as I flipped through the pages. Each entry was a puzzle in itself, leading to another hidden compartment or clue. The first puzzle was straightforward but required keen observation. The journal asked me to find a specific pattern in the room's arrangement and alignment of objects that would reveal a hidden compartment. After an agonizing few minutes of shifting my weight and groping through the darkness, I found a small, loose floorboard beneath the table. My fingers pried it open, and I felt something cold and metallic: the first key. The journal's next entry instructed me to use this key to unlock a drawer in the table, which held another clue. My heart pounded as I fumbled with the key, trying it in the lock of the drawer. It turned with a satisfying click. Inside, there was another note and a riddle. The riddle described a sequence of numbers, which I had to use to unlock a combination padlock on a box hidden in the corner of the room. Sweat trickled down my face as I tried to solve the riddle. Numbers swam in my mind, and my frustration mounted. Each failure led to an increasing sense of urgency. Finally, I managed to crack the combination and opened the box. Inside was a small vial of liquid and another note. The note told me that the liquid was a chemical that could reveal hidden writing when sprayed on surfaces. My eyes widened as I understood what I had to do. I sprayed the liquid on the walls and floor, revealing faint, almost invisible markings that guided me to another hidden compartment. The final clue was the most cryptic. It involved arranging objects in a specific order to unlock a secret panel behind the door. My heart raced as I worked quickly, driven by a growing sense of desperation. The blindfold was starting to feel suffocating, and every second felt like a lifetime. Finally, I heard a click. The panel opened, revealing a small, dusty key, presumably the key to the door. With trembling hands, I used the key and turned the lock. The door creaked open slowly, and a rush of fresh air met me as I stumbled into the hallway. I pulled off the blindfold, blinking in the sudden light. I was in a dimly lit corridor lined with peeling wallpaper and broken fixtures. The sight of the hallway felt like a victory, but I knew I couldn't let my guard down. I needed to find a way out, and there was no telling what other challenges lay ahead. But for now, I had survived the first test. The journal had guided me through a harrowing ordeal, and as I took my first steps into the unknown corridor, I felt a mixture of fear and exhilaration. Story 28. It started innocuously enough. My phone buzzed one morning, a notification lighting up the screen. I glanced at it, half expecting a mundane update from a social media app or a reminder from my calendar. Instead, it was a text message from an unknown number. "Watch your step today," the message read. I dismissed it as a prank. The sender was just some random number, and it was probably an attempt to mess with me. Still, I couldn't shake off a sense of unease. As the day progressed, I found myself navigating a series of minor mishaps, slipping on a wet sidewalk, spilling coffee on my shirt, and getting caught in a downpour without an umbrella. None of these incidents were catastrophic, but together they set the tone for a remarkably unlucky day. The next morning, the phone buzzed again. This time, the message was even more unsettling. "Someone will take something you value today." I rolled my eyes, dismissing it as another random coincidence. But sure enough, when I got to work, I discovered that my favorite pen, a gift from my late grandmother, was missing from my desk. I asked around, checked lost and found, and even went so far as to look under the desks of my coworkers. The pen was nowhere to be found. By the end of the week, the pattern was unmistakable. Each message seemed to foreshadow some minor but irritating mishap in my daily life. The text messages were always vague, always unsettling, and always eerily accurate. One day was, "You'll be interrupted when you're about to make an important call." Another day, "Be cautious of unexpected advice." I began to worry. The messages were becoming more frequent, and their predictions more disturbing. The sender never identified themselves, and the number was always the same, an anonymous string of digits that seemed to have no traceable origin. I tried to block the number, but the texts kept coming from different variations of the same number. One evening, I sat at my kitchen table, staring at my phone, waiting for the next message. I was on edge, unable to shake the feeling that something terrible was coming. Then, just as the clock struck midnight, my phone buzzed again. It's time for a real test. That night I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house made me jump. Every shadow seemed menacing. By morning I was exhausted and frazzled. I dragged myself through the day, unable to concentrate on anything. It wasn't until the following day that the real horror began. I received another text, reading, "A close friend will betray your trust." My friend Amy and I had been inseparable since college. We had shared countless confidences, and I considered her one of the few people I could truly rely on. The idea of betrayal from her seemed inconceivable, but I couldn't ignore the growing sense of dread. Later that day, I received an unexpected call from Amy. She wanted to meet up for coffee. As we sat across from each other in our favorite cafe, she looked unusually nervous. Her hands trembled as she handed me an envelope. "I've been meaning to tell you something," she said, her voice wavering. "I'm so sorry. I've been keeping a secret from you." My heart raced as I opened the envelope. Inside was a series of photographs, each one showing Amy with my former boss, Richard. The photos depicted them in various locations, including a few shots of them together in what appeared to be a hotel lobby. "I didn't want you to find out this way," Amy continued, her eyes pleading. "Richard asked me to spy on you. He thought you were up to something, and I didn't know how to refuse." I was stunned. The betrayal stung more than I could have imagined. Amy's confession shattered my trust, but it was only the beginning. Over the next few days, I received more cryptic messages. Each one seemed to escalate in severity, as if the sender were savoring my descent into paranoia and despair. The final message came on a dreary Friday morning. "Everything you've built will crumble today." By that point, I was barely functioning. The weight of the messages, the betrayal, and the mounting series of misfortunes had left me on the brink. As I headed into the office, I braced for what was to come. The day unfolded with a series of disasters. A major project I had worked on for months fell apart. A key client threatened to pull their business, and to top it off, I received a termination notice due to the project failure. My professional life, which had once seemed stable and secure, was now in ruins. The final blow came when I received one last message. "Your misery is complete." In a state of disbelief, I decided to confront the sender. I traced the number to a prepaid phone, which led to a dead end. No one seemed to know who might be behind it. The authorities couldn't help. They chalked it up to a series of coincidences. As weeks passed, the texts stopped coming, but the damage was done. I had lost my job, my trust in friends, and my peace of mind. The strange and sinister messages had predicted a series of personal catastrophes that seemed too aligned to be mere chance. I moved on with my life, trying to rebuild from the ruins. But the haunting memories of those cryptic texts lingered. I was left with one unanswered question: who had sent them, and why? The mystery of the messages became a shadow I could never quite escape, a reminder of how easily trust can be shattered and how dark the unknown can truly be. Story 29. The day I moved into my new house was meant to be the start of a new chapter in my life. I had just landed a promotion at work, and the house was my reward to myself, a charming, century-old property nestled in a quaint neighborhood with tree-lined streets and historic charm. Little did I know that this house would soon turn from a dream home into a surreal nightmare. The first signs of trouble appeared within the first few weeks. It began with minor inconveniences: a faucet that dripped incessantly, a door that wouldn't quite close. I brushed these off as the sort of quirks you'd expect from a house of this age. But then, things took a turn for the bizarre. One morning, I woke up to find a puddle in the middle of my kitchen floor. It wasn't just a small puddle, it was an alarming amount of water, as though a minor flood had occurred overnight. I immediately called the plumber. When he arrived, he inspected the pipes and declared them to be in good shape, attributing the leak to a faulty seal. He fixed it, but warned that old houses often had hidden issues, so I should keep an eye out for any further problems. I assumed that would be the end of it, but the house had other plans. A few days later, I noticed that one of the walls in the living room had developed a large crack. It wasn't just a hairline fracture, it was a gaping chasm that seemed to grow wider every day. Alarmed, I called a contractor, who promised to come over and assess the situation. The contractor, a gruff man named Bob, arrived with a look of skepticism. After a quick inspection, he shrugged off my concerns. "Old houses settle," he said with a wave of his hand. "It's normal wear and tear, nothing to worry about." I wasn't entirely convinced, but took his word for it. I went about my daily life, trying to enjoy my new home, despite the growing list of oddities. Then, one night I came home to find that my living room furniture had been rearranged. The sofa was positioned in the corner, facing away from the television, and the coffee table was placed at an odd angle in the center of the room. I thought maybe I'd had a lapse in memory and had somehow moved things myself, but my confusion turned to discomfort when I noticed that even my books had been shuffled on the shelves. Thinking that maybe I was simply tired or stressed, I let it go. But then the disturbances started to escalate. The next night I found my bedroom door ajar, despite having locked it before leaving for work. I double-checked the lock and went to bed uneasy. The following morning, the bathroom mirror was covered in strange, smudged fingerprints, prints that definitely weren't mine. I tried to convince myself that it was just dust and grime, but deep down I was starting to feel uneasy. Then came the biggest shock. One afternoon, while I was at work, I received a call from my neighbor. She told me that she had seen a man in a black jacket walking around my property. By the time I got home, the strange man was gone, but my front porch light was broken, and my garden gnome had been toppled over. I filed a police report, but without evidence there wasn't much they could do. The idea of an intruder, combined with the house's strange behavior, was unsettling. Despite everything, the contractor kept insisting that it was all part of the house settling. He assured me that the cracks in the walls, the odd rearrangements, and the unexplained leaks were nothing more than typical aging issues. I found it hard to accept, especially when the house seemed to take on a life of its own. It was almost as if the house was trying to communicate with me, or perhaps even resist my presence. Desperate for answers, I decided to do some research on the property. I visited the local library and pored over old archives and records. To my surprise, I found very little about the house's history. There were no significant events recorded, no noteworthy previous owners, just a blank slate. It was as if the house had been scrubbed from history. As the weeks went on, the disturbances continued. The cracks in the walls worsened, and more rooms seemed to experience issues. I found myself constantly on edge, unable to shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The final straw came when I came home one day to find my kitchen cabinets wide open, with dishes scattered across the floor. I was convinced someone or something was actively trying to drive me away. Frustrated and frightened, I confronted Bob once more, demanding a thorough investigation into the property. He reluctantly agreed and brought in a team of experts. They found nothing structurally alarming. Their report echoed Bob's earlier claims the house was old, and its problems were consistent with age. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind. But the final twist in this bizarre saga came when I discovered that the previous owner had moved out under similarly strange circumstances. The house had been on the market for years before I bought it, with no one staying long enough to uncover its full story. In the end, the house remains a mystery, a place where normal wear and tear take on an eerie significance. I'm no longer living there. I moved out, seeking solace in a new home where the only surprises are pleasant ones. The old house, with its unexplainable occurrences and unsettling atmosphere, still stands a testament to the strange and inexplicable forces that sometimes shape our lives. Story 30. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I decided to dig up the backyard. I'd recently moved into the old Victorian house, a sprawling, rambling place with creaky wooden floors and an overgrown garden. The previous owner had been an elderly woman who'd lived there for decades before passing away, and the house had stood vacant for a year before I arrived. The backyard, choked with weeds and untrimmed bushes, seemed the perfect project to distract me from the endless boxes still cluttering the inside of the house. As I dug into the damp earth, the fresh scent of soil filled my nostrils. The rhythmic scrape of my shovel against the ground was a strangely soothing sound, and I lost myself in the repetitive motion. I imagined what the backyard might look like in a few months' time: neatly trimmed grass, vibrant flower beds, and perhaps a cozy stone patio for summer evenings. My thoughts were abruptly interrupted when the tip of the shovel struck something solid. Curiosity piqued. I cleared away the surrounding dirt and unearthed a small, weather-beaten wooden box. It was surprisingly heavy for its size, and the wood was stained dark brown from years of exposure to moisture. My heart pounded with a mix of excitement and apprehension. I wiped my hands on my jeans, took a deep breath, and pried open the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of brittle, yellowed newspaper, were 2 items: a blood-stained shirt and a photograph. I picked up the shirt first, handling it gingerly. The fabric was coarse, and it was stained with what looked unmistakably like dried blood. The shirt was a faded blue, its color almost indiscernible beneath the dark red splotches. My mind raced. Why would someone bury a bloody shirt in my backyard? I set the shirt aside, my hands trembling slightly, and picked up the photograph. It was old and slightly frayed at the edges, but it was still clear enough. In it, I saw myself, well, a younger version of myself. I was grinning widely, standing next to a person I didn't recognize. The background was unfamiliar as well: a dimly lit, old-fashioned room with heavy drapes and ornate furniture that looked like it belonged in a different era. I looked happy in the picture, my arm around the stranger's shoulder, but the setting was alien to me. I sat back on my heels, staring at the photograph. A cold chill ran down my spine. The room in the photo didn't resemble any place I'd ever been, and the stranger next to me was a complete mystery. I turned the photograph over, hoping for some clue, perhaps a date or a note. But there was nothing. just the smooth, blank back of the photo. I spent the rest of the afternoon pacing around the backyard, trying to make sense of what I'd found. My mind raced through possibilities from the mundane to the sinister. Could this be some sort of prank left by the previous owner? Or was it something more disturbing? That evening, I decided to dig deeper into the history of the house. I combed through old newspapers and property records at the local library. The Victorian house had a long history, but nothing out of the ordinary stood out. No reports of violence or scandal, just the usual community happenings and the occasional mention of the elderly woman who had lived there. I called the local historical society, hoping they might shed some light on the house's past. A friendly woman named Mrs. Whitaker answered the phone. When I described the box and its contents, her voice grew serious. "It's unusual," she said thoughtfully. "We don't have any records of incidents like that, but it's possible that something significant happened before the last owner's time. I'd suggest you speak to some of the longtime residents who might remember more about the house." The next day, I knocked on doors and spoke with a few elderly neighbors. To my surprise, several of them remembered the house's previous occupants, but none had any knowledge of a bloody shirt or strange photograph. One elderly man, Mr. Thompson, mentioned that the house had once belonged to a family with a troubled past, but he didn't have many details. Frustrated but determined, I decided to investigate the photograph more thoroughly. I took it to a local photographer who specialized in restoring old images. After some careful examination, the photographer confirmed that the photo was indeed from the early 20th century. He couldn't identify the location or the people, but he did mention that the style of the furniture and decor in the background was consistent with that period. A few weeks later, while browsing through old journals in the local library, I stumbled upon an entry that caught my eye. It was a diary from someone who had lived in the house decades ago. The entries were mundane at first, but then there was a troubling note about a secret room in the house that had been sealed off for years. My heart raced as I read about the room's mysterious and unsettling history. That weekend, I decided to search for this secret room. After hours of inspecting every nook and cranny of the house, I finally discovered a hidden door behind a bookcase in the basement. The door creaked open to reveal a small, dusty room, filled with old furniture covered in sheets and boxes of forgotten belongings. Among the boxes, I found more photographs and documents. They were from the same era as the photograph I had discovered. The pieces began to fit together: a picture of a party, a diary entry mentioning a stranger, and documents indicating a previous occupant who had disappeared under mysterious circumstances. The discovery left me with more questions than answers. Who was the stranger in the photograph? Why was there a bloody shirt buried in my backyard? And what happened in that secret room? As I pieced together the clues, it became clear that the house had a dark and mysterious past, one that I had only scratched the surface of. The bloody shirt and the photograph were remnants of a story that had long been buried, waiting for someone to uncover the truth. And now, that story was inexorably intertwined with my own. Story 31. It began with a note. I remember the day well: crisp autumn air, leaves tumbling down the sidewalk. I was coming home from work, exhausted but looking forward to a quiet evening. I noticed a small envelope slipped under my door. It had no return address, only my name scrawled in elegant handwriting. I picked it up, curious and somewhat flattered by the unexpected mail. As I unfolded the note, I saw that it was from a reader of my blog, someone who seemed genuinely appreciative of my work. The letter was a warm and enthusiastic compliment, praising my recent post on the complexities of modern relationships. It was thoughtful and well written, but there was a slight edge to the tone that made me uneasy. Still, I brushed off the feeling and went about my evening, attributing it to my overactive imagination. After all, I had a decent following, and it was not uncommon for readers to reach out. A week later, another note arrived. This one was more detailed, discussing specific aspects of my daily routine. It mentioned that the writer had noticed I liked to walk to the coffee shop on Wednesdays, that I always ordered a cappuccino, and that my favorite spot was by the window. The letter ended with a wish to bump into me one day. I was unsettled but told myself it was likely just an overzealous fan. Days turned into weeks, and the frequency of the letters increased. Each note grew more personal and invasive. The writer described my apartment's layout with unnerving accuracy. They knew about the photos I had on the walls, the books on my shelves, even the plant by the window that I had been struggling to keep alive. At first, I thought it might be a prank or someone trying to get a rise out of me, but the detailed observations began to make me feel uneasy. The tipping point came when the letters started referencing my friends and family. They detailed conversations I'd had with my best friend Maria about her recent move and mentioned a phone call with my mom about my upcoming birthday. How could this person know such intimate details? My anxiety mounted with each passing day. I decided to share my concerns with my friend Julia, who worked in law enforcement. She was understanding and suggested that I keep all the letters and try to track any patterns. I did as she advised, compiling a folder with each correspondence. The last letter I received had a chilling tone, with a message that I should be careful where I went and who I talked to. Julia's advice was to take precautions. I began to alter my routines, avoiding the coffee shop and opting for different routes home. I stopped posting about my day-to-day activities on social media, but the letters continued, always arriving at my apartment. It was as if the writer was watching, waiting for a chance to intrude into my life further. Then came the day when I found a letter on my doorstep. It was not like the others. This one was a detailed map, with my apartment marked and several other locations highlighted places I frequented, including the grocery store and the gym. A message scrawled on the map read, "I'm closer than you think." I was terrified. I confided in Julia again, who advised me to file a police report. The police took the matter seriously, but without concrete evidence, there was little they could do beyond increasing patrols in the area. I was told to remain vigilant and continue documenting everything. As the weeks dragged on, the letters became sporadic, but their content remained disturbing. They included more references to my personal life, along with cryptic messages suggesting that the writer knew my deepest fears and insecurities. The intrusion into my privacy felt suffocating. One evening, while sitting in my living room, I noticed something strange through the window, an unfamiliar figure lingering outside. My heart raced as I dialed 911. The figure disappeared before the police arrived, and though they conducted a thorough search, they found no trace of anyone suspicious. The following day, I received a final letter. This one was different. It was a photograph of me, taken from a distance, as I was sitting at my desk working on my blog. The accompanying note read, "I'm always watching. Don't forget that." The final letter was the breaking point. I decided to move, unable to handle the constant fear and the invasion of my privacy any longer. I packed up my belongings and found a new place in a different neighborhood, hoping to start fresh. As I settled into my new apartment, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The experience had left me on edge, but the distance from my previous residence provided some relief. The letters stopped arriving after my move, and though I hoped that the worst was behind me, the memory of those unsettling notes lingered, a reminder of how vulnerability can be exploited by those who hide in the shadows. I continued my blog, but with increased caution. The ordeal had changed me more aware, more guarded, and forever wary of the fine line between public engagement and personal safety. The letters were a haunting chapter in my life, but they also taught me the importance of protecting my privacy and the strength found in reaching out for help. Story 32. When my neighbor Greg Thompson vanished without a trace, it sent ripples through our quiet suburban neighborhood. Greg was a quiet man, an enigma wrapped in a tweed jacket and a permanent frown. He'd lived next door to me for over a decade, and in that time we'd exchanged pleasantries but little more. The mystery of his disappearance gnawed at me, prompting me to investigate. Greg's house had always seemed a bit off. It was well maintained but seldom had lights on in the evening or cars in the driveway. The day he disappeared, I noticed a strange chill in the air, as if the house had been drained of warmth. I found out from the police that no one had seen him leave. There were no signs of forced entry or struggle. It was as if he had simply vanished into thin air. I began my investigation with his home. The front door was unlocked, which struck me as odd considering Greg's usual cautious nature. Inside, everything was meticulously organized, books lined up perfectly, furniture dusted, and no sign of a hasty departure. Yet something about the emptiness felt unsettling. In Greg's study, I found an old journal tucked away in a drawer. The journal was filled with cryptic notes and half-completed thoughts, but one entry stood out. It was dated just a week before his disappearance and contained only 2 sentences. "I know what he's hiding. The truth must come out before it's too late." I shivered as I read it. Who was he referring to? What truth was he talking about? I couldn't shake the feeling that Greg had been hiding something sinister, and that it somehow connected to me. As the days passed, my investigation led me deeper into his life. I found old photographs, which showed Greg with various people, some of whom I recognized from the neighborhood and others I had never seen before. One photograph was particularly disturbing. Greg was standing next to a man I didn't know, both of them with solemn expressions, their eyes seeming to bore into me. I decided to visit the people in the photographs, hoping to uncover more about Greg's life. The first few visits were fruitless. No one seemed to know much about him. It wasn't until I spoke with a local historian that I got a clue. The historian mentioned that Greg had once been involved in a secretive community group known for its unconventional beliefs. Armed with this new information, I dug into the history of this group and discovered it had been involved in a series of controversial and secretive activities. They had a reputation for operating in the shadows, and their members were known for being intensely private. It made me wonder if Greg had been entangled in something dangerous, and if his disappearance was linked to it. I returned to Greg's house, more determined than ever to find answers. As I continued to sift through his belongings, I found a hidden compartment behind a bookshelf. Inside was a collection of documents, including a set of strange blueprints and a map with locations marked in red. One location was circled in bold, my own address. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead as I realized the implications. Greg had been studying me. Why? What was he trying to uncover? I had always lived a relatively unremarkable life, so why would he be interested in me? My nights grew restless after that discovery. I was plagued by dreams of being chased through my house by an unseen pursuer. I would wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding. Each morning, I would find signs that someone had been inside my house during the night. Furniture slightly out of place, objects shifted, and the occasional strange sound from the walls. I could never catch anyone, and no one else seemed to notice anything unusual. Driven by fear and desperation, I set up cameras throughout my house. I hoped they would provide some clue as to what was happening while I slept. Each morning, I reviewed the footage with a mix of dread and hope, but the recordings were always blank. It was as if someone had figured out a way to bypass the cameras or erase the footage. The sense of paranoia grew overwhelming. I started double-checking locks, installing additional security measures, and even questioned my own sanity. The boundary between reality and nightmares seemed to blur. Was Greg's disappearance somehow a prelude to my own fate? One night, after another nightmare of being chased, I woke up to find something new. A single note slipped under my bedroom door. The note was written in a handwriting that wasn't Greg's. It read, "You're getting too close. Stop searching, or you'll be next." I stared at the note in terror. Who was this person? Was it connected to Greg's disappearance or to the sinister group he was involved with? I couldn't stop now, though. I had to know the truth, no matter the cost. Days turned into weeks, and the investigation continued. I began to understand that whatever Greg had discovered was far more dangerous and complex than I had imagined. The lines between the real world and my nightmares continued to blur, and I could only hope that my search for answers would not lead me to a fate similar to Greg's. The truth was out there somewhere, hidden in the shadows of my own life, and as I continued to dig, I realized that the real horror might be discovering the depths of the darkness that lay just beneath the surface of my own existence. Story 33. The woods had always held a certain enchantment for me. They were my refuge from the clamor of daily life, a place where the boundaries between reality and imagination blurred into something almost magical. So when I stumbled upon an old, abandoned clinic nestled among the dense pines, my initial reaction was one of curiosity rather than dread. The clinic was a relic from another era. Its exterior, weathered and worn, had been ravaged by years of neglect. The once pristine white paint had peeled away, revealing the rough, gray wood beneath. The windows were either shattered or obscured by grime and tangled vines. The roof sagged in places, as if the building itself had grown weary over the years. I had been hiking along a narrow path that I usually avoided, but something had compelled me to venture down it that day. As I approached the clinic, a strange sense of déjà vu washed over me. I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been here before, though I was certain I hadn't. With a mix of trepidation and intrigue, I pushed open the creaky door and stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and the faint, musty scent of decay. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing a once sterile environment now overtaken by cobwebs and mold. The reception area was as one would expect from a place long abandoned, desks cluttered with yellowed papers, outdated magazines strewn about, and a reception desk covered in a layer of dust so thick it seemed to whisper of forgotten conversations. My light swept across the room, and that's when I saw the medical records scattered haphazardly across the floor. I picked up a few of the papers, brushing off the dust to reveal faded typewritten words. My heart skipped a beat as I saw my name, my full name on several of the documents. It was accompanied by medical jargon I didn't understand. The procedures I had never undergone were mentioned in disjointed notes. One record even detailed a series of treatments that seemed both invasive and bizarre. The names of doctors and nurses I didn't recognize were scribbled in margins, their scrawls barely legible. The unsettling feeling in my gut intensified as I continued to sift through the documents. There were notes about my medical history, details about my physical and mental health that seemed alarmingly accurate. But how? How could these records, detailing things I had never experienced, end up in this forsaken place? I ventured deeper into the clinic, passing through creaking hallways and rooms filled with rusty, abandoned medical equipment. The walls were lined with more records, all bearing my name, along with disturbing annotations about experimental treatments and observations. It was as if someone had been meticulously documenting every aspect of my life, but not in the way one would expect. In one room, I found a metal filing cabinet, its drawers slightly ajar. My hands trembled as I opened them one by one, revealing even more records. These ones seemed more recent, their condition less deteriorated. The records detailed my personal information in chilling detail: my address, my family history, my preferences and habits. They even had notes about my recent life changes, details that could only have been gathered from close observation. The deeper I dug, the more I found disturbing entries. One document described a procedure that I had no recollection of, performed in what appeared to be a clandestine manner. It mentioned an experimental protocol with detailed instructions that were incomprehensible and deeply unsettling. As I continued exploring, a faint noise echoed through the clinic, a scraping sound, almost imperceptible but unmistakable. I froze, straining to hear. The sound seemed to be coming from somewhere deeper within the clinic, perhaps from the basement. I felt a chill run down my spine, a mix of fear and resolve propelling me forward. I made my way to the basement stairs, each step creaking ominously beneath me. The basement was even darker, the air colder. My flashlight beam revealed a cluttered space, filled with old medical apparatus and more scattered records. At the far end of the room, a door stood slightly ajar. The scraping sound was louder now, almost as if something or someone was trying to break free. I pushed open the door, revealing a small, dimly lit room. The walls were lined with more records and strange old medical equipment. In the center of the room was a table, covered with what looked like old, dusty surgical tools. As I approached, my heart pounded in my chest. On the table lay a series of files and photographs. The photographs were of people I didn't recognize, but some of them bore a striking resemblance to me. It was as though someone had been conducting experiments and I was somehow a part of it. The files detailed observations and outcomes that were disturbing and inexplicable. In that moment, a horrifying realization washed over me. I was the subject of something sinister. This clinic, this place, had been monitoring and manipulating my life. The experimental protocols mentioned in the records were not just theoretical, they had been applied to me. I fled the clinic, my mind racing with questions and fears. As I emerged back into the daylight, the woods seemed different, more menacing. I felt like I was being watched, like the shadows of the trees were hiding secrets I wasn't meant to uncover. The experience had shattered my sense of security. I returned home with a sense of dread, knowing that my life had been infiltrated in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. The old clinic in the woods had revealed more than I could have ever anticipated, and now I was left grappling with the terrifying implications of what I had discovered. Story 34. The phone rang again, piercing the stillness of my living room. I glanced at the screen and frowned. It was the same number, an unfamiliar area code I didn't recognize. It had been weeks since the calls had started, and they had evolved from eerie silence to unsettling revelations about my daily life. This was no random prank. I answered the call, my heartbeat quickening. "Hello," I said, my voice steady but laced with tension. There was no response, only the faint sound of breathing. My skin prickled as I ended the call, and I stared at the screen. The number burned into my memory. I had tried blocking it, but somehow the calls always got through, each one more disturbing than the last. I had told my friends and family, but no one could offer a concrete explanation or solution. As I tried to push the intrusive thoughts from my mind, I moved to my kitchen, seeking comfort in the routine of making a cup of tea. The kettle whistled, and I went to pour the boiling water into my mug when something caught my eye: a small, unmarked box sitting on the counter. My heart skipped a beat. I had no memory of seeing it before. With trembling hands, I opened the box. Inside was a delicate silver bracelet, engraved with an intricate design. I examined it closely. The engraving was unique, something I had never seen before. But what made my stomach drop was that the bracelet was exactly the kind I had mentioned wanting in passing, a detail I had never shared with anyone except during a casual conversation with a close friend months ago. I carefully put the bracelet aside, trying to calm my racing thoughts. Maybe it was a gift from someone, though I couldn't fathom who would leave it in such an unsettling manner. Later that evening, as I was tidying up my bedroom, I noticed something strange near the dresser. It was a pair of leather gloves, an exquisite shade of dark brown that matched nothing else in my wardrobe. I examined them closely, and the quality of the leather suggested they were quite expensive. I had never bought such gloves, nor had I mentioned them to anyone. I felt a wave of anxiety wash over me. Who would go through the trouble of leaving these items for me? And why? The sense of invasion grew stronger as days passed. More items appeared in my home: a designer scarf draped over the back of my sofa, a high-end coffee maker in my kitchen. Each piece seemed carefully selected to cater to my tastes, but I had never purchased them, and no one I knew would have left them without a word. Each gift was accompanied by a small note with cryptic messages, such as "enjoy the warmth with the gloves" or "indulge in a finer brew" with the coffee maker. The notes were always signed with a single initial A. The items and notes began to show up with alarming regularity. I installed security cameras, hoping they might capture the intruder, but the footage always revealed nothing. No one entered my home, and there were no signs of tampering with the locks. It was as if the items appeared by magic, leaving me feeling increasingly paranoid and violated. I decided to take action and contacted the police. The officers who arrived took my report seriously, but were unable to provide immediate help. They assured me they would investigate, but warned that without concrete evidence, it was challenging to trace the source of the mysterious deliveries. They advised me to be cautious and document everything. I took their advice and meticulously logged each item and note, hoping it would provide some clue to the identity of the sender. One night, as I sat in my living room reviewing the logs, I received another call from the now familiar number. My hands shook as I answered. "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. This time, there was a different voice on the other end. It was calm and unnervingly pleasant. "Good evening," the voice said. "I trust you're enjoying the gifts." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Who are you? What do you want from me?" The voice responded with a hint of amusement. "I'm merely a friend who wishes to see you happy. You have such refined tastes, and I want to ensure you have the best. If you want to discuss things further, we can arrange a meeting. Until then, enjoy the surprises." The line went dead, leaving me with a mix of anger and fear. I felt trapped in a twisted game where I was both the spectator and the pawn. The police had not made any headway, and each new item made me question my own sanity. Determined to uncover the truth, I decided to confront the situation directly. I began to research the sender's patterns and any clues in the items left behind. I examined every detail, looking for a connection or a hint that could lead to the person responsible. Hours turned into days, and as I pieced together the information, a chilling realization dawned upon me. The sender knew me better than I knew myself, and their knowledge of my life went deeper than I could have imagined. One rainy evening, I returned home to find the most chilling item of all: a large ornate mirror placed prominently in my living room. It was a stunning piece, but as I looked into it, I saw a small, folded note in the corner. My hands shook as I unfolded it. The note read: "The reflection shows not just the present, but the secrets of the past. Meet me at midnight, where the past and present converge." The message was cryptic, but it seemed to suggest a meeting. I knew I had to confront this person and find out what they truly wanted. As midnight approached, I steeled myself for whatever lay ahead. The uneasy feeling that had become a constant companion was now a sharp, focused sense of impending confrontation. Story 35. It started as an occasional, unnerving sensation, an almost palpable feeling that someone was watching me. I'd catch glimpses of movement through my peripheral vision while going about my daily routines, but when I turned to check, nothing would be there. It wasn't until the morning of my daughter's 7th birthday that my unease took a more concrete form. We had planned a modest celebration in our backyard, complete with a makeshift play area, balloons, and a cake decorated with her favorite cartoon characters. As I stood by the window, finalizing some last-minute preparations, I noticed him again, the man from next door. He was peering through his window, his gaze fixed intently on our backyard. This time his scrutiny felt different. It was less passive observation and more like a focused, almost intrusive inspection. My husband Alex and I had moved into this suburban neighborhood 3 years ago. Our neighbor, Mr. Thompson, was an elderly gentleman whose presence was as enigmatic as his house. It was an old, weather-beaten structure that seemed to be in a perpetual state of disrepair. We had exchanged pleasantries a few times, but beyond that, he was a mystery. As the party got underway, I noticed Mr. Thompson still watching, his face barely visible through the narrow slit in his blinds. I tried to ignore it, attributing his behavior to mere curiosity or perhaps loneliness. But as the days went on, his habit grew more pronounced. Whenever I'd go out, I'd catch him watching from his window, and it was beginning to bother me. Finally, I decided to confront him. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when I knocked on his door, my heart pounding with a mix of apprehension and determination. After a few moments, the door creaked open, and there he stood, a gaunt figure with piercing blue eyes and a furrowed brow. His gray hair was neatly combed, and his clothes seemed impeccably clean, though the house behind him was cluttered and dimly lit. "Mr. Thompson," I began, trying to keep my voice steady, "I've noticed you've been looking at our house quite a bit lately. Is everything all right?" His eyes narrowed slightly, but he maintained a calm demeanor. "Oh, I'm sorry if I've been a bother. I've just been observing." "Observing," I repeated, trying to mask my discomfort. "Yes," he said slowly, his gaze drifting over to the side as if he were searching for the right words. "You see, I've always had a keen interest in the people around me." The conversation took a disconcerting turn when Mr. Thompson began to recount details about our lives that he had no conceivable way of knowing. He spoke of Alex's work schedule, our recent struggles with home repairs, and even our daughter's recent bout with the flu. My heart raced as he mentioned things like the family discussions we had in private and our planned vacation. "How do you know all this?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "Have you been spying on us?" Mr. Thompson's demeanor remained unchanged, though there was a fleeting glint of something inscrutable in his eyes. "Not spying," he said carefully, "just observing. I find it helps me stay connected to the world." I was unsettled but also intrigued. "You know, it's not normal to watch people so closely. It feels invasive." He nodded, a shadow of what could have been regret crossing his face. "I understand. I never intended to make you uncomfortable. I suppose I've been more involved than I should have been." As he spoke, I couldn't help but notice how his eyes seemed to follow me with an unsettling intensity. I thanked him for his time and left, my mind racing with questions and fears. In the following days, I tried to ignore Mr. Thompson's behavior, but it was impossible to shake the sense of violation. I began to question my own perceptions, wondering if perhaps I had misinterpreted his actions. But then, on an evening when the sky was painted with hues of orange and pink, I saw him again. This time he was not just watching but scribbling notes into a small, worn notebook. That evening, I decided to speak with the local authorities. A kind officer visited Mr. Thompson's house, but he found nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual clutter and a few stacks of old newspapers. The officer assured me that Mr. Thompson's behavior, while odd, did not appear to be illegal. Despite this, I couldn't rid myself of the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong. The man next door had become more than a peculiar neighbor. He was an enigma, wrapped in unsettling behaviors. Though he eventually ceased his daily vigil, the discomfort lingered. I remained hyper-aware of every movement and shadow in the vicinity of his house. Weeks passed, and the unease began to wane, but the memory of Mr. Thompson's watchful eyes never truly faded. I continued to wonder about the nature of his obsession and whether it was a harmless quirk or something darker. Though our lives returned to a semblance of normalcy, the episode left an indelible mark on my perception of privacy and the boundaries of ordinary social interaction. In the end, Mr. Thompson became a ghostly figure of our neighborhood's past, a symbol of the thin line between curiosity and intrusion, and a reminder of the sometimes inexplicable nature of human behavior. Story 36. It was a crisp autumn evening when I first noticed the unsettling changes in my life. The leaves crunched underfoot as I walked down the familiar path leading to my home. The sky, a canvas of deep oranges and purples, set a peaceful backdrop to what was supposed to be a quiet night. My faithful Labrador Max trotted alongside me, his tail wagging in rhythm with my steps. Little did I know, that evening would be the start of a nightmare. Max was a creature of habit. His routines were as dependable as the sunrise, and that's why it was so alarming when he went missing. The next morning, I woke to find his bed empty and his usual morning bark absent. I called out for him, my voice echoing in the stillness of the house, but there was no response. Panic set in as I searched every nook and cranny, calling his name until my throat was hoarse. Hours passed in frantic searching and desperate phone calls to neighbors. Just as I was beginning to lose hope, I spotted Max limping down the street, his usual bounding gait replaced by a slow, cautious walk. I rushed to him, relief washing over me as I bent to pet him, but then I noticed something strange. Max wore a new collar, a thick leather band with a brass nameplate. It was a far cry from the simple, faded red collar he usually wore. I reached for it, curiosity mingling with concern. The collar was fitted snugly around his neck, but it wasn't the collar that alarmed me, it was the note attached to it, carefully rolled and secured with a thin strip of twine. With trembling hands, I unrolled the note. The writing was uneven, as though penned by someone who was either in a hurry or deeply distressed. It read, "I have seen what you have chosen to ignore. Your home is not as safe as you think. Be wary of the secrets buried beneath your comfortable life." My heart raced as I stared at the cryptic message. The note suggested a hidden danger I hadn't considered. What secrets could be hidden in my home? And who was this mysterious R who seemed to know more about my life than I did? I examined Max's new collar more closely. It was heavy and old-fashioned, with intricate carvings that seemed out of place. The brass nameplate had no engraving or markings, just a blank surface that seemed oddly ominous. I couldn't shake the feeling that the collar was a message in itself, something sinister that I couldn't quite grasp. I decided to investigate further, hoping to uncover some explanation for the strange occurrence. I checked Max for any signs of injury or distress, but he seemed fine, though unusually subdued. I gave him a thorough examination, removing the collar and inspecting his fur and skin, but there were no wounds or signs of trauma. Determined to get to the bottom of this, I retraced Max's steps from the previous evening. I walked the streets where he had been found, hoping to find some clue about where he had been and who might have put the collar on him. The neighborhoods were quiet, their normal serenity masking the unease that had settled in my gut. I eventually made my way to the local park, a place Max and I frequented. There I found a man sitting on a bench, his eyes darting nervously as he glanced at me. He seemed familiar, though I couldn't place him. I approached him, hoping he might have seen something unusual the night before. "Excuse me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Have you seen anyone acting suspiciously around here? My dog went missing last night and came back with a strange collar." The man's eyes widened, and he looked down at his hands, fidgeting. "I don't know anything about a collar," he stammered. "But you should be careful. Sometimes things aren't what they seem." His cryptic response only added to my unease. I thanked him and left, my mind racing with unanswered questions. What had Max been through? Who was R, and what did they know about my life? The thought that my home, which had always been my sanctuary, might be harboring hidden dangers was unsettling. Back home, I scrutinized every corner of the house, searching for anything out of the ordinary. I moved furniture, inspected hidden spots, and checked every room with a growing sense of dread. My search turned up nothing unusual, only the comforting familiarity of my daily surroundings. But the feeling of being watched lingered, a shadow cast over every corner of my home. As the days passed, the eerie feeling never fully dissipated. I kept a close eye on Max, wary of any more strange occurrences. The collar remained hidden in a drawer, a constant reminder of the unsettling mystery. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, that the note was more than just a cryptic message, it was a warning. In the end, the mystery of the collar remained unsolved. The note's ominous message left me on edge, unsure of who to trust and what dangers might be lurking just out of sight. Max seemed to have returned to his old self, but I couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that something was profoundly wrong. My home, once a place of safety and comfort, had been transformed into a stage for a sinister game that I didn't fully understand. Story 37. When I stumbled into my bedroom that evening, the sense of normalcy was comforting. I tossed my keys on the kitchen counter and wandered into my room, unaware that the ordinary evening would soon spiral into an unsettling ordeal. My gaze landed on a small, nondescript object nestled among my books and trinkets on the dresser. It was a hidden camera. At first, I dismissed it as a misplaced gadget. I was an avid photographer, and my room was littered with various pieces of equipment. But as I drew closer, the discomfort settled in. It wasn't just the camera's presence that unnerved me, it was its position. It was angled perfectly to capture a wide view of my room, including the bed where I'd been lounging just minutes earlier. I blinked hard, trying to process what I was seeing. The camera's lens was small, unassuming, but the sight of it sent a chill down my spine. I glanced around the room, looking for other signs of intrusion. Everything seemed in place, but the sense of being watched lingered. I knew I had to investigate. I found the camera's small SD card tucked away, its presence almost taunting me. With trembling hands, I slid it into my laptop. The screen flickered to life, revealing a series of video clips. The first few were of mundane moments, me lounging on the couch, my cluttered desk, and me tossing a book onto the floor. Nothing too revealing, just snippets of ordinary life. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. The footage shifted to my family and friends. There they were, my sister, my best friend, my parents caught in private moments. My sister was at home watching TV, my friend was at a cafe, talking to someone out of frame. My parents were in their living room, relaxing after dinner. Each clip was casual, seemingly harmless, yet the idea that someone had been monitoring them was profoundly disturbing. My heart raced as I scrolled through the clips, each one more unsettling than the last. There were more of my friends and family, each captured in moments of their daily lives. The surveillance was not just limited to my bedroom, but had evidently extended to the people I cared about. My mind reeled with questions: who had done this? Why? Desperation drove me to investigate further. I tried to recall any recent strange occurrences or peculiarities in my life. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I had no enemies I knew of, no recent disputes. I began to wonder if I had somehow become a target without realizing it. The idea was terrifying. I decided to confront my family and friends. I needed to know if they were aware of any oddities in their lives. As I dialed my sister's number, my fingers trembled. The call went straight to voicemail, a cue that she might be busy. I tried my friend and then my parents, but the result was the same. They were either unreachable or preoccupied. The silence was deafening. With mounting anxiety, I called the police. When they arrived, I felt a sense of relief mixed with dread. I explained the situation, showing them the footage. The officers were initially skeptical, but their expressions changed as they watched the clips of my loved ones. They began investigating the source of the surveillance and tracing the footage back to its origin. In the meantime, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak in the house, every passing car outside, seemed to be part of some sinister plot. My imagination ran wild, fueled by the knowledge that someone was manipulating and monitoring my life and those close to me. The investigation unfolded slowly. The police found no immediate leads, no sign of break-ins or tampering. The camera's origin was a mystery. It had been cleverly disguised to avoid detection. The more they delved into the case, the more I began to feel a profound sense of helplessness. The fact that the surveillance had been so covert made it difficult to pinpoint a suspect or motive. Days turned into weeks, and the uncertainty gnawed at me. The police continued their investigation, but their progress was slow. I tried to resume my normal life, but the intrusion left an indelible mark on my psyche. Every shadow seemed menacing, every sound suspicious. One evening, as I was alone in my apartment, a new thought struck me. Could it be that the surveillance was meant to send a message or invoke fear, rather than being about actual harm? My mind churned with this possibility. I wondered if someone was simply toying with me, manipulating my sense of security for their own amusement. I decided to take control of my situation. I started documenting every strange occurrence, every unusual event. I upgraded my home security system, installing new cameras and motion detectors. The sense of vigilance became my new norm, a way to reclaim a sliver of control over my life. The hidden surveillance, while still an unresolved mystery, had forced me to confront my own vulnerabilities and the hidden fears that lurked beneath the surface of my everyday existence. It had transformed my sense of safety into one of constant alertness. Yet, in the midst of uncertainty, I resolved to face the challenge head-on, determined not to let fear dictate my life. The investigation eventually grew cold, but the knowledge that someone had invaded my privacy and possibly that of those I loved remained a haunting reality. It was a reminder that security was fragile and vigilance, though never absolute, was an essential part of safeguarding what truly mattered. Story 38. The sun was setting behind the distant hills as I trudged through the overgrown trail. My breath came in short, heavy bursts, and the forest seemed to close in around me. It had been months since I'd taken any time off work, and I needed this hike to clear my head. The demands of my job were relentless, and the stress was beginning to gnaw at me. Little did I know, this hike would become an ordeal that would test my sanity and my very sense of reality. I was about to turn back when I noticed a break in the dense underbrush. Curiosity piqued. I pushed through and found myself in a small clearing. At its center was an old stone slab, partially hidden beneath a tangle of vines and leaves. My heart skipped a beat as I approached it. It looked like an unmarked grave, but there was something distinctly unsettling about it. I knelt beside the stone, my fingers brushing away the grime. The inscription was faint but legible. It read, "Here lies my full name, born date of birth, died today's date." I froze, my eyes widening. The stone was etched with my full name and today's date, exactly the day I had come across it. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I scanned the clearing nervously, half expecting someone or something to leap out from the shadows, but there was nothing. Just the creeping sensation of dread that seemed to crawl beneath my skin. My mind raced as I stood up, wiping my hands on my pants. What kind of sick joke was this? I pulled out my phone and snapped a few pictures of the stone. As I made my way back down the trail, my thoughts were a whirlwind of anxiety and confusion. Who would do something like this? And why? When I arrived home, I tried to shake off the unsettling encounter, attributing it to my overactive imagination. But sleep eluded me that night. Every creak of the house, every whisper of the wind outside seemed to carry an ominous tone. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the inscription on the stone echoing in my mind. The next morning, I decided to investigate. I called the local historical society to see if they knew anything about the stone or the grave. The woman on the other end of the line was polite but unhelpful. She said that while the area was old, there were no records of any grave matching my description. I spent the next few days researching local history and graveyards, but my inquiries yielded no results. It was as if the grave had been deliberately erased from history. Frustrated, I reached out to a private investigator, hoping that someone with more experience could shed light on the mystery. The investigator, a grizzled man named Jim, took the case with a skeptical attitude. He started by looking into local records and interviewing people who might have knowledge of the area. Days turned into weeks, and still there were no leads. Then, one evening while I was sifting through the photos I'd taken of the grave, I noticed something strange. In one of the pictures, the stone seemed to be slightly different from when I first saw it. It was as if it had subtly changed between shots. I showed the photo to Jim, who agreed that something wasn't right. Jim suggested we revisit the site. Under the pretense of a casual hike, we ventured back to the clearing. When we arrived, the grave was gone. In its place was an ordinary patch of grass. I felt a wave of panic wash over me. "What the hell is going on?" I muttered, my voice barely above a whisper. Jim's face was grim as he examined the area. "I don't know," he said, shaking his head, "but this isn't right. It's like it was never here." Days turned into weeks, and the sensation of being watched intensified. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was orchestrating my demise. My dreams were haunted by visions of the grave, and every time I tried to go about my daily life, the sense of impending doom loomed over me. One night, as I was lying in bed, my phone buzzed with a new message. It was from an unknown number, and the message read, "The stone wasn't just a warning. It's part of a bigger plan. Watch your back." My heart raced as I stared at the screen, paralyzed with fear. The sender was unknown, and there were no other clues to indicate who might be behind it. Desperate, I contacted Jim again. He suggested a different approach, setting up cameras around my home and keeping a log of any unusual activity. I agreed, though the idea of being constantly monitored felt intrusive. The days passed, and the feeling of being followed persisted. Despite the surveillance, nothing concrete ever showed up on the footage. It was as if the cameras themselves were somehow being manipulated. The sense of paranoia grew stronger, and I found myself second-guessing every noise, every shadow. Then, one fateful evening, as I was reviewing the camera footage, something extraordinary happened. The footage revealed a shadowy figure approaching my house late at night. The figure seemed to be carrying something that looked disturbingly similar to the stone from the grave. But before I could get a clear look, the footage cut out, leaving only static. That was the last straw. My fear was now palpable, and I felt like a puppet being controlled by unseen strings. I made the decision to leave town for a while, hoping that distance might provide some relief. As I packed my bags, I couldn't help but glance back at my home one last time. I knew that the mystery of the grave and the ominous messages might never be solved, but the experience had changed me. The fear of the unknown had consumed my life, and I could only hope that by stepping away I might find some semblance of peace. As I drove away, the road ahead seemed to stretch on forever. I didn't know what awaited me, but I was determined to reclaim my life from the shadow that had loomed over me. Story 39. The notification popped up on my phone, a friend request from someone named Jessica Mitchell. I didn't recognize the name, but I had recently moved to a new city and had been trying to expand my social circle. I hesitated for a moment, my thumb hovering over the accept button. Curiosity won out. I tapped it and watched as the request transformed into a new connection. Almost immediately, a message from Jessica appeared in my inbox. The tone was friendly, almost too friendly for someone I didn't know. Her message read, "Hey, thanks for accepting my friend request. I've been wanting to reach out and get to know you better. I hope you're settling in well." I responded with a polite but cautious message, introducing myself and thanking her for the welcome. The conversation started off normally enough. We talked about mutual interests, the local scene, and the challenges of moving to a new place. Jessica seemed personable and genuinely interested in my life, which was a relief considering my recent experiences with moving and trying to find a sense of belonging in the city. As the days went on, however, the messages began to take on a more personal tone. Jessica asked about my family, my hobbies, and even about the new house I had just bought. I answered as honestly as I could, hoping that this was just the typical exchange of friendly conversation. But then, things took a strange turn. One evening, as I was scrolling through my feed, I received a new message from Jessica. This time, it included a photograph of my living room. My heart skipped a beat. The image was clear, and the decor was unmistakably my own. The photograph was taken from an angle that suggested someone had been standing in my house. The caption read, "Looks like you've settled in nicely. I love the new couch." I stared at the photo, my mind racing. I hadn't shared any pictures of my living room on social media, nor had I told Jessica much about my house's interior. I quickly typed a reply, asking where she had gotten the photo. Her response came swiftly, "Oh, don't worry about it. I just wanted to say hi and let you know I'm thinking of you. Is everything okay?" Unease settled in my stomach. I tried to brush off the incident, attributing it to a strange coincidence or a prank. But then, a few days later, I received another message. This time, it was a photo of my kitchen taken from a different angle, showing the dishes I had left on the counter. The caption was similar, "Hope you're enjoying the new kitchen. I noticed you're still unpacking. Need any help?" I was disturbed. This was no longer just an innocent message from a friendly acquaintance. I was being watched. I questioned Jessica directly, but her responses were evasive and dismissive. She claimed that she had a friend who worked in a photography studio and that the photos must have been sent to her by mistake. She assured me it was all just a misunderstanding. Despite her assurances, I couldn't shake the feeling of being invaded. I decided to investigate further. I began to scrutinize my surroundings and security measures. The house had been equipped with a security system, but there was no sign of tampering. I even spoke to my neighbors, asking if they had seen anyone unusual hanging around. No one reported anything out of the ordinary. I attempted to distance myself from Jessica by limiting my interaction, but she persisted. The messages continued, each one more insistent, as if she was trying to re-establish the connection I had started to sever. Her demeanor shifted from friendly to concerned, and eventually to outright demanding. The situation reached a boiling point when Jessica sent a message that was not just a photo but a video of me walking through my house, taken from a hidden vantage point. I could see myself in the frame, moving around, oblivious to the camera. The video was accompanied by a message: "I hope you're not too upset. I just wanted to make sure you're safe. I know how lonely moving to a new place can be." At this point, I was no longer dealing with a harmless stranger. My sense of security had been shattered. I reported the situation to the local authorities. The police took my complaint seriously and conducted a thorough investigation. They traced the IP address associated with Jessica's account but found no concrete leads. It seemed that Jessica's digital footprint was meticulously covered. The investigation dragged on, leaving me feeling increasingly vulnerable in my own home. I took extra precautions, installed additional security cameras, and even hired a private security firm to patrol the area. Life became a daily routine of heightened awareness and constant vigilance. One evening, after weeks of silence, I received an unexpected message from Jessica. It was an apology, a long, rambling explanation about how she had acted out of a misguided sense of friendship and loneliness. She claimed she had never intended to harm me and that she had been dealing with her own issues that led her to act inappropriately. Her words did little to quell my anxiety or restore my trust. I blocked her account and made a firm decision to move forward, focusing on rebuilding my sense of security and comfort in my home. The experience had left its mark, but I was determined not to let it define my new life in the city. Story 40. I had always prided myself on being an adaptable person. Moving to a new city for a job had been a leap, but when I found an affordable apartment with a friendly roommate, I thought I'd landed on my feet. The apartment was cozy, situated in a quiet neighborhood, and my new roommate, Alex, seemed like a pleasant enough guy. He was quiet but courteous, always with a faint, enigmatic smile. We got along well enough, but there was one thing that gnawed at me: an old wooden drawer in the corner of Alex's room, always locked and never discussed. For the first few weeks, I tried to ignore my curiosity. I had always believed in respecting others' privacy, and it felt wrong to pry. However, as time went on, I began to notice peculiarities. Alex seemed unusually interested in my daily routines, asking detailed questions about my plans and often disappearing during times he claimed were busy with work or appointments. I started to wonder what he was hiding. One evening, while Alex was out, I found myself alone in the apartment with the drawer staring at me from across the hall. I tried to focus on my own tasks, but the curiosity grew too strong. I convinced myself it was harmless to take a look, perhaps just to understand Alex better, or maybe just to satisfy my nagging curiosity. I began by searching for the key. The apartment had a few old cabinets and drawers, and I methodically went through them, looking for anything that might fit the lock on Alex's drawer. It wasn't long before I found a small, rusty key hidden in an old box labeled miscellaneous. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years, which only fueled my desire to see what it unlocked. With trembling hands, I inserted the key into the lock. The mechanism clicked, and I opened the drawer slowly, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside, the drawer was filled with an assortment of items that immediately made my heart race. There were several large manila envelopes, each containing a collection of photographs and detailed notes. The photographs were unsettling. They showed me in various locations around the apartment and even outside. Each image was taken without my knowledge, capturing mundane moments: reading on the couch, cooking in the kitchen, walking to my car, and more. But the most disturbing part was that some of the photos were close-ups of my face, my expression frozen in a mix of concentration and confusion. The notes were even more chilling. They were meticulous, documenting my daily routines in minute detail. There were observations about my work schedule, the times I left for the gym, my shopping habits, and even the conversations I had with friends. The notes were organized by date and time, and as I flipped through them, it became clear that Alex had been monitoring me for months. The more I read, the more I felt the walls closing in. My breathing became shallow, and a cold sweat broke out on my forehead. I felt violated and betrayed. I couldn't understand why Alex had been so secretive, or why he had felt the need to track my every move. There were no direct threats or messages, but the sheer volume of detailed information made it clear that this was more than just casual interest. Desperate for answers, I began to search through the other items in the drawer. There were more photographs, some of which were blurry and seemed to be taken from a distance, possibly through a window or around corners. The notes were filled with observations and sometimes cryptic remarks like, "Meeting tomorrow, be sure to check details," and "she seems to be getting suspicious." I was about to close the drawer when I noticed a small journal wedged in the back. It was leather-bound and looked worn. I flipped it open and began to read. The entries revealed a disturbing pattern. Alex had been fixated on me for a long time. He wrote about his fascination with my life, his attempts to understand my daily routines, and his growing unease about our interactions. It was clear that he had developed an obsession, and the journal detailed his inner turmoil and his attempts to remain inconspicuous. As I read, I felt a mix of anger and fear. I knew I had to confront Alex, but I was unsure how. If he had been keeping such detailed records about me, who knew how he would react to being discovered? I couldn't simply confront him without a plan. When Alex returned that evening, I acted as if nothing was amiss. I waited for a few hours, rehearsing what I would say and how I would approach the situation. Finally, when I couldn't delay any longer, I decided to talk to him. "Alex, can we talk?" I asked as he settled on the couch. His eyes met mine, and for a brief moment I saw a flicker of something, nervousness perhaps. "Sure," he replied, looking wary. I led him to the kitchen and took a deep breath. "I found something in your drawer," I began, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what's going on, but I need to understand." Alex's face went pale. He looked down, avoiding my gaze. "I didn't mean to hurt you," he said quietly. "I was just curious. I wanted to understand you better. It got out of hand." I could hardly believe what I was hearing. Curious. This isn't just curiosity, it's invasion of privacy. He sighed deeply. "I'm sorry. I didn't know how to stop myself. I thought I was being harmless, but I see now that it wasn't." I was conflicted, angry at his breach of trust, but also troubled by his apparent remorse. I told him that we needed to discuss this further, and that his actions were unacceptable. It was clear that our living situation couldn't continue in its current form. That night, I lay in bed, my mind reeling. The trust I'd placed in Alex had been shattered, and the security of my home felt compromised. I knew I had to take steps to ensure my safety and privacy moving forward. And as I lay awake, I couldn't shake the feeling that, no matter how much I tried to understand Alex's motivations, some boundaries had been crossed that could never be repaired. Story 41. It started on a quiet Wednesday night. I had spent the evening at home, catching up on some work and unwinding with a book before heading to bed. I remember setting my alarm for the next morning and turning off the lights. Everything was routine, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Yet when I woke up, the world felt strangely disorienting. I opened my eyes to find myself in a room that was entirely unfamiliar. It was sparsely furnished, with white walls and a single window covered by faded blinds. The room smelled faintly of disinfectant. I glanced around, confused, and noticed a single door that led out, but no indications of how I had ended up here. My phone, wallet, and keys were missing. Panic began to set in as I realized I had no idea how I got there or what had happened. I stood up, trying to get my bearings. My head throbbed, and a lingering fog in my mind made it difficult to think clearly. I approached the door, but it was locked from the outside. I tried calling out, but the only response was the echo of my voice. I looked around the room for anything that might offer a clue about my situation. On a small table near the bed, there was a notebook with a pen. I picked it up, hoping to jot down some thoughts, but it was already filled with notes. As I flipped through the pages, I realized they contained a detailed account of my daily activities over the past few weeks, almost like a journal chronicling my movements. The notes included comments on my habits, my likes and dislikes, even mundane details like what kind of coffee I preferred. The entries were unnervingly accurate, but they had been written in a disjointed, almost obsessive manner. I felt a chill run down my spine. Was someone tracking me? Was I being watched? After what felt like hours, I heard the sound of the door unlocking. A man in a white lab coat entered the room. He was middle-aged, with a calm, almost clinical demeanor. His eyes were hidden behind glasses that reflected the harsh overhead light. "Good morning," he said in a measured tone. "How are you feeling?" "I don't know where I am," I said, my voice trembling. "How did I get here? Who are you?" The man offered a reassuring smile, though it did nothing to ease my anxiety. "You're safe now. We've been monitoring you for a while. You had a blackout episode and needed to be brought here for observation." Observation? For what I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't remember anything." He nodded as if my confusion was expected. "It's important for us to understand your condition. We believe there might be external factors influencing your perception and memory. You've been under a lot of stress lately, and we need to ensure there are no underlying issues." I stared at him, incredulous. "External factors? What are you talking about? This doesn't make any sense." Before he could respond, he pulled out a small device from his pocket and showed it to me. It looked like a miniaturized recording device. "This is a tool we use to monitor the environment. We'll be conducting some tests, and it's important for you to remain calm." The man left, and I was left alone again. My mind raced as I tried to piece together the situation. How had I ended up here? And what was this about external factors influencing my perception? I needed to escape, but the door was locked, and there were no windows that I could use to climb out. I searched the room for anything that might help me understand what was happening. I noticed a small vent near the floor and tried to see if I could access it, but it was too narrow. I also examined the bed and furniture, looking for anything unusual. That's when I found a hidden compartment in the bed frame. Inside, there was a small note with a message written in the same disjointed style as the notebook. It read, "Reality is subjective. Trust no one. The answers are within." Confused and frightened, I tried to make sense of the note. The idea that my reality was being manipulated seemed increasingly plausible. I recalled the journal entries and the man's odd behavior. Were they trying to control my perceptions? Hours later, the man returned with a woman who introduced herself as Dr. Elise Carter. She wore a calm and reassuring demeanor, in stark contrast to my growing panic. "I'm here to help you," she said. "I need you to answer a few questions." Dr. Carter's questions were probing and personal, delving into my recent experiences and state of mind. She seemed genuinely concerned, but avoided answering my questions about my current situation or how I had ended up in this place. I noticed a change in the way she spoke, her tone shifting subtly as if she was trying to manipulate my responses. It was as if she was guiding me to a certain conclusion, steering the conversation in a direction that suited her agenda. I began to feel like I was being tested. My responses used to gauge how much they had influenced my perception. After what felt like an eternity, Dr. Carter left the room and I was left alone again. I couldn't shake the feeling that the entire situation was designed to make me question my own sanity. The notes, the journal, the devices, it all seemed like an elaborate scheme to manipulate my perceptions. Finally, I decided to take matters into my own hands. I used the pen from the notebook to carefully pry open the lock on the door. It took some time, but I managed to escape the room. I found myself in a sterile corridor with no clear indication of where I was. I made my way down the hall, searching for an exit, determined to uncover the truth behind my mysterious captivity. As I navigated the facility, I realized that I was not just escaping a physical space, but also a psychological trap designed to distort my reality. The experience had left me shaken, but I was resolute in uncovering the truth and reclaiming my sense of self. The journey ahead was uncertain, but I knew I had to fight to piece together the fragmented reality that had been so carefully manipulated. Story 42. I was on edge. The creeping sense of paranoia that had taken root in my life had become almost unbearable. My home, once a sanctuary, now felt like a maze of shadows, each corner harboring its own secrets. It had been weeks since Greg Thompson disappeared, and despite my investigation, I felt no closer to unraveling the mystery. Instead, the only thing that grew clearer was my sense of dread. Then, one rainy afternoon, the ordinary envelope that arrived in my mailbox made my heart skip a beat. It was a small, unremarkable package, wrapped in plain brown paper, and devoid of any return address. It seemed almost too ordinary to be the source of the escalating terror in my life, yet the absence of a return address and the timing made it all the more ominous. I took the package inside, my fingers trembling as I untaped it. Inside was a small black box. My hands were unsteady as I opened it to reveal a single, unmarked DVD. A shiver ran down my spine. I had no idea what was on it or who had sent it. With mounting apprehension, I inserted the DVD into my player and sat back, my eyes glued to the screen. The video began with static, then gradually cleared to reveal the interior of my own home. My heart pounded as I saw myself sitting on the couch in my living room, reading a book. The footage was dated a few days prior, and it was as if someone had been a silent, invisible observer. The camera angle shifted, showing various rooms in my house, my kitchen, bedroom, and even the hallway where I often felt the presence of someone watching me. I watched in growing horror as the video continued. There was no sound, just the disturbing images of my private life laid bare. The camera had captured my mundane activities with an unsettling precision, making breakfast, pacing around in anxious thoughts, and even moments of vulnerability when I thought I was alone. I stopped the video and replayed it, scrutinizing every detail. The footage appeared professionally done, no amateurish shakes or sudden angles. The camera had been placed with a meticulousness that suggested someone had carefully planned each shot. It was clear that whoever had made this recording had been inside my home without my knowledge for a long time, perhaps. I was overcome with a sense of violation. My home, my personal space, had been turned into a stage for someone else's twisted curiosity. But the most disturbing realization was that this was no random intruder. This was someone who knew me, someone who had access to my life. I felt a rising panic as I thought of the possible suspects. My first instinct was to contact the police, but a gnawing doubt held me back. The footage was unsettling, but it didn't seem to contain any direct threats. The police might dismiss it as an overreaction, or worse, it might lead them to suspect me of some sort of delusion. I decided to investigate further on my own. I examined every inch of the video, looking for clues that might identify the person behind it. I noticed a small detail, a picture on my wall that had been slightly shifted. It was a photo of my family, and I remembered that the frame had been aligned perfectly the day before. Someone had been in my home recently enough to alter such details. I revisited the video, focusing on the times when the camera angle was fixed on a particular spot. The footage included scenes from my home office, where a stack of papers was slightly disturbed. I recognized the stack. It contained letters and documents related to a local community group I had recently joined. In an effort to piece together this puzzle, I began reviewing my interactions with people from that group. They were all ostensibly friendly and unremarkable, but I started to question if someone might have been hiding a deeper agenda. I also scrutinized my recent conversations and encounters, trying to spot any indication of someone acting unusually or expressing curiosity about my home and routines. One person from the group stood out: Rachel, a woman who had seemed overly interested in my personal life during our last meeting. She had asked probing questions about my family and my daily habits, framing them in the guise of casual conversation. I'd brushed off her curiosity at the time, thinking it was just friendly chatter. Determined to find out if Rachel was connected to the video, I reached out to her under the pretense of discussing a community project. I met her at a local cafe where her demeanor was all warmth and charm. However, as our conversation progressed, I couldn't shake the feeling that she was gauging my reactions, searching for any signs of what I had discovered. After the meeting, I began to suspect that Rachel might be connected to the footage. I couldn't prove anything yet, but I decided to set up a small experiment. I began leaving subtle changes in my home, shifting objects slightly, changing the arrangement of furniture, and deliberately leaving out things that would suggest a particular behavior or schedule. The following day, I checked for any alterations or signs of someone having been in my house. To my dismay, I found things moved in exactly the way I had anticipated if someone were tracking my changes. It confirmed my fear that Rachel or someone else was indeed monitoring my actions closely. The disturbing reality began to sink in. I was being watched by someone who knew me well enough to exploit my private space for their own purposes. The package had been a chilling wake-up call, a message that I was not alone in my paranoia, but a target in a game that was far from over. The deeper I delved, the more I realized that this was not just about Greg's disappearance or my own nightmares. It was about someone orchestrating a sinister narrative, and I was trapped in the middle of it. As I prepared for the next steps, I knew that uncovering the truth would require navigating a dangerous and intricate web of deception, where every detail mattered and every step could bring me closer to or further away from unveiling the sinister motives behind the intrusion into my life. Story 43. The discovery of the diary was an accident, a fluke of fate, or so I thought. It happened on a lazy Sunday afternoon, the kind where the golden light streams in through the windows and time seems to stand still. I had been tackling a long overdue home improvement project, refinishing the old wooden floorboards in my living room. I worked methodically, removing the old varnish and sanding the boards until they were smooth. It was during this process that my screwdriver hit something solid beneath the floor. I pried up the loose board and found, buried in a shallow cavity, an old leather-bound diary. The cover was worn and cracked with age, the binding fragile and frayed. I felt a shiver of anticipation mixed with a hint of trepidation. What secrets could this old book possibly hold? The diary had clearly been hidden for decades. The pages, yellowed and brittle, crackled as I opened them. My eyes skimmed over the elegant, flowing script of the first entry, dated from the late 1960s. The handwriting was meticulous, almost obsessive, and as I read on, a chill crept over me. The entries began innocuously enough, detailing the daily routines of the diarist, but as I continued, the content became eerily personal. The writer described events and emotions with a disturbing level of detail and accuracy, events that mirrored my own life with unsettling precision. The first entry that caught my eye was dated October 12, 1969. It spoke of a recent move to a new house in a quiet neighborhood. The writer detailed the excitement and anxiety of starting anew, and then went on to describe the house with uncanny accuracy right down to the very layout and decor. I shivered as I read the description of the living room, the one I was currently refurbishing. As I turned the pages, it became clear that the diary was a chronicle of events that had unfolded in my life, or rather, in the life of someone who looked exactly like me. The writer described personal milestones with precise detail: the first day of school, the awkward teenage years, and even the recent breakup with my long-term partner. Each entry felt like a direct reflection of my own experiences. One particular entry, dated August 14th, 1975, described a harrowing event that had happened to the writer, the very event I had experienced a few years prior. The diary detailed a car accident in eerie detail, from the location and the impact to the aftermath and the lingering pain. I had never spoken publicly about this incident, and yet here it was, documented with intimate knowledge. The further I read, the more I became entangled in the writer's life. The diary recounted not just my experiences, but also my deepest fears and insecurities. There were detailed observations about my family, my friends, and even the way I thought. The entries took on a darker tone as the writer's observations grew more intrusive and unsettling. In one entry, dated January 2nd, 1980, the writer described a night spent awake, haunted by a sense of being watched. They detailed feelings of paranoia and dread, feelings that had plagued me on many a restless night. The descriptions were so accurate that it felt like reading a page from my own personal journal. My hands trembled as I turned the pages, struggling to understand the connection between myself and this mysterious writer. How could someone have known so much about my life, my innermost thoughts and experiences? The diary had been hidden in the floorboards of my own house, which only added to the creeping sense of invasion. Then came the most disturbing entry, dated October 3rd, 1982. It described a confrontation with a stranger who had appeared at the writer's door, asking questions about their life and experiences. The stranger seemed to know personal details, and the encounter ended with the writer feeling profoundly unsettled and violated. I realized with a jolt that this entry mirrored a recent incident in my life, when an unfamiliar person had approached me with probing questions about my past. I couldn't shake the growing sense of dread. Who was this writer, and why did their life so closely resemble mine? Had someone been following me all these years, documenting my every move and thought? I began to question the very fabric of my own reality. Was this diary a record of my life, or had I somehow become part of someone else's story? The final entries were the most cryptic. They spoke of a growing sense of paranoia, the feeling of being trapped in a cycle with no way out. The writer described an impending sense of doom, the sensation of being observed from the shadows. The entries ended abruptly, as if the writer had been interrupted or silenced. As I closed the diary, the room felt suddenly colder, the light from the afternoon sun less comforting. The discovery had opened a door to something I wasn't prepared to face. The diary's revelations had not only mirrored my life, but had also introduced an unsettling possibility that my reality had been manipulated or observed in ways I couldn't fully comprehend. I replaced the floorboard carefully, feeling the weight of the hidden knowledge. The diary remained a haunting reminder of a life entwined with my own, and the unanswered questions gnawed at me. Who had written it, and why? Was my life truly my own, or was I merely a chapter in someone else's story? As night fell, I sat alone in my living room, the diary resting beside me. The house, once a sanctuary, now seemed laden with secrets and shadows. The diary's presence was a stark reminder that there were aspects of my existence beyond my understanding, lurking just beneath the surface. Story 44. The rain was relentless that evening, a constant drumming against the windows as I sat at my kitchen table, the dim light casting long shadows across the room. The mysterious phone calls and unsettling gifts had left me on edge, but what had happened today had escalated the situation to a new level of fear. It began when I was at a local coffee shop, trying to escape the chaos of my apartment and clear my mind. As I sipped my coffee, a stranger approached me. He was an elderly man with a weathered face and eyes that seemed to have seen too much. He wore a long, dark coat and carried a satchel that seemed worn with age. "Excuse me," he said in a voice that was raspy yet compelling. "I believe this belongs to you." He handed me a small, leather-bound journal. Its cover was cracked and faded, giving it an aura of forgotten history. I looked at him confused. "I don't understand. Why are you giving me this?" The man's eyes were intense, almost pleading. "I cannot explain much, but the journal holds answers you need. You must read it before it's too late without waiting for a response." He turned and walked away, disappearing into the rainy night. I stared at the journal for a moment before carefully opening it. The pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant yet erratic, as if written in haste. The first few entries were mundane, detailing the writer's daily life and minor events, but as I continued, I noticed something disturbing. Each entry seemed to predict future events with unnerving accuracy. The entries started with ordinary observations but quickly took a darker turn. They described incidents that I could distinctly remember happening, sometimes down to the smallest details. My pulse quickened as I realized that these were not just random events, they were my own experiences, recorded before they had happened. The journal described a period of intense personal conflict, foretelling arguments and betrayals that had actually occurred. It even mentioned my recent phone calls and gifts, describing them with chilling precision. Whoever had written this journal had known about my life in an eerie and unsettling way. The entries grew more ominous as I read on. One entry described a foreboding situation where the writer had been followed home, their movements carefully watched. It detailed how the writer was trapped in their own home, with the invader closing in on them. The description matched my own experience of feeling watched and being unable to catch the intruder on camera. My anxiety mounted with each line I read. I flipped through the pages, desperate to find something hopeful or reassuring. Instead, the journal's predictions grew increasingly violent and disturbing. It described future events with vivid detail, including an encounter that would take place in my own home. The final entry, written in bold, frantic script, sent a shiver down my spine. August 12, 2024. The time is near. The darkness that has been creeping into your life will soon reach its climax. The one who watches and writes has seen your every move and is coming to collect. Tonight, as the clock strikes 12, you will face the culmination of their plans. The mirror you've received is the gateway. Beware, for the final act is about to unfold. My hands trembled as I read the final words. I could hardly breathe, my mind racing to piece together the message. The journal seemed to suggest that the strange occurrences in my life were not random but part of a calculated plan by someone who knew my future and had sinister intentions. I glanced at the clock. It was almost midnight. The sense of dread that had been creeping into my life now felt palpable, like a cold hand wrapping around my heart. I knew I had to confront whatever awaited me, but the idea of facing an unknown threat was terrifying. With the journal clutched tightly in my hand, I made my way to the living room where the mirror, the latest gift, stood ominously. The mirror's ornate frame seemed to glint with a malevolent energy. I had noticed it earlier, but its significance had not fully hit me until now. The journal's warning had mentioned it as a gateway. As the clock struck 12, I stood in front of the mirror, the room bathed in a dim, eerie light. My reflection stared back at me, but the air seemed to grow colder, and shadows danced around the edges of the glass. My pulse pounded in my ears as I waited for something to happen. Nothing seemed to change at first, and just as I began to question the journal's validity, I heard a noise behind me, a soft, almost imperceptible rustling. I turned slowly to find nothing but the emptiness of my living room. But then, a voice echoed from the mirror, the same voice I had heard during the phone call. "You've done well to arrive," it said, with a chilling calmness. "Now, let's see how you handle the final act." My reflection began to distort, and I saw a figure emerging from within the mirror's surface, a shadowy silhouette of a person. Panic surged through me, and I tried to back away, but my feet felt like they were glued to the floor. The figure stepped out, taking on a more defined shape. It was the same elderly man who had given me the journal. "You shouldn't have meddled," he said, his voice now resonating with a deep, menacing tone. "This was never meant for you." The room felt like it was closing in, and I could feel the weight of the stranger's intentions pressing down on me. Desperation gave me strength, and I grabbed the journal, throwing it against the mirror with all my might. The glass shattered, and the figure vanished with the splintered reflections. In the aftermath, the mirror was a broken mess, and the room fell silent. I was left standing in the debris, my heart racing, unsure of what had just transpired. The journal lay amidst the shards, its pages fluttering, as if whispering secrets I could no longer decipher. I had survived the night, but the experience left me shaken and with more questions than answers. The journal was now a relic of a night that had blurred the lines between reality and the supernatural. It was clear that the stranger's predictions were not merely about observing my life, but manipulating it in ways I could scarcely comprehend. The ominous message had warned me of the final act, but I was left to grapple with the consequences of having survived it, unsure of what future awaited me in the wake of that chilling confrontation. Story 45. It was a crisp November evening when I first noticed something was amiss with Max. We had been friends since college, bonded over late-night study sessions, shared jokes, and countless weekends spent exploring new restaurants and cafes in the city. Max had always been the reliable one, the friend who never missed a beat when it came to being supportive. So when he started to act strangely, it was both confusing and alarming. It began subtly. Max's phone seemed to be constantly vibrating, and he would often excuse himself from our conversations to answer calls in hushed tones. When he did talk, he was curt and evasive, a stark contrast to his usual, easygoing demeanor. His once frequent texts and calls became sporadic, and he started to cancel our plans with increasing frequency. I brushed off my concerns initially, attributing them to a busy work schedule or perhaps some personal issues he didn't want to share. But then I found myself in the middle of an unsettling discovery. It happened on a Saturday when I decided to surprise Max by dropping by his apartment to return a book one had borrowed. The front door was ajar, which was unusual given Max's usual fastidiousness about security. I knocked before stepping inside, and what I saw next froze me in my tracks. The apartment, usually tidy, was a disarray of clutter and strange items, stacks of unmarked envelopes, a few hastily concealed weapons, and a large duffel bag stuffed with cash. My mind raced, struggling to reconcile this hidden world with the Max I knew. Before I could process the implications, I heard the clatter of footsteps approaching. Panicked, I ducked behind a stack of boxes and waited, my heart pounding. Max entered the room, his expression shifting from confusion to shock when he saw the state of his apartment. "Hey, what are you doing here?" he demanded, trying to mask his alarm. "I was returning a book," I stammered. "But it looks like something's going on. What's all this?" Max's face hardened. "It's not what you think. You shouldn't be here." His reaction confirmed my fears. He was hiding something, and whatever it was serious. I decided to leave, telling him I'd come back another time, but the seed of suspicion had been planted deep within me. Over the next few weeks, I did some digging of my own. I found out that Max had been involved in a series of illicit activities that directly impacted my own safety. The first sign came when a friend from my building was robbed. The incident was brazen and frightening. Robbers had broken into their apartment in broad daylight, and though they took valuables, nothing indicated they were looking for anything specific. When I spoke to my friend, they mentioned seeing a few masked individuals lingering around the building in the days leading up to the robbery. Alarmed, I checked the local news and discovered similar crimes reported across the city. Each robbery seemed to follow a pattern. The criminals knew exactly when to strike and where to find their targets. A troubling thought formed in my mind: what if Max's activities were connected to these crimes? I began to notice odd coincidences. Max seemed increasingly agitated whenever the topic of crime came up, and his demeanor was noticeably more defensive. His recent erratic behavior, combined with the discovery of cash and weapons in his apartment, suggested he was deeply entangled in something far darker than I could have imagined. Unable to ignore the mounting evidence, I confronted Max. It was a tense evening, filled with raw emotions and guarded confessions. Max finally admitted he was involved in a criminal ring, but he insisted he was only a small player, handling logistics and money transfers. He assured me he had no direct involvement in the robberies, but his guilt was palpable. "Why didn't you come to me for help?" I asked, my voice shaking. "Why drag me into this mess?" Max's eyes were filled with remorse. "I didn't want you to be part of this. I thought I could keep it separate. I never meant for you to get hurt." Despite his assurances, I couldn't shake the fear that his involvement might have put me and my loved ones at risk. Max offered to help me with security measures and promised to get out of the criminal world for good. But the damage was done. I took precautions, installing security systems in my home, changing routines, and being more vigilant about my surroundings. The sense of betrayal was overwhelming. A friend I had trusted implicitly was now a source of potential danger. Though Max followed through on his promise to distance himself from his criminal ties, the sense of safety was hard to restore. As time passed, Max became a shadow of the friend I once knew. Our relationship changed fundamentally. I struggled with the duality of his existence. The friend who had once been so dependable now seemed like a stranger with a dark past. Despite the fear and mistrust, I found myself hoping for Max's redemption. I wanted to believe that people could change, that his desire to leave behind his criminal activities was genuine. But the scars left by the experience were deep, and trust is not easily mended. In the end, I learned the harsh reality that people can live double lives, and those hidden sides can profoundly impact those closest to them. While I hoped for Max's redemption, I understood that the betrayal would linger, a reminder of the shadows that can hide behind even the most familiar faces. Story 46. The room had been there all along, hidden just behind the walls of my house, but it was only now that I discovered its existence. It was an overcast afternoon when I stumbled upon the concealed space, the dim light from the cloudy sky barely penetrating the gloom of my basement. My house had always been a haven for me. Nestled in a quiet suburban neighborhood, it was where I had built a life of comfort and familiarity. However, that sense of security had been eroded over the past few weeks. Strange occurrences, unexplained noises, and the mysterious disappearance of my dog, Max, had left me feeling uneasy in what was supposed to be my sanctuary. It all began when I was tidying up the basement, attempting to reclaim some sense of normalcy. The basement, with its cluttered storage and forgotten relics, had always been a place of disorganization. As I was moving boxes and old furniture, I noticed something odd, an area of the wall that felt different, a section that seemed to be slightly askew. Curiosity got the better of me, and I inspected the wall more closely. To my astonishment, I discovered that it wasn't a solid wall but a cleverly concealed door, its edges barely visible against the surrounding structure. I felt a shiver run down my spine as I realized that the door had been expertly hidden, likely for a long time. With trembling hands, I pried open the door. It creaked ominously as it swung inward, revealing a small, dark room that had been sealed off for years. The air inside was musty, thick with dust and neglect. I hesitated, the unsettling feeling of trespassing on forbidden territory making my heart pound. But I knew I had to see what was inside. The room was sparsely furnished. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a weak, flickering light. What caught my eye immediately, however, were the walls. They were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, meticulously arranged in a disturbing collage. The photos were of me, captured in various moments of my life, some mundane, others intensely private. The first set of photos showed me at everyday activities, leaving for work, grocery shopping, relaxing in my living room. As I scanned the images, my unease grew. It was clear that these were taken from a distance, capturing me in my most routine moments. But as I continued to examine the collection, the images grew more invasive. There were pictures of me sleeping, taken through my bedroom window. Others showed me in intimate moments, moments that were meant to be private, captured with an unsettling precision. The walls were also adorned with strange notes and markings, scribbled in a hurried scrawl. They seemed to be a mix of observations, cryptic messages, and personal reflections. One note read, "She's always so peaceful at night," while another said, "The walls hold her secrets." The messages were disjointed, but they painted a disturbing picture of someone who had been obsessively watching me. In the center of the room was a table covered with more evidence of the intruder's presence. There were notebooks filled with handwritten entries, detailing observations about my daily life. The entries were alarmingly detailed, recounting not just my activities but also my thoughts and feelings, as if the writer had been privy to my innermost thoughts. I felt a surge of panic as I realized the extent to which someone had invaded my privacy. The knowledge that I had been under constant surveillance, my every move scrutinized, left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. It was as if my entire life had been a subject of someone's obsessive fascination. I noticed a small, old-fashioned video camera in the corner of the room. It was dusty and appeared to have been there for a long time. As I approached it, my hands shook uncontrollably. The camera was connected to a recording device. I hesitated for a moment before pressing the play button. The screen flickered to life, showing grainy footage of my home taken from various hidden cameras. The footage depicted intimate moments of my life, moments I had never suspected were being recorded. The video showed not only my daily routines but also my most private and vulnerable moments. The realization that someone had been watching me, recording my life without my knowledge, was horrifying. As I sat in the dim light of the hidden room, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The room had been meticulously maintained, indicating that the person who had created this disturbing space had a long-term plan. They had been watching me, studying me, and documenting my every move with an unsettling precision. I tried to piece together who might have done this and why. I thought of the mysterious note I had found on Max's new collar, the one suggesting that my home was not as safe as I believed. The note seemed to be a precursor to this discovery, a hint at the hidden dangers lurking in my life. It became clear that whoever had been watching me had planned their intrusion meticulously, leaving nothing to chance. The discovery of the hidden room was both a revelation and a curse. It answered some of my questions, but also raised many more. Who had done this? Why had they chosen to invade my life so thoroughly? And most importantly, what were their intentions? As I left the room, sealing the door behind me, I knew I had to take immediate action. I needed to contact the authorities to report the invasion of my privacy and the disturbing evidence I had uncovered. But I also needed to protect myself, to ensure that the person responsible for this intrusion was held accountable and that my home could once again be a place of safety. The hidden room had shattered the illusion of security I had once taken for granted. My home, once a sanctuary, had become a place of fear and uncertainty. The revelations of that dark, concealed space would forever alter my sense of safety and privacy, leaving me with a haunting awareness of how closely someone had been watching me all along. Story 47. The first message arrived on a dreary Tuesday morning, nestled in the corner of my inbox among the usual spam and promotional offers. The subject line was innocuous enough. "We need to talk." I clicked on it absent-mindedly, expecting a routine email. Instead, my heart sank as I read the chilling content. "Hello, your name. I've been keeping an eye on you. I know things about you that you wouldn't want others to find out. If you don't comply with my demands, I'll make sure your deepest secrets are exposed." The message was anonymous, signed only with a cryptic symbol I didn't recognize. Attached was a photograph of me leaving my apartment, taken from a distance. It was clear that the sender had been watching me closely. Panic surged through me. I checked the rest of my emails, but there were no other clues. I debated whether to inform the authorities, but decided to tread carefully. The message's contents were unsettling but vague. It was also possible that someone was merely trying to intimidate me. The next day, a second email arrived. This one contained personal details that only someone close to me would know, information about my mother's recent illness and a family vacation we had planned. The message demanded I transfer a significant amount of money to an offshore account. The threat was direct: if I didn't comply, they would release compromising information about me. I was horrified. The knowledge that someone had access to such intimate details about my life made me feel exposed and vulnerable. I had no idea who could be behind this. I hadn't shared these details with anyone outside my immediate circle, and none of my friends or family seemed like they would do this. Desperate, I contacted the police. They took my case seriously and began investigating the anonymous threats. They traced the email to an IP address, but found that it had been routed through multiple proxies, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint the sender's exact location. The blackmail continued, and each message was more menacing than the last. The demands escalated. The next email instructed me to attend a specific location at a certain time, or they would release footage of me in a compromising situation. It was a video of me, recorded in my own home, while I was asleep. The invasion of privacy was horrifying, and I was forced to comply, hoping it would be the end. I started to feel the noose tightening around me. The anonymous sender seemed to know my every move, orchestrating events from the shadows. My sense of safety was obliterated. I began to second-guess everyone around me, struggling to identify who might be involved. Each interaction became a potential clue or a lead in this terrifying game. One evening, after following the latest set of instructions, I was met with another email, this one containing even more personal information. They knew about a recent argument I had with a friend and a secret I had shared in confidence. The sender's demands were growing increasingly outrageous, and the situations they put me in were becoming dangerously public. The turning point came when the blackmailer demanded I break into a secured facility to obtain a confidential document. I was horrified by the idea, but they threatened that failure to comply would result in exposing a scandalous lie about a close family member. The stakes were too high, and I was left with no choice but to carry out their demands. I meticulously planned the break-in, hoping it would fulfill the blackmailer's demands and free me from their grip. As I entered the facility, I felt a mix of dread and determination. Every shadow seemed menacing, every noise amplified in my heightened state of fear. I completed the task, but the blackmailer's hold was not easily shaken. The next email contained a new threat: I had to sabotage a public event I was scheduled to speak at. The idea of harming my own reputation and career was unbearable, but the blackmailer's threats left me with little choice. I was trapped in a web of manipulation and fear. The final confrontation came unexpectedly. One night, as I was returning home, I received a call from a blocked number. The voice on the other end was distorted but unmistakably familiar. It was someone I knew well, someone I had once trusted implicitly. The realization hit me like a sledgehammer. The blackmailer was someone from my inner circle. In a state of shock, I confronted this person, revealing that I knew their identity. They were initially defensive, but eventually broke down, admitting their actions. The motives were complex: jealousy, resentment, and a desperate need for control. They had used their knowledge of my life to manipulate and coerce me into fulfilling their demands. The authorities were able to apprehend the blackmailer, and the threats ceased. The emotional toll was immense. The betrayal left deep scars, and I struggled to rebuild my sense of trust and security. The experience had shattered my sense of safety, and had exposed the vulnerabilities in my life that I hadn't fully acknowledged. In the aftermath, I sought therapy to help process the trauma and began taking steps to restore my sense of normalcy. I implemented stronger security measures and became more cautious about who I let into my life. The ordeal was a harsh reminder of the fragility of trust and the importance of safeguarding personal information. As time passed, I gradually found a semblance of peace. The shadows of the past continued to linger, but I worked diligently to rebuild my life and regain control over my sense of security. The experience had changed me, but it also fortified my resolve to face challenges with resilience and vigilance. Story 48. The discovery came on a quiet Tuesday afternoon. I had spent the morning sifting through old family documents and personal files, trying to get my life in order after the recent string of unsettling events. The house was eerily silent, save for the occasional creak of the floorboards, as if it were a participant in the quiet tension that had gripped me for weeks. It was then that I stumbled upon an envelope buried in a stack of papers. The envelope was marked with a stamp from a law firm I didn't recognize. Curiosity piqued. I carefully opened it. Inside was a letter from a lawyer's office, detailing an array of legal issues surrounding a series of transactions and agreements made in my name. My heart pounded as I skimmed through the letter, which mentioned several business deals, property purchases, and even a lease agreement for a luxury apartment, none of which I had ever authorized or even heard of. The letter described the transactions as being conducted by someone using my name and personal information. It was clear that someone had managed to create a false identity with my details and was living a life dangerously close to my own. I felt a cold shiver run down my spine as I read through the details, each line adding to the weight of my dread. The document included addresses, bank accounts, and even a list of phone numbers associated with this imposter. I spent the next few hours frantically trying to piece together what had happened. I called the lawyer's office for more information, but they were unhelpful, insisting that I needed to contact the police or a fraud investigator to resolve the matter. I made a quick call to the police department, but they seemed overwhelmed and advised me to file a formal report in person. The following morning, I arrived at the local police station, clutching the letter in a folder filled with my own personal documents for comparison. The officer who took my report was skeptical but sympathetic. He promised to pass the information on to a fraud specialist within the department. It wasn't much, but it was a start. As I left the station, I felt a growing sense of unease. The thought of someone out there living a life that was almost identical to my own was disorienting. I couldn't shake the feeling that this imposter might be lurking closer than I realized. I had to act quickly to protect my identity and stop any further damage. I took the advice of the police and contacted a private investigator, a woman named Linda with a reputation for handling complex fraud cases. She arrived at my house the next day and took stock of the situation. Linda was professional and efficient, immediately setting to work by tracking down the addresses and phone numbers listed in the lawyer's letter. As Linda dug into the details, I did my own digging. I contacted my bank to report the potential fraud and placed a fraud alert on my credit report. I also reached out to the various institutions mentioned in the letter, notifying them of the identity theft. It was a disheartening process, but I was determined to fight back. Linda's investigation led her to several addresses linked to the imposter. The first few were dead ends, vacant properties, or businesses that had long since closed. However, one address stood out. It was a high-end apartment complex in a part of town I wasn't familiar with. Linda suggested we check it out. The following week, we arrived at the apartment complex. It was an upscale building with a polished lobby and a doorman who eyed us suspiciously as we entered. Linda flashed her credentials and explained the situation. The doorman, though initially reluctant, eventually agreed to help. He confirmed that a person matching the imposter's description had indeed been living in one of the units, but they had recently moved out. We obtained the forwarding address from the building's records. With this new information, Linda and I drove to the new address, a posh neighborhood on the outskirts of town. As we approached the residence, a sense of urgency consumed me. I wondered what kind of life this imposter had been leading, and if it had any connection to the ominous messages in the mysterious grave I had encountered. The new residence was a well-maintained townhouse. Linda knocked on the door while I waited anxiously. After a few moments, a young woman in her early 30s answered. She looked puzzled as Linda explained the situation and showed her credentials. "I don't know what you're talking about," the woman said, her voice trembling slightly. "I've been living here for a few months, but I've never used anyone else's identity." Linda was sharp and unyielding. She questioned the woman further, and after some pressing, it became clear that the woman had been a victim of the imposter's actions as well. She had been duped into renting the townhouse under false pretenses, believing she was dealing with legitimate agents. With the woman's cooperation, Linda was able to gather more information. It turned out the imposter had been using various stolen identities to live a life of luxury while leaving a trail of deceit and fraud. We discovered that this individual had not only been mimicking my life, but had also been involved in multiple illegal activities. The investigation eventually led to a larger network of fraud and identity theft. The imposter was apprehended, and the authorities were able to piece together the full extent of the crimes. The stolen identity was deactivated, and measures were put in place to prevent further misuse. The relief was palpable, but the ordeal left me shaken. The experience had eroded my sense of security and trust. I had to rebuild my life from the ground up, and though the immediate threat was gone, the scars of the invasion lingered. As I began to piece my life back together, I couldn't help but reflect on the strange series of events that had brought me to this point. The cryptic messages, the grave, and the imposter had all seemed like disconnected threads, but they had woven a chilling tapestry of deceit and danger. Despite the resolution, I remained vigilant, forever changed by the haunting experience of living under the shadow of an imposter who had dangerously mirrored my own existence. Story 49. The quiet hum of my laptop filled the room as I worked from my home office, a space I had meticulously arranged for comfort and efficiency. The workday had been going smoothly until a curious discovery interrupted my concentration. It was late afternoon when I decided to take a short break and stretch my legs. As I walked around the office, I noticed something unusual on my desk, a large, manila envelope that I didn't remember placing there. I approached the desk with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. The envelope was unmarked and bore no return address. With a sense of unease, I carefully opened it and pulled out a thick dossier. The first page was a cover sheet with my name prominently displayed, followed by a title that sent a shiver down my spine: Personal Research Report. The initial shock quickly gave way to a frantic urge to understand what I was dealing with. I flipped through the pages, each one more unsettling than the last. The dossier was an extensive compilation of information about my life, meticulously organized and alarmingly detailed. It seemed as though someone had been shadowing me for months, if not years. The first section was a detailed biography. It included basic facts like my full name, birth date, and educational background, but it went far beyond that. It detailed every job I had held, including brief periods of employment that I had long forgotten. There were notes on my previous addresses, complete with maps and handwritten observations about my daily routines. As I turned the page, the dossier shifted to a more personal realm. There were sections on my family and friends containing photographs of my relatives and friends, some of which had been taken at social gatherings I had thought were private. It listed names, relationships, and even personal anecdotes. The level of detail was chilling. It was as if someone had been present at every significant moment of my life, documenting everything with an unsettling precision. The dossier included an exhaustive section on my work habits and professional achievements. It detailed projects I had completed, meetings I had attended, and even private conversations I had had with colleagues. There were notes on my work preferences, my strengths and weaknesses, and even my typical work hours. It was as if someone had been monitoring my every move, scrutinizing my performance and behaviors. The next section was devoted to my personal interests and hobbies. It cataloged my favorite activities, the places I frequented, and my travel history. There were entries on books I had read, movies I had watched, and restaurants I had dined at. I found lists of my favorite recipes, detailed notes on my fitness routine, and even observations about my online shopping habits. The dossier then moved into more troubling territory, my private life. It contained information about my relationships, including romantic interests. There were detailed notes about past and present partners, including intimate details I had never shared publicly. It seemed as though someone had been piecing together every fragment of my personal history, from the mundane to the deeply personal. The final section of the dossier was the most disturbing. It was a collection of handwritten notes and photographs that detailed my daily routines in recent months. There were descriptions of my morning routine, my visits to the gym, and even my interactions with neighbors. The photographs included images of me leaving my house, walking to my car, and sitting in local cafes. Some of these images were so recent that they could only have been taken in the last few weeks. Panic surged through me as I realized the extent of the invasion. It was clear that someone had been stalking me, gathering information, and documenting my every move. The thoroughness of the research suggested a level of obsession that was both alarming and frightening. I couldn't fathom who could have done this or why they would be so intent on monitoring my life so closely. I took a deep breath and tried to calm my racing thoughts. The first step was to contact the authorities. I dialed the police, providing them with all the details of the dossier and the unsettling discovery. They assured me they would send someone over to investigate, but the wait felt interminable. While waiting, I took inventory of my home and office, checking for any signs of tampering or surveillance equipment. I found nothing out of the ordinary, but the feeling of being watched was pervasive. I considered the possibility that the dossier might have been intended as a form of intimidation or manipulation, rather than a genuine threat. Nevertheless, the sense of violation was profound. The police arrived and took the dossier into evidence. They conducted a preliminary investigation, including questioning me about any potential suspects or recent conflicts. I couldn't think of anyone who would have had a motive to invade my privacy to this extent. The investigation, they said, would take time, and they promised to keep me informed of any developments. In the weeks that followed, I made several changes to my routine and home security. I installed additional security cameras, changed my passwords, and began to be more cautious about my personal information. The experience left me feeling exposed and wary, but I was determined not to let it consume my life. Despite the police investigation and the increased security measures, the dossier remained a haunting reminder of the breach. The sense of being watched never fully dissipated, and I found myself constantly on edge. The case remained unsolved, leaving me with more questions than answers. I slowly tried to return to a semblance of normalcy, but the experience had left an indelible mark. The dossier was a stark reminder of how easily one's privacy could be compromised, and it served as a chilling lesson in the importance of vigilance and security in an increasingly intrusive world. Story 50. It was a chilly November afternoon when I met Ethan Wright at a quaint cafe in downtown. Ethan was a well-known author whose books were renowned for their intricate plots and deep psychological insights. I had been struggling with my own manuscript, a novel that I had been working on for months but felt had hit a creative wall. When Ethan, whom I had reached out to for advice, agreed to help, I was thrilled. It felt like a golden opportunity to inject some fresh ideas into my work and perhaps overcome the creative stagnation I had been facing. Our initial meeting was casual, filled with talk about writing processes, publishing, and the occasional sip of coffee. Ethan was articulate and charismatic, and he seemed genuinely interested in my novel's premise. He offered constructive feedback and suggestions, and I felt a renewed sense of purpose as we discussed my characters and plot. His insights were sharp, and his enthusiasm was infectious. I left the cafe feeling invigorated, eager to incorporate his suggestions into my manuscript. Over the following weeks, Ethan and I continued our correspondence. He provided detailed notes on my drafts, and our discussions frequently shifted from emails to phone calls. As I began implementing his suggestions, I noticed that his ideas, while brilliant, seemed to increasingly parallel events from my own life events that were intensely personal and, in some cases, unsettling. One of Ethan's early suggestions was to introduce a character who experienced a traumatic event that mirrored a difficult period in my own past. I had written about a character struggling with a vague sense of loss, but Ethan suggested making it more specific and personal. His idea was to include an event similar to a family tragedy I had experienced years ago, something I had only hinted at in my book. It felt uncanny and invasive, but I brushed it off as a coincidence. However, as Ethan's revisions progressed, the parallels became even more disturbing. He proposed a plot twist involving a secret relationship between two characters, one that uncannily mirrored a real-life conflict I had with a close friend. The characters' motives and the fallout from their relationship seemed to reflect my own personal experiences, almost as if he had been privy to my private struggles. The resemblance was so precise that it was impossible to ignore. Things took a darker turn when Ethan suggested incorporating a subplot about a mysterious figure who stalks the protagonist. This subplot was eerily similar to a recent unsettling experience I had. A few months ago, I had begun receiving anonymous letters detailing aspects of my daily life and expressing unsettlingly accurate observations. The letters had ceased, but the memory of that invasion of privacy lingered. Ethan's suggestion felt like he was touching upon something that was still very raw and unsettling for me. Despite my growing unease, I continued working with Ethan. I was torn between the desire to make my book a success and the creeping sense that something was not right. Ethan's suggestions were undeniably compelling and improved my manuscript, but they were too close to my personal life, to the point of disturbing accuracy. One evening, after an especially unsettling phone call where Ethan's suggestions seemed to dive deeper into my personal affairs, I decided to confront him. I invited him to my apartment for a discussion, hoping to address my concerns directly. I was nervous but resolute. I had to understand why his ideas seemed to mirror my life so precisely. Ethan arrived on time, carrying a leather briefcase and an air of confidence. We sat down at my dining table, surrounded by drafts and notes. I took a deep breath and broached the subject. "Ethan, I need to talk about something that's been troubling me. Your suggestions, some of them, they seem eerily similar to events in my own life. It's unsettling." Ethan's face shifted from one of interest to one of concern. "I assure you I didn't mean to intrude or cause any discomfort. I was just trying to make the story more compelling and relatable." "But it's not just about making the story relatable," I said, my voice shaking slightly. "It's about how closely your suggestions align with personal, private experiences. It feels like a violation." Ethan's demeanor changed. He seemed to grow defensive. "You're overreacting. As a writer, it's my job to understand the emotional depths of my characters. If some of my suggestions reflect your experiences, it's purely coincidental. My intention was to help, not to pry." I was taken aback by his response. "Coincidental? How do you explain the subplot about the stalker? How do you explain your knowledge of my personal life? It's not just about the book, it's about my privacy." Ethan's eyes hardened. Sometimes the line between fiction and reality blurs. As a writer, I delve into the darkest corners of human experience. Maybe I've pushed too hard, but that's part of the process. The conversation left me feeling disoriented and conflicted. Ethan's defensiveness and rationalizations made me question the boundary between creative collaboration and personal intrusion. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that his involvement in my manuscript had become dangerously entwined with my private life. I decided to end our professional relationship. I thanked Ethan for his help, but explained that I needed to finish the book on my own terms. It was important for me to regain control over my own story, both the one I was writing and the one I was writing and the one I was living. Ethan left, his expression a mix of frustration and resignation. As I sat down to revise my manuscript, I felt a profound sense of relief. I focused on the story I wanted to tell, unburdened by the unsettling reflections of my personal life. The process of writing became cathartic, allowing me to explore my characters and plot without the invasive shadows of reality. In the end, Ethan's suggestions had pushed me to confront the boundaries between fiction and reality. It was a painful lesson in maintaining control over one's own narrative, both on the page and in life. And as I continued writing, I did so with a renewed awareness of the delicate line between creative inspiration and personal privacy. Story 51. It was a normal Tuesday when I first noticed something was wrong. I had been busy all day, back-to-back meetings and a stack of reports to finish. By the evening, I was looking forward to a relaxing dinner and catching up on my favorite show. But when I pulled out my phone to check the latest news, I saw a series of notifications that made my blood run cold. My phone buzzed with new messages, not from friends or colleagues, but from my own contacts. I clicked on the first one, expecting perhaps a new social media alert or a spam message. Instead, it was a message from my friend Sarah. "Are you okay? I'm really worried. Why would you say you're in danger?" Confused, I checked the sender. It was indeed from my number. I quickly opened the next message, sent to my colleague Dave. "Please be careful. I know what happened last week. You're not safe." Each message was worse than the last. They weren't just random threats, they contained personal details about my life, things only someone close to me or someone who had been watching me would know. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. My phone had been hacked. Someone had access to my contacts and was using my number to spread alarm. I felt a surge of panic. My immediate instinct was to call Sarah and Dave to explain that I hadn't sent those messages and to reassure them. But when I tried to make the calls, I found my phone's connection disrupted. It seemed that whoever had hacked my phone had also compromised its ability to make calls. I was isolated and helpless. Desperate to regain control, I managed to access my email from my laptop. I quickly began drafting messages to my contacts, explaining the situation and asking them not to respond to any suspicious messages they received from my number. But as I was typing, I noticed more strange activity. A new email had arrived in my inbox from an anonymous account containing a link. I hesitated, but curiosity and urgency got the better of me, and I clicked on it. The link led to a site filled with information about me, photos, social media posts, and more personal details. It was as though someone had compiled a dossier on my life. At the top of the page was a single line of text: "You're being watched. This is just the beginning." I was on edge. I knew I needed to act fast. I contacted my phone provider and reported the breach, but they couldn't help immediately. They promised to investigate, but it would take time. In the meantime, I tried to piece together how the breach had happened. I'd always been cautious with my phone's security, using strong passwords and two-factor authentication. But clearly, someone had found a way around these protections. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and confusion. I avoided using my phone whenever possible and relied on my laptop for communication. I started receiving more messages from my hacked number, each one more alarming and personalized than the last. One message read, "I know where you live. You should be more careful about leaving your door unlocked." I felt constantly on edge, as if I was being watched at every turn. My home no longer felt like a sanctuary, it felt like a trap. I made sure to double-check locks and security systems, but the feeling of vulnerability was overwhelming. I reached out to the police, who took the matter seriously but faced limitations due to the nature of the cybercrime. They advised me to be vigilant and continue documenting all suspicious activity. I also contacted a cybersecurity expert who confirmed my fears. The hacker had likely used sophisticated techniques to gain access to my phone and contacts. As days passed, I became more determined to understand who was behind this and why they were targeting me. I started looking into any recent changes or events in my life that might have led to this invasion. I retraced my steps and reviewed recent interactions, but nothing stood out as a clear motive. But one evening, while reviewing my email for any further clues, I noticed an unusual pattern in the times the messages had been sent. It seemed as though the messages were being sent at specific intervals, almost like clockwork. This realization made me think that the hacker might have been using an automated system, but with enough human intervention to ensure the messages were timely and relevant. I decided to set up a trap. I created a fake email address and sent a message to the anonymous account, pretending to be someone else. I wrote about an imminent meeting and hinted at a significant piece of information that I would be revealing. My hope was to draw the hacker out and gather more information about their identity or motives. The response came almost immediately, but it was unexpected. The hacker replied with a single sentence, "Your curiosity will be your undoing." Fear and frustration surged through me. I was dealing with someone who was not just technically skilled but also psychologically manipulative. Their threats were designed to destabilize me, to keep me off balance and fearful. Despite the intense anxiety, I knew I had to stay focused. I continued to work with the cybersecurity expert and the police. Eventually, we managed to trace some of the activities to a particular IP address, though it was masked and difficult to pinpoint. The whole experience was a harrowing lesson in how vulnerable we can be to digital threats. It took weeks of relentless effort to regain control of my phone and secure my digital life. I had to change all my passwords, set up new security measures, and remain vigilant against any further intrusions. Even as the immediate threat began to wane, the psychological impact remained. The hacker's ability to exploit my personal information and manipulate my contacts left me with a lasting sense of unease. I learned to be more cautious and to prioritize my digital security, but the experience also made me more aware of the fragile boundary between privacy and exposure in the digital age. Story 52. It was an ordinary Tuesday when I received the letter, but it set the stage for an extraordinary and terrifying sequence of events. The envelope was stark white and unmarked, save for the return address of a medical clinic I didn't recognize. Its official appearance, embossed with a professional seal, immediately made my heart race with a mixture of anxiety and curiosity. I tore it open, my fingers trembling slightly. Inside was a cover letter from the clinic, addressed to me, thanking me for my recent visit. But I had never been to this clinic, nor had I ever heard of it. My pulse quickened as I turned to the next page, which contained a set of medical records that made my blood run cold. The records were alarming. They included a detailed list of conditions. I did not have diabetes, high blood pressure, and a supposed heart irregularity. Each condition was accompanied by specific treatment plans and medications. The more I read, the more disoriented I became. Not only were these conditions inaccurate, but they were also potentially life-threatening if I were to follow the recommended treatments. Confused and frightened, I checked the letter again. There was no explanation for the errors or the erroneous clinic. It seemed as though someone was trying to mislead me, but why? And how did they obtain such detailed information about my health? The first step was to contact my actual healthcare provider. I called them immediately, explaining the situation and asking if they had any record of a recent visit to the clinic mentioned in the letter. My doctor's office confirmed that no such visit had occurred. They assured me that my medical records were up to date and accurate, and that no information had been sent to or from the unknown clinic. With a growing sense of dread, I began to investigate the clinic listed in the letter. I searched online but found no mention of it, no website, no reviews, not even a physical address. It was as if the clinic existed solely on that letterhead. My anxiety began to mount. What if someone had created a fake clinic just to mess with me? Determined to get to the bottom of this, I decided to visit the address provided. The location turned out to be a rundown building in a less than reputable part of town. I walked in, but the receptionist looked at me with confusion and concern when I inquired about the clinic. She informed me that there had been no medical office operating at that address for years and suggested I might have been scammed. I left the building feeling more unsettled than ever. Whoever was behind this had gone to great lengths to create a convincing illusion. My next step was to scrutinize my personal life for any signs of who might have had access to my information. As I combed through recent interactions, one name stood out: Rachel, from the community group. She had been particularly inquisitive about my personal life, and her questions seemed to probe into areas unrelated to her activities. Her interest in my well-being had seemed benign at the time, but now it took on a more sinister dimension. I decided to reach out to Rachel, trying to sound casual but with a heightened sense of alert. During our conversation, I casually mentioned the strange letter I had received, gauging her reaction. She seemed surprised and expressed sympathy, but her demeanor was oddly neutral, almost as if she was concealing something. Her reaction, or lack thereof, convinced me that I was on the right track. I needed more concrete evidence, so I set up a meeting with a private investigator to examine the matter from a professional angle. The investigator was adept at handling cases of identity theft and personal sabotage, and he agreed to help me. While waiting for the investigator's findings, I took further precautions. I installed additional security measures around my home, including new locks and a surveillance system, to protect myself from any potential intruders. The investigator's report revealed something troubling. He found that the address on the letter had been used in a series of similar cases. The pattern indicated that someone was deliberately targeting individuals by sending them falsified medical information. The private investigator also uncovered that the clinic's address had been used to send out fraudulent documents before, but the source of the fraud remained elusive. I felt a knot in my stomach. The more I learned, the clearer it became that this was not just about me. Someone was orchestrating a campaign of fear and confusion, using fake medical records to undermine my trust in my own health and the systems meant to protect it. The investigation also revealed something else. Rachel's name appeared in connection with a few of these fraudulent cases. It didn't necessarily mean she was involved, but it did place her under a cloud of suspicion. I decided to confront her, but with caution. I needed to be careful not to tip off whoever might be manipulating things behind the scenes. When I confronted Rachel, she denied any wrongdoing, maintaining her innocence with a convincing facade of hurt and confusion. Her reaction was a mix of denial and shock, and she claimed to have no knowledge of the fraudulent activities. Yet, there was something in her eyes that made me doubt her words. It was as though she was hiding something significant. The more I dug into the matter, the more I realized that this sabotage was part of a larger, more insidious plot. Someone had taken an interest in my life, and they were willing to go to extreme lengths to manipulate me. Whether it was Rachel or someone else entirely, the true motives were still obscured by layers of deceit. As the weeks wore on, the sense of being watched and controlled only intensified. I knew that I had to remain vigilant, not just for my own safety, but to uncover the full extent of this elaborate scheme. The false medical records were a piece of a larger puzzle, and solving it required both courage and perseverance. The experience had left me shaken, but it also reinforced my resolve. I was determined to uncover the truth, no matter where it led or what dangers it entailed. The pursuit of clarity in the face of manipulation and deceit became my driving force, and I knew that the answers I sought were buried somewhere in the tangled web of lies that had ensnared my life. Story 53. It was an ordinary Tuesday when I decided to explore the abandoned warehouse on the edge of town. I'd driven past it countless times, its dilapidated exterior a stark contrast to the bustling city around it. But that day, a curiosity I couldn't quite explain nudged me to finally investigate. The warehouse loomed like a forgotten sentinel, its brick facade crumbling and graffiti-clad. The large steel doors were rusted shut, but a small side entrance was ajar, inviting me into the darkness within. I hesitated for a moment, the rational part of me warning that this might not be the safest idea. But the sense of curiosity and intrigue overpowered my hesitation. Stepping inside, I was greeted by the musty odor of decay and neglect. The air was thick with dust, and the dim light filtering through the dirty windows created an eerie, almost surreal atmosphere. I turned on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the gloom and revealing a vast, cavernous space filled with towering stacks of old crates and broken furniture. I moved cautiously, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous expanse. The warehouse had clearly been abandoned for years. Old machinery lay scattered around, and the remnants of what had once been a busy workspace were now covered in a layer of grime. As I ventured deeper into the warehouse, I came across a section that seemed oddly organized compared to the rest of the space. Shelves lined the walls, cluttered with an assortment of objects. It was here that I began to notice something unsettling. Many of the items looked strikingly familiar. The first item that caught my attention was an old leather notebook. It was unmistakably mine. I had lost it months ago, along with a collection of sketches and notes I had been working on. I picked it up with trembling hands, flipping through its pages to find my own handwriting. Each entry was just as I had left it, as if the notebook had been stolen and carefully preserved. Nearby, I spotted a weathered wooden box. Opening it, I discovered a collection of personal items: a watch that had gone missing years ago, a silver locket with a photo of my grandmother, and a set of keys I had long since given up on finding. Each item was neatly arranged, as though someone had taken great care to collect them. The more I explored, the more unsettling the warehouse became. It seemed that someone had been meticulously gathering lost or misplaced objects that belonged to me. I found an old pair of glasses with a scratch on the lens, glasses I had replaced only recently, in a faded photograph of my childhood home, one I had thought was lost forever. But it wasn't just physical objects. As I dug deeper, I discovered a stack of old journals, each one detailing moments of my life. The entries were in a style that was both familiar and strange, reflecting experiences and thoughts that matched my own. Some of the journals were even marked with dates and events that corresponded precisely with my life. The realization that someone had been tracking and documenting my experiences was deeply disturbing. There were also personal notes scattered among the items. They were written in a hand that was not mine but bore a meticulous attention to detail. The notes described my daily routines, my likes and dislikes, and even my personal struggles. It was as though someone had been observing and recording every aspect of my life, compiling a comprehensive dossier on me. My heart pounded as I continued to sift through the contents. I felt a growing sense of unease, as though I was intruding on a dark secret. The warehouse seemed to pulse with a silent energy, the objects and notes weaving together a narrative that was both intimate and invasive. Among the scattered papers, I found a large, dusty binder. It was labeled with my name and had a faded photograph of me on the cover. Opening it, I found a detailed log of events and experiences from my life. Each entry was meticulously dated and described in vivid detail. There were notes about my friends, my family, and even private moments I had never shared with anyone. The final pages of the binder contained something more troubling. They were filled with handwritten observations and cryptic messages. The writers seemed to be grappling with their own sense of purpose and identity, questioning their motives and the ethics of their actions. The tone was one of obsessive curiosity, hinting at a deeper, more unsettling connection between the writer and myself. My mind raced as I pieced together the implications. Who could have done this? Why would someone be so interested in collecting and documenting my personal belongings and experiences? The meticulous nature of the collection suggested a level of obsession that was both unnerving and bewildering. As I stood among the amassed items, a sudden noise from the far corner of the warehouse made me jump. It was a faint rustling, like someone or something was moving around. I turned, flashlight beam slicing through the shadows, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. With a growing sense of urgency, I decided it was time to leave. The warehouse, once a place of curiosity, had become a chilling repository of my own life, a space that felt increasingly like a trap. I quickly gathered my belongings and made my way back to the exit, my heart racing with fear and confusion. As I stepped back into the daylight, the world outside felt oddly normal, almost surreal in contrast to the darkness I had just left behind. The warehouse loomed behind me, its secrets now a part of me, a haunting reminder of a connection I didn't fully understand. The experience left me with more questions than answers. Why had someone been collecting my belongings? What did it mean? And most importantly, who was behind this disturbing collection? The warehouse had revealed a shadowy link to my own life, one that I couldn't ignore, and that would linger in my thoughts long after I had left its confines. Story 54. It was a crisp autumn afternoon when the knock on my door came, shattering the calm of my routine. I opened it to find two uniformed officers standing on my doorstep, their expressions grim. They informed me that I was being charged with theft, a crime I knew I hadn't committed. My initial reaction was disbelief. I had always lived a quiet, law-abiding life. As they handed me the summons, I noticed the details of the alleged crime, a break-in at a local business, with evidence pointing directly to me. The shock of the accusation turned into confusion as I reviewed the case against me. The evidence was damning: fingerprints on the scene, surveillance footage showing a person with a striking resemblance to me, and even a witness who claimed to have seen me near the crime location. The more I looked into it, the clearer it became that this was no mere coincidence. Someone had gone to great lengths to frame me. I hired a lawyer, an experienced defense attorney named Sarah, who assured me that we would uncover the truth. We started by examining the evidence. The fingerprints were particularly troubling, as they seemed to match mine almost too perfectly. Sarah suggested that we request the raw footage from the surveillance cameras to scrutinize the timestamps and image quality. The footage showed a figure with a similar build and clothing, but the face was obscured. The more we analyzed it, the more apparent it became that this footage had been tampered with. Sarah and I decided to revisit the crime scene to look for any inconsistencies or overlooked details. The business, a small electronics store, had been broken into through a rear window. The police report mentioned a struggle, with various items scattered around. As we investigated, I noticed something peculiar: a small set of footprints leading away from the window, which seemed too deliberate and placed with intent. With Sarah's help, we investigated the business's neighboring properties and found that the alleyway behind the store was frequently used by delivery trucks. It dawned on us that these footprints could have been part of a setup. We also spoke to the witness, a clerk from a nearby store, who had identified me. However, his description was vague and inconsistent with the time of the alleged crime. We learned that he had been having trouble with his vision and had a history of misidentifying people. The more we dug, the more we uncovered unsettling truths. The witness turned out to have a personal grudge against me, stemming from a minor dispute months prior. Additionally, we discovered that the store's security system had been recently upgraded, and the footage was not as clear as it should have been. The idea of a conspiracy began to take shape. and the sense of being manipulated became inescapable. A breakthrough came when Sarah discovered a connection between the store owner and a local criminal who had a history of orchestrating elaborate schemes. This criminal, known for his involvement in various illegal activities, had recently been seen with someone who resembled me. We traced the criminal's recent activities and found evidence that he had been in the area during the time of the crime, raising the possibility that he was behind the frame-up. Our investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. The store owner had been under financial pressure and had apparently collaborated with the criminal to stage the break-in. The plan was to divert attention from the store's financial mismanagement by pinning the crime on someone else. My name had been chosen at random, and the evidence fabricated to fit the narrative. With this new information, Sarah and I went back to the authorities. We presented our findings, including the evidence of the setup and the connection between the store owner and the criminal. Initially, the police were skeptical, but as we provided more evidence, including testimonies from the criminal's associates who corroborated our claims, they began to take us seriously. The process of clearing my name was grueling. I was forced to attend several court hearings, each one a reminder of the nightmare I had been dragged into. But as the truth came to light, the false accusations began to crumble. The store owner and the criminal were both arrested, and the fabricated evidence was discredited. Throughout the ordeal, I felt like a pawn in a twisted game, manipulated and used for someone else's gain. The sense of violation and betrayal was profound. The legal system eventually exonerated me, but the scars of the experience lingered. It was not just about the crime I hadn't committed, but about the realization that there were people willing to destroy lives for their own benefit. Despite the resolution, the experience left me wary and distrustful. The ordeal had shown me how easily someone's life could be turned upside down by the machinations of others. The fight to clear my name had been exhausting, but it had also made me more resilient. I learned to value the truth above all else, and to approach each day with a cautious but determined optimism. In the end, I reclaimed my life, but the shadows of that dark period remained. The case had been a stark reminder of the fragility of justice and the importance of vigilance in the face of deception. The people who had orchestrated my frame-up were brought to justice, but their actions had left a lasting impact, reminding me that sometimes the darkest corners of our lives are illuminated by the harshest of truths. Story 55. The first puzzle piece arrived on a Tuesday morning, nestled among the usual stack of bills and junk mail. I almost missed it, but the edge of the envelope peeked out from behind a stack of catalogs. It was a small, nondescript envelope, lacking any return address, with only my name scrawled in neat handwriting. Inside was a single puzzle piece, with a jagged edge and a photograph of what looked like an old, weather-beaten house. The house was partially obscured by overgrown vines and trees, and the scene felt oddly familiar, though I couldn't place why. The back of the piece had a cryptic message written in fine, almost calligraphic ink. You remember this, but do you remember why? My curiosity was piqued but quickly overshadowed by the mundane duties of the day. I set the piece aside, dismissing it as some bizarre prank. It wasn't until the next day that another envelope arrived, this one containing a second puzzle piece. This one showed a close-up of a desk cluttered with what appeared to be old papers and photographs. There was a handwritten note on the back piece by piece, "You'll remember." The pattern continued over the following weeks, one piece of the puzzle arriving almost daily. Each piece depicted fragments of a larger image, a cluttered room, a faded family portrait, an old leather-bound book. Each new piece increased my growing unease, as the images seemed to hint at a part of my life I couldn't remember or understand. By the end of the month, I had accumulated nearly 24 pieces. I began assembling them on my dining room table, trying to piece together the strange mosaic that was emerging. As the puzzle came together, the image began to take shape. It was a dark, disheveled study with an ornate desk, cluttered with documents and strange objects. A picture of a family hung crookedly on the wall, and an old book lay open with an unfamiliar, eerie inscription visible. Despite the unsettling nature of the image, the puzzle pieces themselves provided little insight into the meaning behind them. There was no return address on the envelopes, and no clues in the notes. I was haunted by the strange sense of familiarity, coupled with the nagging realization that something crucial was being withheld from me. In the middle of the puzzle assembly, I received a final envelope. Inside was the last piece of the puzzle and a letter. The letter was typed and signed anonymously. "You've done well. Now you must understand. This puzzle reveals a chapter of your life that you've tried to forget. The truth is not always comfortable, but it is necessary. The house in the puzzle belonged to someone close to you. Someone who disappeared from your life under strange circumstances. It's time you remembered. The answer lies in the old book depicted in the image. Find it, and you will uncover the truth." The letter left me in a state of confusion and dread. I racked my brain, trying to recall any missing chapters from my past. The house in the image looked like it could be from a neighborhood I once knew, and the desk filled with papers and photographs seemed like something out of a story I had forgotten. That night, I decided to visit my parents, hoping they might have some insight into these strange occurrences. I broached the subject with them delicately, showing them the puzzle pieces and asking if they recognized the house or any of the items in the image. Their faces turned pale as they studied the pieces. "That house, it's in your Aunt Margaret's old neighborhood," my mother finally said, her voice trembling. "She lived there before she vanished." I was stunned. Aunt Margaret had disappeared years ago, leaving no trace and no explanation. I had always been told she moved away and had chosen to sever ties with the family, but the details of her departure were murky and inconsistent. I had never given it much thought, assuming it was a personal choice or perhaps a fallout from family disputes. "The book," my father said, pointing at the open book in the puzzle image. "Margaret had a collection of old books. I remember seeing one just like that at her place. It was rumored to be valuable and filled with old family secrets." Determined to find answers, I decided to visit the old house that matched the one in the puzzle. It was now a dilapidated structure on the edge of town, overgrown with ivy and clearly abandoned. With a growing sense of trepidation, I made my way inside. The interior was as I'd seen in the puzzle: dust-covered furniture, old photographs, and stacks of documents. I found the desk from the image, and to my astonishment, the old book was still there, nestled among other forgotten items. The book was bound in cracked leather, and the inscription was indeed unsettling, an account of family secrets and hidden truths, written in a language that seemed both archaic and personal. As I carefully leafed through the pages, I discovered a handwritten section detailing a dark family secret, a history of illicit activities, betrayals, and hidden identities. Aunt Margaret had been deeply involved in these activities, and her disappearance was a result of an internal power struggle. The book was a record of her attempts to protect herself and her family by documenting the truth. The revelations were shattering. The puzzle pieces, once mere fragments of a disturbing image, had led me to uncover a hidden and uncomfortable truth about my family. Aunt Margaret had not simply left us, she had vanished to escape a dangerous past that had been intricately tied to our own. As I left the house, the puzzle pieces now seemed like fragments of a forgotten history that had been forced into the light. The eerie truth uncovered was unsettling, but also liberating. It explained the mysteries and gaps in my family's past, and it was a stark reminder that some truths, no matter how disturbing, need to be faced in order to understand the present. Story 56. The late afternoon sun was casting long shadows across my doorstep as I arrived home from work. It had been an exhausting day, filled with back-to-back meetings and deadlines that seemed to stretch endlessly. As I fumbled for my keys, my eyes fell upon a plain, unmarked package lying on the doormat. Its presence was unusual. I hadn't ordered anything recently and wasn't expecting any deliveries. The package was small, wrapped in brown paper, and had no return address or sender information. My heart skipped a beat as I picked it up, the weight of the unknown making my palms sweat. I tried to calm my racing thoughts, telling myself it was probably a misdelivered item or a package meant for a neighbor. But something about the package's mysterious arrival unsettled me, igniting a gnawing sense of unease. Inside, the package contained a single letter. The envelope was unadorned, and the letter within was written on plain white paper. As I unfolded it, my hands trembled slightly. The letter was typed, with each word carefully chosen and arranged in a methodical manner. I began to read, my eyes scanning the words that seemed to grow darker with every line. Dear, you don't know me, but I know you very well. Over the past few months, I have been observing you closely, documenting your every move. What you see as private moments, what you believe to be your own personal space, is anything but secure. You may have thought you were safe, but I have made sure that your most intimate and private moments have been captured. From your quiet evenings alone to the moments you believed were hidden from the world, I have been there, watching, recording, and storing away the details of your life. I have become quite adept at infiltrating your life unnoticed. Every routine you follow, every secret you keep, has been noted and preserved. The photographs and videos you discovered in the hidden room were only a small part of what I have collected. They are a reminder of the lengths I am willing to go to ensure compliance. Now you are at a crossroads. You can choose to ignore this message, but be warned doing so will lead to the exposure of your most private and compromising moments. These will be made public, and the details of your life will be laid bare for all to see. Your reputation, your privacy, and everything you hold dear will be at stake. Alternatively, you have the opportunity to make a choice. I have certain demands that must be met for you to protect yourself and keep your life from unraveling. You will find these demands enclosed with this letter. Failure to comply will result in the exposure of the information I possess. This is your chance to take control and safeguard your privacy. Do not mistake this as an idle threat. I have the means and the willingness to follow through on my promises. The choice is yours. Comply with my demands, and you can continue to live your life with a semblance of privacy. Ignore them and face the consequences. Sincerely, The Observer. My hands shook as I finished reading the letter. The message was clear, and its implications were terrifying. Someone had been watching me, gathering incriminating evidence, and now they were using that information to coerce me into submission. The letter wasn't just a threat, it was a calculated move to instill fear and manipulate me into compliance. I quickly glanced through the envelope's contents, finding a second sheet tucked inside. It was a list of demands, written in the same precise typeface. The demands were specific and unsettling. 1. Transfer a sum of money to an offshore account. 2. Provide access to your personal computer and digital files. 3. Meet with a representative of mine at a designated location. The demands were absurd and invasive. They required financial sacrifice, a breach of my digital privacy, and a face-to-face meeting with an unknown individual. I felt a surge of panic and helplessness. This was not just about money, it was about control and coercion. The letter and demands left me feeling cornered. I had to make a decision. but my mind was clouded with fear and confusion. The thought of having my private moments exposed was unbearable, but complying with the demands felt like surrendering control over my life. I needed to act quickly but cautiously. I decided to contact the authorities immediately. I gathered the letter, the list of demands, and the package, and then dialed 911. The police arrived within the hour, and I handed over the evidence, explaining everything that had happened, including the hidden room and the disturbing contents I had found. The officers took the package and letter for analysis, and they assured me that they would investigate the situation thoroughly. They advised me to avoid complying with the demands and to take precautions for my safety. Their reassurance was somewhat comforting, but the anxiety of being watched and threatened persisted. As the days passed, I felt a constant sense of dread. The knowledge that someone had been so intimately involved in my life, observing and documenting my every move, left me feeling exposed and vulnerable. I took measures to secure my home, upgraded my security system, and remained vigilant, but the fear of the unknown lingered. And the investigation into the threats and the identity of the perpetrator was ongoing, but the results were slow to materialize. The lack of concrete leads and the sophistication of the intrusion made the case challenging. Each day brought a mix of hope and despair, and the weight of the situation seemed to grow heavier. Despite the fear and uncertainty, I tried to reclaim some semblance of normalcy. I continued with my daily routines, though they were now tinged with a sense of paranoia. The letter's threats had upended my life, but I resolved to face the situation with as much courage as I could muster. In the end, the package had been a catalyst for a painful revelation, the realization that my sense of privacy and security had been irrevocably breached. The shadows of surveillance and manipulation cast a long, dark shadow over my life, but I was determined to fight back and protect whatever was left of my dignity and freedom. Story 57. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. I was scrolling through my social media feed on a quiet Sunday morning when I stumbled upon a post that caught my eye. It was a long, detailed accusation about a local individual, someone who, to my horror, was me. The post described heinous acts in such detail that it was almost impossible to ignore. My initial reaction was disbelief. Surely this was some sort of mistake or a cruel prank. But as I read further, the level of detail in the accusations made my stomach churn. The post included specific incidents from my life, places I had been, and even intimate details that only someone close to me would know. The anonymity of the post did nothing to quell the rising panic. It was as if someone had delved into the deepest corners of my life and pulled out every secret they could find, weaving them into a disturbing narrative. I frantically scrolled through the comments. There was a flurry of responses, some supportive, but many were vicious and condemning. The more I read, the more I realized the damage was spreading. Friends, colleagues, and acquaintances were all seeing the post, and it was rapidly gaining traction. I felt a wave of nausea and disbelief. This was not just an attack on my character, it was an assault on my very existence. I had to act quickly to mitigate the damage, but the questions swirling in my mind were overwhelming. Who could be behind this? What did they hope to achieve? I decided to take immediate action. The first step was to address the situation head-on. I composed a detailed, heartfelt response to the accusations, addressing each point with clarity and honesty. I emphasized that the allegations were false, and that I was committed to cooperating with any investigation that would clear my name. I posted this response on my social media accounts and reached out to the platform administrators to report the defamatory content. Despite my efforts, the post continued to circulate. The more I tried to defend myself, the more I seemed to be drawn into the quicksand of public scrutiny. The accusations were detailed and frighteningly accurate, which made it difficult for people to simply dismiss them as baseless. The nature of the claims made me question if there was some hidden truth behind them, or if they were purely the result of someone's malicious intent. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and frustration. I contacted a lawyer to explore legal options. The lawyer advised me to gather evidence that could refute the claims and to continue cooperating with the authorities. I compiled all relevant documents, messages, and alibis that could demonstrate my innocence. The emotional toll was immense, and I struggled to maintain my composure as the days dragged on. In parallel, I tried to piece together who could be behind this. I reviewed recent interactions and relationships, searching for any signs of hostility or resentment. I was especially cautious of people who had been in my inner circle, as the accuracy of the accusations suggested insider knowledge. Every encounter, every conversation was scrutinized for clues. As I delved deeper into my personal relationships, I began to notice subtle changes in the behavior of a few individuals. One friend, in particular, had seemed increasingly distant and evasive. We had had a recent falling out, which I had dismissed as a simple disagreement, but now it seemed significant in a way I hadn't anticipated. I decided to confront this friend. The conversation was uncomfortable and tense. I expressed my concerns and laid out the evidence that led me to suspect them. They vehemently denied any involvement, and their distress seemed genuine. They offered support and even helped me gather more evidence to refute the accusations. Still, their reaction left me conflicted. Was this a genuine plea for understanding, or was it an elaborate facade? The days turned into weeks, and the investigation continued. The authorities were able to trace the source of the anonymous posts to a series of encrypted accounts, but they found no direct link to anyone specific. The process of uncovering the truth was slow and arduous, and the lack of clear answers only fueled my anxiety. Eventually, I received a breakthrough. An anonymous tip led the authorities to a hidden cache of digital records. The records contained logs of conversations and detailed plans about the smear campaign. The details were shocking. The plan was meticulously orchestrated, with multiple individuals involved. The investigation revealed that a disgruntled former employee, someone I had previously trusted, had orchestrated the entire campaign. Their motive was rooted in a mix of jealousy, resentment, and a desire for revenge. The revelation was a bitter pill to swallow. It was a reminder of how trust could be weaponized and how the people closest to us could harbor deep-seated animosities. The process of clearing my name was grueling, but the truth ultimately prevailed. The false accusations were retracted, and the responsible individuals faced legal consequences. The aftermath of the ordeal was both liberating and traumatic. My name was cleared, but the damage had been done. Rebuilding my reputation and restoring relationships took time and effort. I had to navigate a complex web of personal and professional consequences, and the scars of the experience lingered long after the immediate crisis had passed. The experience taught me invaluable lessons about trust, resilience, and the importance of safeguarding one's personal integrity. I emerged from the ordeal with a renewed sense of vigilance and a deeper understanding of the fragility of human relationships. While the shadows of the past continued to haunt me, I remained committed to moving forward with strength and resolve, determined not to let the darkness of that chapter define my future. Story 58. After the unsettling events of the past few months, identity theft, cryptic messages, and the haunting grave, I decided that I needed a drastic change of scenery. My therapist suggested a retreat to a remote location to clear my head, so I found a secluded cabin in the mountains, far from the clamor of city life. The promise of isolation seemed like the perfect remedy for the chaos that had engulfed my world. The cabin was nestled deep in the forest, accessible only via a narrow, winding road that disappeared into a sea of trees. The area was picturesque, with the crisp mountain air and the serene silence broken only by the occasional chirping of birds. It was exactly what I needed, a place where I could escape from the stress and start to piece my life back together. When I arrived, the cabin appeared to be a quaint, well-kept retreat. Its exterior was charming, with wooden siding and a cozy porch that overlooked a serene lake. I let myself in with a key I'd received from the rental agency and took a deep breath, feeling a fleeting sense of relief. The interior was rustic but comfortable, furnished with old but well-maintained furniture. I set my bags down and began to settle in. For the first few days, everything was calm and uneventful. I spent my time hiking through the surrounding woods, enjoying the peaceful solitude. The simplicity of life in the cabin was a welcome change, and I felt a tentative sense of peace returning to my life. It was on the fourth day, while cleaning the cabin and organizing the closets, that I stumbled upon something troubling. In the back of a closet, behind a stack of old blankets, I found a small, dusty box. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened it. Inside, I discovered an assortment of items: a worn journal, a collection of photographs, and several pieces of clothing that looked strangely out of place. The journal was old, its leather cover cracked and faded. I thumbed through the pages, reading snippets of the entries. The writing was erratic and disjointed, detailing a life of paranoia and fear. The previous occupants seemed to have been obsessed with the idea of being watched and followed. The entries spoke of strange noises in the night, mysterious figures in the woods, and a growing sense of dread. One entry, in particular, stood out there watching me. I know they are. The shadows in the forest, the whispers in the dark. I can't escape them. They want something from me, but I don't know what. The photographs were equally unsettling. They depicted various angles of the cabin, but with disturbing details. In some, shadowy figures were faintly visible in the background. Others showed scenes of the woods around the cabin, with strange markings and symbols etched into trees. My heart pounded as I realized that the previous occupant had been deeply troubled, perhaps even driven to madness by whatever they believed was haunting them. I moved on to the clothing, which consisted of a few jackets and worn boots. One of the jackets had a small, blood-stained tear near the sleeve. My mind raced with questions. Who had stayed here before me, and what had driven them to leave such evidence of fear and paranoia? The sense of unease grew stronger as I continued my search. In the basement, I found another disturbing clue. Behind a loose panel in the wall, there was a hidden compartment containing a collection of items that seemed out of place for a casual visitor: a set of lock-picking tools, a map of the surrounding area with various locations marked, and a collection of handwritten notes that detailed surveillance of the cabin and its surroundings. The notes were filled with descriptions of people who had visited the cabin, detailed observations of their habits, and even some crude sketches of faces. The final note was the most chilling I've seen them. They're coming for me. They're everywhere. As I examined the notes, I felt a growing sense of paranoia creeping over me. The idea that someone might have been watching me while I was staying in the cabin was almost too much to bear. I couldn't help but wonder if the previous occupant had been right. Had they been pursued by someone, or was their fear a product of their own deteriorating mental state? That night, the silence of the cabin felt more oppressive than ever. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside seemed amplified in the darkness. I lay in bed, trying to ignore the growing sense of dread. I couldn't shake the feeling that the cabin, once a refuge, had become a trap. The following morning, I decided to contact the rental agency to inform them of my findings. I wanted to know more about the previous occupant and whether anyone else had experienced similar issues. However, the rental agent I spoke with was evasive and seemed uncomfortable with the questions. They assured me that they would look into it but didn't offer any further details. Determined to uncover more, I continued my own investigation. I reached out to local authorities, but they were unable to provide much help, as there was no record of any unusual activity associated with the cabin. The only information they could offer was that the cabin had been rented out several times over the years, but no complaints had been filed. My growing sense of paranoia began to take a toll on my mental state. The fear that had once driven me to seek refuge in the cabin now seemed to have followed me there. I became hyper-vigilant, constantly scanning the surroundings and jumping at every sound. Eventually, I made the decision to leave the cabin early. The sense of danger and the eerie evidence of the previous occupants' disturbed state had become too much for me to handle. As I packed my belongings, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was leaving behind something more sinister than I had initially realized. Driving away from the cabin, I glanced in the rearview mirror one last time. The forest and the cabin receded into the distance, but the unsettling memories and the lingering sense of dread remained. The remote getaway had promised peace, but had instead offered a glimpse into a chilling reality I was desperate to leave behind. As I returned to the city, I hoped that the unsettling chapter of the cabin would fade into memory. But deep down, I knew that the experience had changed me. The fear that once seemed confined to the cabin now seemed to shadow my every step, a reminder of the fragility of safety and the depths of human paranoia. Story 59. It began with a fleeting sensation, a vague recollection of an event I was certain I hadn't experienced. At first, I brushed it off as a lapse in memory, a trick of the mind, but as weeks passed, these strange memories grew more frequent and vivid. They were snippets of experiences that felt real but never actually occurred. I could recall conversations, places, and interactions with people I didn't know, and none of these supposed events matched anything from my actual life. The first incident happened on a quiet Sunday afternoon. I was sitting in my living room, flipping through an old photo album, when I suddenly remembered attending a wedding in a quaint, picturesque chapel. The memory was so clear: the scent of fresh flowers, the sound of a string quartet, the laughter of unfamiliar faces, that I could almost feel it. I was certain I had never been to such a wedding, yet the memory seemed almost tangible. I tried to dismiss it as an elaborate daydream, but the pattern continued. I'd have conversations with colleagues where I'd recall details that seemed oddly specific and out of place. I'd remember attending social gatherings with people I didn't recognize. I even began to question the authenticity of my own memories. Was I slipping into some sort of mental disarray? The turning point came one evening when I sat down to read a novel I had recently purchased. As I flipped through the pages, a passage described an event that struck me as eerily familiar. It was a story about a dinner party at a restaurant with a specific set of people and details that matched one of the memories I'd been experiencing. I had no recollection of attending such a dinner party, but the memory was so vivid that it felt like I had been there. The growing confusion drove me to investigate further. I started keeping a journal of these memories, meticulously noting down every detail and sensation. I reviewed old photographs, social media posts, and any documentation that could shed light on these events. I even reached out to friends and family, asking if they remembered any of these incidents or if they had heard me mention them. Everyone insisted that the events I described were unfamiliar to them. Desperate for answers, I turned to a cognitive psychologist who specialized in memory disorders. I explained my situation, and after reviewing my case, the psychologist conducted a series of tests and interviews. They found nothing that could account for the false memories. My cognitive functions were normal, and there was no sign of mental illness or neurological issues. The psychologist suggested that these experiences could be a form of false memory implantation, where external influences could be creating these vivid but incorrect memories. The idea seemed outlandish, but it was the only explanation that fit. I had read about psychological experiments involving false memory implantation, but I never thought it could happen to me. My suspicions were further aroused when I began noticing subtle patterns in the memories. They seemed to be connected to a specific time frame and places I had recently visited. For example, memories of a charity gala I had never attended, described with such detail that it was as if I had been there, coincided with my visits to local community events. The more I dug, the more unsettling things became. I started to investigate the people and places mentioned in my memories. I discovered that several of them had connections to a shadowy organization known for its psychological research and experimentation. There were reports of individuals involved in unethical practices, including manipulating memories for various purposes. The connection was tenuous but troubling enough to make me cautious. As I pursued this line of inquiry, I noticed that my investigation was being monitored. Strange occurrences began to happen. My emails were tampered with, I received cryptic messages, and I felt a constant sense of being followed. It was as though someone was aware of my search for answers and was actively trying to obstruct it. One evening, while sifting through old files, I stumbled upon a document that made my blood run cold. It was a detailed report about a psychological experiment involving memory manipulation. The names and details matched individuals I had encountered during my research. The report described techniques for implanting false memories and even included case studies of subjects who had experienced similar phenomena to mine. The realization was horrifying. Someone had been deliberately manipulating my memories, injecting false experiences into my mind. But the purpose behind this manipulation remained elusive. Was it an experiment? A form of psychological torture? Or was there another, more sinister motive? Determined to confront the perpetrators, I took all my findings to the authorities. The investigation that followed was fraught with challenges. The organization involved was deeply entrenched and elusive, making it difficult for law enforcement to take concrete action. Despite their efforts, the trail went cold, and the people responsible for my ordeal remained at large. In the midst of this turmoil, I struggled with the impact of the false memories on my daily life. The inability to trust my own recollections was disorienting. Every interaction, every experience seemed tainted by doubt. I had to learn to navigate my life with a new understanding that not everything I remembered was real. As time went on, I found solace in therapy and support from loved ones. I focused on rebuilding my sense of self and learning to differentiate between genuine memories and the false ones that had been implanted. It was a difficult journey, but with perseverance, I began to reclaim control over my own mind. The experience had left an indelible mark, but it also taught me the importance of resilience and the power of the human spirit to overcome even the most insidious manipulations. I continued to advocate for awareness about psychological manipulation and false memory implantation, hoping to prevent others from suffering as I had. The ordeal had been a dark chapter in my life, but it was one that ultimately led me to a greater understanding of both the fragility and strength of the human mind. Story 60. It started with a single note slipped under my door. It was an innocuous-looking piece of paper, folded neatly and bearing no signature. I picked it up, curious, and unfolded it. The note was written in neat, precise handwriting and read, "Don't forget to pick up the dry cleaning today. I know you have a meeting at 2 p.m. At first, I thought it was some sort of joke or a misplaced reminder from a friend. The note mentioned my dry cleaning and my schedule with eerie accuracy, but it didn't seem threatening. I shrugged it off and went about my day, assuming it was a harmless prank or a mistake. However, when a second note appeared a few days later, detailing my gym schedule and commenting on my choice of workout clothes, I started to feel uneasy. The notes were always unsigned, but they seemed to know too much about my life. The handwriting was consistent, and the observations were accurate. I considered changing my routine, but the notes were so specific that it was impossible to ignore them without altering my daily habits drastically. As days went by, the notes became more frequent and detailed. They started mentioning personal conversations I'd had with friends, comments about my family, and even specifics about a recent argument I'd had with a coworker. Each note was polite but carried an unsettling familiarity that made my skin crawl. One evening, after finding another note, this one detailing my grocery shopping and expressing a seemingly innocent opinion on my choice of vegetables, I decided I could no longer ignore the situation. I went to the police station to report the notes. Detective Davis, a seasoned officer with a calm demeanor, took my case seriously but seemed skeptical. "Do you have any idea who might be sending these notes?" he asked, looking over the examples I had brought with me. "I don't know," I replied, feeling a mix of frustration and anxiety. "I don't have any enemies or anyone I can think of who would do something like this." Detective Davis took a detailed report and assured me that they would investigate. He advised me to keep the notes and any related information in a safe place and to document any further incidents. I left the station feeling a slight sense of relief, but the fear lingered. The following week, the notes escalated into something much more disturbing. The tone shifted from seemingly benign observations to overt threats. One note read, "I know you didn't stop by the grocery store last night. You should be more careful about your habits if you don't want things to get worse." Another note appeared after I had attended a social event, describing the people I had interacted with and subtly suggesting that someone might be watching me. It ended with a chilling line. "Your friends won't be there to protect you when the time comes. Be wary of who you trust." My anxiety grew with each new note. I began to feel like I was being watched constantly. Every time I left my apartment, I checked over my shoulder, and I started to question whether anyone I encountered was somehow connected to the notes. I was consumed by paranoia and fear. The police investigation, though ongoing, had yielded no tangible leads. They had interviewed neighbors and reviewed surveillance footage from nearby cameras, but there were no clear suspects. Detective Davis suggested that I increase my vigilance and consider changing my routine to throw off the sender. The more I tried to alter my daily patterns, the more the notes seemed to follow me. They began to comment on my new habits, almost as if the sender had anticipated my attempts to outsmart them. One particularly unsettling note read, "Changing your routine won't help. I know where you live, what you do, and who you see. You're not as clever as you think." The notes started arriving in increasingly public places: on my car windshield, in my mailbox, and even slipped into my work bag. Each time they seemed to be getting closer to my most private spaces. The once manageable annoyance had now become a genuine threat to my safety. Desperate for answers, I turned to my friends and family, sharing the details of the situation and seeking their support. They were concerned and sympathetic, but felt helpless in the face of the situation. I began to feel isolated, unsure whom I could trust, and my daily life became a constant exercise in paranoia. One night, after receiving another threatening note that hinted at an upcoming confrontation, I decided to take more drastic measures. I hired a private security firm to monitor my apartment and provide additional protection. They installed security cameras around my building and provided a security detail to accompany me when I left my home. Despite these measures, the notes persisted, growing more menacing with each new delivery. They began to include disturbing predictions about future events and attempts to manipulate my emotions. I felt trapped in a psychological game where the rules were ever shifting, and the stakes were becoming more dire. Then, one evening, after receiving a particularly chilling note that included a photograph of me leaving my apartment building, I noticed something different. The photograph was taken from a distance, but the angle was one I recognized. It was from the security camera's vantage point. It dawned on me that the sender might have access to footage from my own security system. I immediately contacted the private security firm and informed them of the situation. They conducted a thorough review of the security footage and discovered that someone had been tampering with the system, accessing footage from the cameras. The realization that my security was compromised was a devastating blow. The investigation took on a new urgency. Detective Davis worked with the security firm to identify any potential suspects and trace the source of the security breach. The pressure was mounting, and I began to feel like I was living in a nightmare. In the midst of this turmoil, a breakthrough finally came. The private security firm managed to trace the tampered footage back to a local individual who had been hired to handle security installations for several buildings in the area. Upon further investigation, it was revealed that this individual had a history of invasive behavior and had been using his position to track and harass clients. The discovery led to the arrest of the culprit and brought a semblance of relief. The note ceased, and the threat to my safety diminished. Although the experience left me deeply shaken, I was grateful for the resolution and the return of a sense of normalcy. In the end, the ordeal taught me the importance of vigilance and the need for robust security measures. The notes had started as a mere nuisance, but had escalated into a terrifying invasion of privacy. The fear and anxiety I had experienced were profound, but with the perpetrator apprehended, I was finally able to reclaim my sense of safety and peace. Story 61. The partnership had seemed promising at first. When I joined forces with Ryan Cole, a charismatic and well-connected entrepreneur, it felt like the perfect opportunity to expand my business. Ryan's reputation was impressive, his network was extensive, and his ideas seemed innovative. However, it wasn't long before I began to notice unsettling changes in his behavior. Initially, Ryan was energetic and forward-thinking, but as time passed, his enthusiasm turned into something more intense. He started pushing me into risky ventures, investments, and deals that seemed overly ambitious and lacked due diligence. I was no stranger to high-stakes business, but Ryan's propositions felt off, like they were too good to be true. One day, Ryan proposed a new venture that was particularly alarming. He suggested we invest heavily in a startup that, on paper, seemed promising but lacked the stability and track record to justify the large sum he was recommending. I questioned the logic behind the proposal, but Ryan brushed off my concerns with a confident smile, saying, "Sometimes you have to take risks to reap big rewards." Despite my reservations, I agreed to move forward, albeit cautiously. My instinct told me something wasn't right, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Ryan's increasing insistence on pushing me into these high-risk deals began to make me uncomfortable. I noticed that he was becoming increasingly secretive about his own investments and financial dealings. Driven by a growing sense of unease, I decided to dig into Ryan's background. I started with a simple internet search, hoping to uncover any red flags that might explain his sudden shift in behavior. To my surprise, I found very little information about his past prior to our partnership. There were no significant achievements or notable career milestones, just vague references to a few business ventures that had either failed or fizzled out without much fanfare. Determined to get to the bottom of things, I reached out to a private investigator. I provided them with all the information I had about Ryan, including his previous business activities and any connections he had. The investigators' findings were both alarming and revealing. Ryan's past was marked by a series of failed ventures and legal disputes, but more importantly, there was a pattern of behavior that suggested manipulative schemes designed to exploit others. In several cases, he had been involved in dubious financial practices, convincing business partners to invest in projects with little to no chance of success. It seemed that Ryan was adept at presenting himself as a savvy businessman while concealing his true motives. One incident stood out. Ryan had been involved in a venture where he convinced a group of investors to put money into a fake company. The company was nothing more than a shell, and the funds were siphoned off into hidden accounts. The victims had been left high and dry, with no recourse for their losses. The details were chillingly similar to the situations Ryan was now pushing me into. Armed with this information, I confronted Ryan. I arranged a meeting at one of our usual restaurants, a place where we often discuss business. As we sat down, I felt a knot in my stomach. The conversation started normally enough, but I couldn't hold back any longer. "Ryan, I've been looking into some of your past ventures," I began cautiously. "There are a few things that don't add up. Can you explain why there are so many discrepancies?" Ryan's demeanor changed instantly. His confident facade cracked, revealing a hint of defensiveness. "What are you talking about? My past is irrelevant. We're here to focus on our future." I pressed on, showing him the information I had uncovered. Ryan's face went pale as he read through the documents. His initial calmness was replaced by a mix of anger and fear. "You don't understand," he said, his voice rising. "This is all part of a bigger plan. You're not seeing the bigger picture." I was stunned. "What plan? What are you talking about?" Ryan's attempt to justify his actions became more frantic. He spoke of grand schemes and hidden opportunities, but his words were incoherent and filled with contradictions. It was clear that he was trying to manipulate the situation, but his efforts only confirmed my suspicions. Realizing that continuing this partnership would only lead to more danger, I decided to sever ties with Ryan. I informed him that I was withdrawing from our joint ventures and that I would be seeking legal advice to protect my interests. Ryan's reaction was one of desperate pleading, but I remained resolute. I knew that any further involvement with him could have serious repercussions. In the aftermath, I worked with my legal team to address any potential fallout from our business dealings. I made sure to alert the authorities about Ryan's past activities and to take steps to safeguard my investments. The process was lengthy and complex, but it was essential to protect myself from any remaining risks. As I moved forward, I took valuable lessons from the experience. I learned to be more cautious in evaluating business partners and to trust my instincts when something felt off. Ryan's manipulative schemes had endangered me, but they also served as a stark reminder of the importance of due diligence and transparency in business. The ordeal with Ryan was a harsh lesson in the darker side of entrepreneurship. It underscored the importance of vigilance and the need to thoroughly vet potential partners. While it took time to recover from the financial and emotional strain, I emerged from the experience more informed and resilient, with a renewed commitment to safeguarding my business and personal integrity. Story 62. The pattern began subtly at first. A friend here, a colleague there, people I knew and cared about started disappearing one by one. Each disappearance was followed by a wave of confusion and concern that seemed to ripple through my social circle. At first, I dismissed it as a series of unrelated events. But as the list of missing persons grew, an unsettling realization dawned on me. I was the only common link between them. It began with Mark, a colleague from work. One morning he didn't show up to the office, and his phone went straight to voicemail. By lunchtime, his absence was marked by growing concern. Later that day, a report surfaced that Mark had vanished without a trace. There were no clues, no signs of struggle, just an empty apartment and unanswered questions. A week later, Emily, a close friend from my book club, disappeared. She had been at a meeting the previous evening, and the following morning she was nowhere to be found. Her apartment was undisturbed, her car parked outside, and her phone abandoned on the kitchen counter. Then came the worst blow: my cousin Alex, whom I had recently reconnected with after years apart. He had been staying at my house while he looked for a new place. One morning, I woke up to find him gone. His belongings were still there, but he was nowhere to be found. Each disappearance felt like a personal blow. I had always considered myself a relatively unremarkable person, but the increasing frequency of these incidents started to make me feel like a magnet for misfortune. I couldn't ignore the growing pattern. Everyone who was close to me was vanishing. Desperate for answers, I started piecing together the events leading up to each disappearance. What stood out was that in the days or weeks prior, each person had been in contact with me or had been involved in some way in my life. This pattern suggested that the connection between the disappearances wasn't just coincidental. Someone or something was targeting the people around me to reach me. I decided to investigate each disappearance further, starting with Mark. I visited his apartment, hoping to find something that could provide a clue. The place was eerily tidy, with no sign of disturbance. I spoke to his neighbors, who described his recent behavior as normal. No unusual visitors or suspicious activity had been reported. The next stop was Emily's apartment. The book club meeting she attended before her disappearance was a regular gathering, with familiar faces. I reached out to the members, but no one had noticed anything out of the ordinary. The only clue I found was a cryptic message scrawled on a note that had been left on her desk. It read, "The clock is ticking." The most haunting investigation was into Alex's disappearance. His belongings were untouched, and his phone showed no signs of unusual activity. However, as I examined his personal effects, I found a small notebook with strange notes and sketches. The entries seemed to detail his observations of our interactions and included drawings of my house. The last entry was particularly chilling. "They're getting closer. We're running out of time." Feeling the weight of the mounting evidence, I turned my attention to the possibility that someone close to me might be orchestrating these disappearances. The thought was disturbing, but it made sense given the pattern. I revisited my recent interactions with the people around me and began to suspect Rachel again. Her sudden and intense interest in my life, coupled with her evasiveness, made her a prime suspect. I decided to confront Rachel, but she was evasive and defensive when I mentioned the disappearances. She claimed she had no knowledge of any wrongdoing and was visibly distressed by the suggestion. Her reaction seemed genuine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she was hiding something. In an effort to protect myself and find the truth, I installed security cameras around my house and increased my vigilance. I also reached out to local law enforcement, presenting my findings and urging them to investigate the disappearances more thoroughly. They were cautious but agreed to look into it further. Despite my efforts, the disappearances continued. It was as if whoever was behind this was always one step ahead. I felt increasingly isolated, and the sense of being watched became overwhelming. Every day was marked by the fear that someone was targeting those I cared about to reach me. One evening, after a particularly stressful day of investigation, I received an anonymous message. It was a photo of my home taken from a vantage point I recognized as the back alley. Accompanying the photo was a simple but chilling message: "You're next." The message solidified my fears. I was being watched, and the disappearances were a deliberate attempt to unsettle me. The realization that I was the ultimate target in this dangerous game made me feel vulnerable and exposed. I took immediate action, intensifying my security measures and preparing myself for the worst. I knew I had to remain vigilant and continue investigating, even if it meant risking my own safety. I delved deeper into the network of people who had been around me, looking for any additional clues or connections that might reveal the identity of the person behind the disappearances. As the investigation progressed, it became clear that the person targeting my loved ones was highly organized and skilled at evading detection. The challenge was not only to uncover their identity, but also to understand their motives and prevent any further harm. The trail was growing colder, and the sense of dread was unrelenting. Each day was a battle to stay one step ahead of the unknown threat. But amid the fear and uncertainty, one thing remained clear: I was determined to uncover the truth and protect myself and those I cared about from whatever sinister force was orchestrating these disappearances. Story 63. It started on a cool autumn evening, the kind where the leaves crunch underfoot and the air carries a hint of impending frost. I returned home from work, tired but ready for a quiet evening, only to find a small package on my doorstep. There was no return address, just my name written in neat, precise script. Curiosity piqued. I brought the package inside and carefully unwrapped it. Inside, I found an old photograph of my childhood home, one I hadn't seen in years. The photograph was taken from an angle that only someone intimately familiar with the house could capture. It was accompanied by a handwritten note that simply read, "I remember when you were happy here." The surprise left me unsettled, but I tried to brush it off as a prank or a mistake. That is until the next day, when another package arrived. This time, it was a small, delicate locket, one that matched the description of a piece of jewelry I had lost months ago. Inside the locket was a picture of my grandmother, who had passed away years earlier. The sight of it made my skin crawl, and the accompanying note read, "I'm keeping watch." The pattern continued over the weeks. Each package was wrapped meticulously, containing items that were deeply personal and meaningful to me. There was the silver bracelet I'd lost on a trip years ago, a ticket stub from a concert I had attended, and even a diary from my teenage years, filled with my angsty teenage thoughts and secrets. Each item was accompanied by a note, each one more chilling than the last. One package contained a stuffed animal that I had had since childhood, a bear I'd long since misplaced. The note read, "Remember when you were scared of the dark? I still see the light go out." Another was a set of keys to my old apartment, a place I had moved from years before. The note that came with it said, "Every door is a memory." The frequency of the gifts increased, and with each delivery, the notes grew more unsettling. They started to include intimate details about my life, private conversations I'd had with friends, personal fears, and dreams. The sender seemed to know everything about me, from my childhood insecurities to my most recent accomplishments. One afternoon, as I was sorting through yet another package, I found a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside was a collection of items that took my breath away: a lock of hair from my high school prom, a ring I had lost during a vacation, and a small piece of paper with a cryptic message: "I've been with you through it all." The deeper I delved into the mystery of the gifts, the more disturbed I became. I tried to trace the origins of the packages, but found no clues. The postmarks were from different locations, all over the country, and there were no identifiable fingerprints or return addresses. Each package arrived in perfect condition, as if someone had taken great care to ensure they reached me without a hitch. Desperation led me to confront my closest friends and family, hoping for any clue as to who might be behind this disturbing gesture. But no one had any idea. They were all as perplexed and worried as I was. It was clear that the sender knew far more about me than anyone I spoke to on a regular basis. The final package was the most unsettling. It arrived on a dreary, rainy evening. I almost didn't open it, the dread gnawing at me. Inside, I found an old journal of mine, one that had gone missing years ago. The pages were filled with my most private thoughts, including details I had never shared with anyone. It was clear that the journal had been meticulously preserved. But what made my blood run cold was the final note, which was different from the others. It wasn't just a brief message, it was a long, rambling confession. The note described how the sender had been watching me for years, how they had kept track of every important moment in my life. They spoke of a twisted sense of duty to protect me, to ensure I was always watched over, though their methods were far from comforting. "I know you better than anyone," the note read. "Every memory, every moment, nothing escapes me. I've been with you through every joy and every sorrow. You are mine to watch over." The revelation that someone had been so intimately involved in my life without my knowledge was deeply disturbing. It was as if my entire existence had been observed and documented by a hidden presence, one that had an unsettling sense of control over my memories and experiences. Feeling a sense of urgency, I decided to take action. I contacted law enforcement, providing them with all the evidence I had gathered. The investigation into the anonymous sender began, but the trail was cold. The packages had no identifying marks, and the sender had covered their tracks well. As days turned into weeks, I found myself grappling with the anxiety and paranoia that the gifts had stirred in me. My home, once a place of comfort, now felt like a stage for an unseen observer. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings, my every move feeling like it was being watched. The strange gifts eventually stopped arriving, but the fear and unease lingered. I changed my routines, altered my daily habits, and even considered moving to a new location. The anonymous sender had left an indelible mark on my life, and the unsettling knowledge that someone had been watching and collecting my personal moments left me with a constant nagging sense of vulnerability. The experience had transformed my perception of safety and privacy. I became more vigilant, more cautious about sharing details of my life. The gifts, though they had ceased, had unveiled a dark chapter of invasion and control that I couldn't easily forget. The anonymous sender had left an imprint on my life that would forever influence how I viewed trust and security. Story 64. The morning started like any other, with sunlight filtering through the curtains and the soft hum of my coffee maker in the background. But the sense of normalcy was shattered when I noticed a small package on my doorstep. It was a plain brown box with no return address, only my name written in neat, unfamiliar handwriting. Curiosity mixed with unease as I carried the box inside. I sliced through the tape with a knife and opened it. Inside, I found a stack of photographs, each one meticulously arranged and bound with a simple rubber band. My heart raced as I flipped through the photos, each one revealing a different scene from my life. The first photograph was taken at a local park, where I had enjoyed a peaceful afternoon a week ago. I was seated on a bench, reading a book. The photo was taken from a distance, capturing me in a candid moment. As I examined it, I felt a shiver run down my spine. I had not noticed anyone taking my picture that day, and the thought that someone had been watching me was deeply unsettling. The next few photos showed me at various locations around the city, walking out of the grocery store, having lunch at a cafe, and even visiting the library. Each image was taken from different angles and distances, but all featured the same unsettling detail: I was always alone, and there were no signs of anyone else in the frame. It was as if someone had been following me for weeks, documenting my every move. My unease grew as I reached the final photograph. It was different from the others. It showed me in my own living room, seated at the couch, with a look of surprise on my face. The photo had been taken through the window, and it was clear that someone had been outside, peering in. The scene was eerily accurate, capturing a moment when I had been reading a book and momentarily looked up, startled by a noise. The photograph was dated for the previous day, adding to the chilling realization that someone had been watching me just hours before. A note was tucked inside the package. I unfolded it, my hands trembling. The note read, "I see you, and I know you see me. These photos are a reflection of your life, captured and predicted. Watch closely, and you will find the future revealed. The choices you make will determine what comes next." My pulse quickened as I tried to make sense of the message. The photos seemed to suggest that someone was not only watching me but also manipulating events in my life. The idea of my future being predicted in such a personal and intrusive manner was terrifying. Desperate for answers, I reached out to the police. I provided them with the package and the photos, hoping they could trace the sender or at least provide some guidance. The officers took the evidence and promised to investigate. They explained that the photos might be the work of someone with a personal vendetta or a stalker, but without additional evidence, it was difficult to determine the motive or identity of the sender. As days passed, the photos continued to haunt me. Each morning I would check my mailbox, half expecting another package to arrive. My daily routines became fraught with paranoia. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, wondering if someone was watching me. One afternoon, while sorting through my mail, I found another envelope. It was similar in appearance to the previous package, but this time there was no box, just a single photograph. It was taken from the park, where I had seen the first photo. In it I was walking along a trail, but this time the photo was marked with a red X over a specific spot on the path. The message scrawled on the back read, "The path you choose will shape your destiny. Meet me where the X marks the spot, and you will understand." The note left me feeling both intrigued and terrified. The prospect of meeting this mysterious figure was daunting, but the sense of being manipulated into making a choice I didn't understand was even more unnerving. I decided to confront whatever awaited me, hoping it would provide some answers. That evening, as twilight settled over the park, I made my way to the marked location. The park was eerily quiet, with only the rustling of leaves and distant sounds of city life breaking the silence. I reached the spot marked by the red X, an area where the path curved and opened up to a small clearing. I waited, my nerves on edge, until I saw a figure approaching from the shadows. It was a man dressed in a dark coat, his face partially obscured by the brim of a hat. He stopped a few feet away from me, his posture rigid and commanding. "You've come," he said, his voice deep and smooth. "I see you've been following the clues." "Who are you?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "What do you want from me?" The man stepped closer, and his face emerged from the shadows. He was older, with sharp features and an intense gaze. "I am someone who has been observing your life, seeing how you respond to the unknown. The photos were meant to reveal the patterns of your future and test your resolve." I felt a mix of anger and fear. Why? Why are you doing this? The man's expression softened slightly. "You see, our choices define who we are. The photos were not just predictions, but a way to guide you toward a realization. Your reactions, your decisions, they determine your path. I wanted you to see how the future can be shaped by the present." My mind raced, trying to piece together the meaning of his words. "So this was all just a test?" "Not just a test," he replied. "A lesson. You faced uncertainty and fear, but you've also demonstrated resilience. The future is yours to shape, and how you respond to challenges defines your destiny." With that, the man turned and walked away, leaving me alone in the clearing. I stood there for a long while, processing the encounter and the cryptic message he had left me. The photos, the predictions, and the test had all been a part of a larger game, a game designed to force me to confront my fears and choices. As I left the park, I felt a sense of closure and liberation. The ordeal had been unsettling, but it had also been a stark reminder of the power of choice and the importance of confronting the unknown with courage. The future remained uncertain, but I now understood that I had the power to shape it through my actions and decisions. Story 65. It began on a crisp autumn evening, the kind where the leaves crunch underfoot and the twilight sky seems to embrace the neighborhood in a warm, golden glow. I was in the backyard with my children, setting up for a small family gathering. The laughter of my kids mingled with the rustling leaves, creating a peaceful soundtrack to the evening. As I was arranging the picnic table, I noticed something strange, a small, hovering object in the sky. At first I thought it was a bird or a distant plane, but as it moved closer and hovered directly above our yard, I realized it was a drone. Its presence was unsettling. I tried to ignore it, thinking it might be part of some neighborhood event or a new tech-savvy hobbyist. Over the next few days, the drones became a frequent and unwelcome presence. They appeared at odd hours, sometimes in the early morning or late at night, and seemed to have an uncanny ability to hover precisely over our house, capturing every moment of our daily life. It wasn't just one drone, but a few, always operating in a coordinated manner. Their persistence grew more intrusive, and I began to feel like I was living under constant surveillance. Worried and disturbed, I decided to take action. I installed security cameras around the house to document their activity and started making notes of their flight patterns. My anxiety only deepened as I realized the drones were capturing footage of intimate family moments, playdates with my children, quiet dinners with my husband, and even mundane activities like gardening. I confronted the situation by reaching out to local authorities. An officer came to inspect the footage and assured me that they would look into the matter. However, the response was tepid, with no immediate resolution. They explained that drones were often difficult to trace due to their small size and the fact that they could be operated from a significant distance away. The real breakthrough came when I decided to investigate further on my own. I analyzed the footage from my security cameras and noticed something peculiar. The drones followed a precise route, always appearing at the same angles, almost as if they were being controlled by someone with a methodical approach. There was a pattern to their movements, one that suggested a calculated interest rather than random or casual observation. My investigation led me to a local drone enthusiast club. I hoped to find clues about who might be operating the drones and why. When I visited their meeting, I was met with a mix of curiosity and reluctance. Most members were friendly but dismissive of my concerns, claiming that such surveillance was beyond the capabilities or interests of their community. Then, one evening, as I was reviewing the footage again, I noticed a detail that made my blood run cold. In the reflection of one of the drones, visible in the glass of my back door, I saw a figure, a man, partially obscured but unmistakable. He was standing in the shadow of a nearby tree, holding a remote control. His face was obscured, but his posture and the way he manipulated the controls left no doubt that he was the one behind the surveillance. Determined to confront him, I took screenshots from the footage and showed them to the police. With the new evidence, they agreed to launch a more serious investigation. The next step was to locate the individual operating the drones. It wasn't long before they traced the activity to a residence a few blocks away, a nondescript house with no visible signs of suspicious activity. When the police arrived at the house, they found the man, who introduced himself as Ethan Brooks, a freelance video journalist. His claim was that he was working on a personal project, documenting the lives of people in the neighborhood for an investigative piece. The project, he insisted, was meant to be a commentary on modern surveillance and privacy issues. However, the details of his project did little to alleviate my fears. The videos he had collected were far too intimate, and his interest seemed to extend beyond mere observation. Ethan's explanations were filled with inconsistencies, and his fascination with my family was deeply unsettling. It became evident that he had crossed a line from documenting societal issues to infringing on our privacy in a highly inappropriate way. Despite Ethan's assurances that he meant no harm and was simply pursuing an artistic endeavor, the invasion of privacy left a lasting impact. The police issued a warning to him about the legality of his activities and confiscated his drones. He was advised to cease any further surveillance and to delete all the footage he had collected. In the aftermath, my family and I struggled to regain our sense of security. The knowledge that someone had been watching us so closely was a violation that was hard to forget. We took additional measures to safeguard our privacy, including installing higher fences and increasing our home security system. Ethan's intrusion served as a stark reminder of the fragile boundary between technology and personal privacy. While his actions were eventually brought to light and addressed, the experience left an indelible mark on our lives. It became clear that the technology designed to connect and inform could also be used to invade and exploit, highlighting the urgent need for stronger privacy protections in our increasingly surveilled world. Story 66. When I first met Greg, he seemed like a breath of fresh air. I had recently moved to a new city, and the process of establishing a social circle had been more challenging than I'd anticipated. Meeting Greg felt like serendipity. He was charming, articulate, and had an effortless ability to make people feel at ease. His enthusiasm about the city and his genuine interest in getting to know me were refreshing. Greg and I bonded quickly over shared interests: music, literature, and a love for outdoor adventures. He seemed to have a knack for making every outing feel special. We'd explore new cafes, attend local music events, and spend weekends hiking. Greg was the kind of friend who always knew the best spots and had an endless supply of anecdotes and stories to share. At first, his presence was a welcome distraction from the loneliness I felt in my new environment. However, as time went on, small inconsistencies began to surface. It started with little details in his stories that didn't quite add up. For instance, Greg would recount his travels with vivid descriptions of places he had supposedly been, but when I looked up the details, they didn't match. He spoke of a trip to Paris where he claimed to have dined in a hidden bistro, but my research showed that the bistro didn't exist. It could have been a simple mistake, but the frequency of these discrepancies began to make me uneasy. One evening, after a particularly vivid story about a weekend getaway, I noticed that Greg's narrative had shifted in subtle ways. He told me about meeting a famous musician at a small, exclusive concert. The story was so compelling that I decided to look up the event, only to find no record of it. It was as if Greg's tales were carefully crafted, designed to impress and capture attention, but lacking in genuine substance. I decided to dig a little deeper, hoping to understand why these inconsistencies were so pervasive. My curiosity turned into a quiet investigation. I reached out to mutual acquaintances, asking them casually about Greg's past. To my surprise, I discovered that some of the stories Greg had shared with me were identical to those he had told others, albeit with slight variations. It was as though Greg was recycling his experiences, tailoring them to fit the personalities of his audience. The more I dug, the more unsettling things became. I discovered that Greg had a history of moving frequently, with gaps in his personal history that didn't quite make sense. Friends from his previous cities mentioned him in ways that painted a picture of someone who was charming but enigmatic. One former friend described him as someone who had a knack for getting people to trust him quickly, only to disappear when the trust had been sufficiently established. I also learned about Greg's involvement in local community organizations, but his contributions were often marked by an excessive need for attention. He would volunteer for high-profile events but rarely showed up for routine, less glamorous tasks. His behavior suggested a pattern of seeking validation and admiration rather than genuine commitment to the causes he was associated with. One day, as I was piecing together information, I stumbled upon a disturbing revelation. Greg had been involved in a scheme where he manipulated people's lives for personal gain. He was known for creating false personas and infiltrating social circles, using his charm to manipulate and exploit his targets. The pattern of behavior matched the inconsistencies I had observed in his stories and interactions. The more I learned, the more I realized that Greg's interest in me wasn't merely about friendship. It was part of a larger pattern of manipulating people's perceptions and emotions. He was adept at reading people, understanding their desires and fears, and using that knowledge to craft an image that would keep them engaged and under his influence. Confronting Greg was both frightening and necessary. I decided to approach him with my concerns, hoping to get some clarity and possibly uncover more about his intentions. One evening during a casual dinner, I broached the subject gently. I mentioned the inconsistencies I had noticed and asked him about them. Greg's reaction was unsettling. He initially laughed it off, dismissing my concerns as overthinking. But as I pressed further, his demeanor changed. He became defensive, his charm replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. It was as if I had touched a nerve, exposing a part of him he meticulously kept hidden. He attempted to deflect my questions with evasive answers and quickly changed the subject, but the tension was palpable. It became clear that Greg's ability to manipulate wasn't just limited to his storytelling. It extended to his interpersonal interactions and his approach to maintaining control over people's perceptions of him. His charisma was a carefully crafted facade, designed to lure and ensnare those who sought connection and validation. As I distanced myself from Greg, I became more vigilant about protecting my own boundaries and being cautious about whom I let into my life. The experience left me with a deeper understanding of the dangers of manipulation and the importance of being aware of the red flags in relationships. Trust and authenticity became more precious to me, and I learned to value genuine connections over the allure of charm and charisma. In the end, Greg's true nature was revealed through his own actions and inconsistencies. His obsession with manipulating people's lives became apparent, and I was left to navigate the aftermath of his deceit. The experience was a harsh lesson in the complexities of human interactions, but it also reaffirmed my commitment to seeking authentic relationships and staying true to myself. Story 67. The first noise was barely noticeable, a faint scratching sound that came and went like a whisper on the wind. I had just moved into my new apartment, and the unfamiliarity of the space made it easy to dismiss these sounds as the quirks of an old building settling. I attributed it to the pipes or perhaps the creaking of wooden floorboards. However, as days turned into weeks, the noises became more frequent and unsettling. It started with that same scratching noise, now more pronounced and persistent. I'd lie awake in bed, straining to pinpoint the source, but each time I tried, the sound seemed to vanish. My imagination, fueled by exhaustion and the stress of recent events, began to run wild. The apartment was quiet during the day, but at night, when the world outside was still, the noises grew louder and more insistent. The sounds evolved over time. I began to hear faint footsteps, dragging sounds, and even what seemed like whispers. They would start as gentle murmurs and escalate into a cacophony of distressing noises, each one echoing my deepest fears. There were moments when it felt as though someone or something was moving through the apartment with malicious intent. The noises were relentless and seemed to mirror my anxieties, amplifying them into something almost tangible. Determined to find a logical explanation, I inspected the apartment thoroughly. I checked every corner, every nook and cranny. I examined the walls, the floors, and even the ceiling, looking for signs of pests or structural issues. But every investigation yielded nothing out of the ordinary. The apartment was in good condition, and there were no obvious signs of intrusion or damage. The lack of a clear source for the noises made them even more unnerving. It felt as though they were deliberately designed to unsettle me, to play on my fears. My waking hours became consumed by a growing paranoia. I avoided staying alone in the apartment and tried to spend more time outside. I installed additional locks and security systems, but the noises persisted. It was as if they had become a part of the very fabric of my life. One particularly unsettling night, as I lay in bed with my heart pounding, the sounds took a new form. I heard what sounded like a child's laughter, followed by the scraping of something heavy being dragged across the floor. The sounds grew louder, more chaotic, until it felt as though an unseen presence was pacing around the room. I tried to convince myself it was just a figment of my imagination, but the fear was overwhelming. I decided to reach out for help. I contacted a local paranormal investigator, hoping to find some explanation for the disturbances. They arrived with their equipment and conducted a thorough investigation. They recorded the sounds and used various devices to detect any anomalies. Despite their efforts, they found nothing conclusive. Their conclusion was that the noises might have been a result of environmental factors or residual energy, but they couldn't offer a definitive explanation. Feeling frustrated and desperate, I turned to my friends and family for support. They listened sympathetically, but were skeptical of my claims. They suggested that stress or anxiety could be amplifying my perception of the noises. While their intentions were good, their dismissiveness only added to my sense of isolation. I felt trapped in a nightmare that no one else seemed to understand. One evening, after weeks of relentless noise, I decided to confront the problem directly. I set up a series of audio and video recordings around the apartment, hoping to capture the disturbances and find some rational explanation. I spent hours in my apartment, reviewing footage and audio files, looking for any clues that might explain the source of the noises. To my surprise, the recordings revealed something unsettling. There were intermittent sounds, barely audible but present nonetheless. The footage showed no visible signs of disturbance, but the audio captured faint, almost imperceptible sounds of movement and whispers. It was as if the noises were deliberately hidden from plain view, emerging only when I was alone and vulnerable. The recordings did little to ease my anxiety. The sounds seemed to be taunting me, intensifying with each passing day. I began to feel like I was losing my grip on reality. The paranoia was consuming me, affecting my sleep and my ability to function normally. Every creak, every rustle became a source of dread. In a final attempt to regain control, I decided to confront the issue head-on. I reached out to a therapist specializing in anxiety and trauma. The sessions were both challenging and enlightening. The therapist helped me explore the psychological impact of the noises and guided me in developing coping strategies. We worked on grounding techniques and mindfulness exercises to help me manage the fear and anxiety that had taken over my life. Over time, I began to see a slight improvement. The noises continued, but my ability to cope with them strengthened. I implemented changes in my daily routine, focusing on self-care and building a support network. I engaged in activities that helped me regain a sense of normalcy and control over my environment. The source of the noises remained a mystery. Whether they were the result of an elaborate prank, environmental factors, or a figment of my imagination, I never found a definitive answer. What mattered was that I learned to manage my fear and reclaim my sense of security. As the months passed, the disturbances became less frequent and less intense. The echoes of fear that had once dominated my life gradually receded, leaving behind a cautious but renewed sense of normalcy. The experience had left its mark, but it also taught me the importance of resilience and the power of facing one's fears with courage and support. Story 68. It had been a tumultuous few months. The unsettling discoveries, identity theft, and bizarre events had left me feeling unmoored and desperate for normalcy. Seeking solace, I decided to retreat into the pages of a book at the local library. The library, with its quiet aisles and the comforting smell of old paper, seemed like a refuge where I could escape my spiraling thoughts and find a moment of peace. One afternoon, as I browsed through the shelves in the mystery section, I pulled out a dusty, leather-bound book that had clearly been there for years. Its spine was worn, and the title was barely legible. Curious, I took it to a nearby reading table and began to leaf through it. The book was intriguing but not particularly captivating until I discovered something hidden between its pages. As I flipped through, a loose manuscript fell out. It was a stack of yellowed, handwritten pages, bound together with a simple piece of string. My heart skipped a beat as I examined it. The handwriting was neat but slightly erratic, and the paper was marked with coffee stains and smudges, hinting at a history of hurried writing and nervous handling. I began to read, and what I found was both riveting and unnerving. The manuscript appeared to be a diary or personal account of someone who had been following my life, or at least someone who knew an unsettling amount about me. The details were precise and intimate: my daily routines, my family history, and even my recent troubles. It seemed as if the writer had been tracking my every move, documenting my fears and concerns with disturbing accuracy. The further I read, the more I felt a rising sense of dread. The manuscript detailed not only mundane aspects of my life but also my recent struggles with identity theft, the cryptic texts, and the unsettling experience at the remote cabin. The writer seemed to have an almost clairvoyant understanding of my situation, as if they were somehow inside my head, watching my every step. The final pages were the most chilling. They contained a prediction about an event that seemed to be unfolding in real time. The manuscript described a specific scenario on the eve of the full moon. They will find themselves at a crossroads, where their past and present will collide in a moment of truth. An unexpected revelation will shatter their sense of reality and force them to confront their deepest fears. The last entry was dated for tonight, the night of the full moon. My pulse quickened as I read the final lines. The truth will reveal itself when the shadows of the past rise to meet the light of the present. Prepare for the convergence. I sat in stunned silence, my mind racing. How could this manuscript, which had been buried in a library book, contain such precise details about my life and events that were still unfolding? The sense of paranoia that had been growing in me since the strange occurrences now reached a fever pitch. I decided to investigate the manuscript further. I contacted the library's head librarian, hoping to trace the origins of the book and the manuscript. The librarian was an elderly woman named Mrs. Carter, who had worked there for decades. She seemed as intrigued as I was and agreed to help. Mrs. Carter delved into the library's records, searching for any information about the book's origins. She discovered that the book had been donated by a local estate several years ago, but there were no detailed records about its provenance. The manuscript had been hidden within the book for as long as anyone could remember. We turned our attention to the estate records, trying to find any clues about the previous owner. The search led us to an old, decaying mansion on the outskirts of town, a place that had been abandoned for years. The estate records hinted that the mansion once belonged to a reclusive writer, someone known for their eccentricity and obsession with the occult. That evening, as the full moon rose high in the sky, I found myself at the mansion's doorstep, accompanied by Mrs. Carter. The mansion loomed before us, its darkened windows and creaking shutters adding to the sense of foreboding. We entered cautiously, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. Inside, the mansion was a labyrinth of dust-covered furniture and cobwebs. We made our way through the rooms, guided by the sense that we were close to uncovering something crucial. Finally, we reached a study on the second floor. It was filled with stacks of old manuscripts, papers, and strange artifacts. It looked like a shrine to the writer's obsessions. In the center of the room was a desk cluttered with papers and an open journal. The journal's entries were filled with ramblings about fate, destiny, and the intertwining of lives. As I read through it, I saw familiar references to the same fears and predictions found in the manuscript. It was clear that the writer had been deeply invested in a narrative that revolved around me. The journal contained a final, unfinished entry. The final revelation will come when my name confronts their fears and embraces the truth. The shadows of their past will reveal the hidden truths, and only then will they find peace. I could feel the weight of the prediction settling on my shoulders. The manuscript and the journal had hinted at a revelation that would change everything. As we left the mansion, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was on the brink of discovering something profound and disturbing. Returning home, I awaited the moment when the past and present would collide, as predicted. As the night wore on, I found myself reflecting on my life and the strange series of events that had led me here. The manuscript had revealed a truth I was only beginning to understand, that the shadows of our past can often collide with our present in ways we can't foresee. The experience left me shaken, but also strangely enlightened. The convergence of past and present had revealed the depth of my fears and the fragility of my sense of reality. The manuscript, the predictions, and the eerie mansion had all served as a catalyst for a profound personal awakening. As the moonlight streamed through my window, I faced the truth with a renewed sense of clarity. The manuscript's chilling prediction had come true in its own way, not through external events, but through the internal revelation of my own fears and uncertainties. The journey had been harrowing, but it had also illuminated the path forward, guiding me toward a deeper understanding of myself and the shadows that had haunted me. Story 69. It began subtly. My cousin Eleanor, whom I had always regarded as a reliable and supportive figure, started behaving oddly. We had grown up together, sharing countless memories and a bond that felt unbreakable. So when she began to act out of character, it felt like a disorienting jolt. At first, the changes were small. Eleanor seemed more distant and irritable. She would cancel plans at the last minute and avoid my calls, which was unlike her usual dependable self. When we did meet, her demeanor was curt and distracted, but I brushed it off, attributing it to stress from her job. The real shift came when Eleanor started involving me in unusual activities. She invited me to join her on errands that seemed oddly specific and secretive. At first, it was benign tasks like running errands together or attending obscure events. I didn't think much of it, figuring she just wanted some company or help with her new ventures. But the nature of these activities became increasingly peculiar. Eleanor started asking me to accompany her to strange locations: an abandoned warehouse, a secluded cabin in the woods, and even a remote storage unit. Each time, she had some vague excuse, like needing my help with personal projects or organizing old belongings. It wasn't until one evening when Eleanor invited me to her apartment that I began to sense something more sinister. As I entered, I noticed the place was unusually cluttered with papers and documents. Eleanor appeared frantic as she shuffled through stacks of files and folders. "I'm in a bit of a jam," she admitted, avoiding eye contact. "I need your help with something crucial. It's important for my research." I agreed, albeit with hesitation. Eleanor's behavior was increasingly erratic, but our bond made it difficult to question her motives directly. She handed me a stack of documents and asked me to review and sign them. The paperwork was dense, filled with legal jargon and complex terms. When I questioned her about the nature of the documents, she brushed it off with a distracted explanation. Over the next few weeks, Eleanor's requests became more frequent and intense. She would show up at my door with urgent papers to sign, sometimes claiming they were related to urgent legal or financial matters. She often pressured me to act quickly, making it clear that any delay could have severe consequences. The breaking point came when Eleanor asked me to transfer a significant sum of money into an account she had set up. She insisted it was for a business venture that needed immediate funding. The account details seemed legitimate, but something about the request didn't sit right with me. I began to suspect that Eleanor's behavior was not just eccentric but potentially deceitful. Driven by growing unease, I decided to investigate further. I reviewed the documents she had asked me to sign and discovered inconsistencies and red flags that suggested financial fraud. The more I dug, the more I uncovered. Eleanor was involved in a complex scheme involving shell companies and fake investments. Her name was linked to a series of dubious transactions and legal maneuvers designed to defraud unsuspecting individuals. The revelation was chilling. Eleanor, the cousin I had trusted implicitly, was using her relationship with me to further a dark and unsettling agenda. Her actions were not only illegal but deeply manipulative. She had exploited our familial bond to lure me into her scheme, leveraging my trust to mask her deceitful intentions. I confronted Eleanor, my heart pounding with a mixture of betrayal and anger. The confrontation took place in her cluttered apartment, surrounded by the remnants of her fraudulent activities. Her reaction was a mixture of panic and defensiveness. "You don't understand," she shouted. "I needed to make this work. It was the only way." Eleanor's desperation was palpable. She tried to justify her actions with a tale of financial ruin and a supposed desperate need for the money. She claimed that the scheme was a last-ditch effort to salvage her failing business and protect her from financial collapse. Despite her pleas, I couldn't overlook the fact that she had manipulated me into participating in criminal activities. I reported Eleanor's activities to the authorities, providing them with all the evidence I had gathered. The investigation that followed was extensive. Eleanor was charged with multiple counts of fraud and financial misconduct. Her once promising career was overshadowed by the criminal charges, and the legal proceedings exposed the full extent of her deceitful operations. In the aftermath, I struggled to come to terms with the betrayal. The trust I had placed in Eleanor was shattered, and the emotional toll was significant. The experience forced me to reevaluate my relationships and boundaries. I realized how easily trust could be exploited and how crucial it was to maintain vigilance, even with those closest to us. While the legal process was a lengthy ordeal, it ultimately led to a resolution. Eleanor faced consequences for her actions, and I began the process of healing and rebuilding my sense of trust. I sought therapy to help process the betrayal and to rebuild my confidence in my judgment and relationships. The experience left an indelible mark, but it also served as a profound lesson in the complexities of trust and the potential darkness that can lurk behind seemingly familiar faces. I learned that even those we hold dear can harbor hidden motives, and the importance of safeguarding oneself against manipulation and deceit cannot be overstated. Story 70. The discovery of the hidden laboratory in my neighbor's house began with a simple curiosity. My new neighbor, Mr. Hargrave, had recently moved into the large old house next door. The mansion had been vacant for years, and its sudden occupation piqued my interest. Mr. Hargrave was a reclusive figure, rarely seen and always shrouded in an air of secrecy. Despite this, I didn't think much of it until strange things began to happen. It started with odd noises emanating from the Hargrave residence during the late hours of the night. I would hear clanging metal, muffled voices, and a constant hum that seemed to resonate through the walls. I initially dismissed it as the sounds of renovation or old house quirks. However, as the weeks went by, my curiosity got the better of me. The eerie atmosphere of the house, combined with the strange noises, drove me to investigate. One crisp autumn afternoon, I noticed that Mr. Hargrave's front door was slightly ajar. He was out of town, a fact I had confirmed through casual conversation with his gardener. Seizing the opportunity, I decided to take a closer look, driven by an unsettling mix of curiosity and unease. I slipped inside quietly, careful not to disturb anything. The interior of the house was as mysterious as its owner, a labyrinth of dark, dusty rooms, cluttered with old furniture and shrouded in thick layers of dust. I made my way through the hallways, following the persistent hum that seemed to guide me. After a few twists and turns, I stumbled upon a heavy, ornate door at the end of a dimly lit corridor. It was partially obscured by an old tapestry. My heart raced as I pushed it open and stepped inside. The room was starkly different from the rest of the house. It was a pristine, sterile laboratory, illuminated by harsh overhead lights. The room was filled with a bewildering array of scientific equipment, metal tables covered with strange apparatuses, glass jars filled with unsettling contents, and a large, elaborate machine in the center of the room that looked like it belonged in a mad scientist's dream. My eyes were immediately drawn to a series of metal cages along one wall. Inside were various biological specimens, creatures I couldn't readily identify, some appearing partially human. My breath caught in my throat as I observed a table nearby covered with vials and syringes, all meticulously arranged. Notes and diagrams littered the table, some written in a scrawling hand, others meticulously detailed. One of the diagrams showed a series of human figures with various anatomical modifications. Beside it, a set of notes outlined what seemed to be a series of experiments. I could barely make sense of the technical jargon, but the words genetic modification, subject integration, and behavioral conditioning stood out, each more disturbing than the last. A sudden realization struck me: some of the modifications described in the notes bore a frightening resemblance to my own health issues. I had been experiencing mysterious symptoms for months: unexplained fatigue, sudden mood swings, and sporadic memory lapses. Could these symptoms be connected to what was happening in this lab? As I scanned the room for more clues, I found a series of files labeled with dates and names. My own name was listed among them, along with detailed notes about my daily routines, medical records, and even personal anecdotes. The file was filled with alarming details, observations on my behavior, comments on my interactions with others, and even notes about my recent health problems. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that Mr. Hargrave's experiments were not just random, they were targeted at me. I was a subject in his twisted research, and the implications were horrifying. The thought of someone using me as an experiment without my consent was almost too much to bear. In a panic, I began to search for anything that could explain why I had been chosen as a subject. I came across a detailed report on the machine in the center of the room. According to the report, it was a device designed to integrate genetic material from different sources, with the goal of creating hybrid biological entities. The machine's ominous purpose became clear: its aim was to blend human and non-human DNA in ways that could only be described as grotesque. The realization that I had been under observation and possibly subjected to some form of genetic manipulation was overwhelming. I knew I had to leave the lab immediately and find a way to protect myself. As I turned to leave, I heard a faint noise behind me, a soft rustling sound, as if someone was moving through the shadows. My heart pounded as I quickly exited the lab, making my way back through the maze of rooms. I glanced over my shoulder, but I saw no one. The oppressive feeling of being watched lingered as I slipped out of the house and back to my own. In the following days, I was tormented by fear and paranoia. I avoided leaving my apartment and was constantly on edge, worried that Mr. Hargrave or someone working with him might come after me. I contacted the authorities and reported everything I had found, but Detective Davis, who had previously been involved in the case of the anonymous notes, seemed skeptical of my claims. Without concrete evidence, it was difficult to convince them of the seriousness of the situation. Desperate for answers, I sought help from a trusted friend who was a biologist. I showed them the notes and diagrams from the lab. Their reaction was one of shock and concern. They confirmed that the experiments described were highly unethical and could cause severe health issues. They recommended that I undergo a thorough medical examination to assess any potential effects of the experiments. The medical tests revealed unsettling results. Some of the symptoms I had been experiencing were consistent with the experiments described in the lab. My health was compromised in ways that required immediate attention. My friend and I decided to go public with the information, working with journalists to expose Mr. Hargrave's activities. The media coverage and public outcry led to an investigation that ultimately shut down the laboratory and brought Mr. Hargrave to justice. He was arrested and charged with numerous crimes, including illegal experimentation and endangerment of public health. The ordeal left me deeply scarred but relieved. My health was monitored and managed with the help of medical professionals, and I slowly began to rebuild my life. The experience served as a haunting reminder of the dangers of unchecked scientific ambition and the importance of vigilance in protecting oneself from hidden threats. In the end, the hidden laboratory was dismantled, and Mr. Hargrave's twisted experiments were exposed. My life returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the shadow of that dark discovery lingered. It was a stark lesson in the fragility of privacy and the lengths to which some people would go in the pursuit of their own twisted agendas.